Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Summons Mash Kyrielight. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Disclaimer: I do not own anything except for the plot and some additional elements. This was created for fun and I do not gain any profit from it. Thank you for watching. The boy found himself in a dire situation, facing a woman with black wings who was launching spears of light at him. He thought to himself that his will created her body, and her sword would determine his fate. The woman, increasingly irritated, shouted that no matter what he did, he would die there. He was determined not to be stopped, as he had people waiting for him. Dodging another spear aimed at him, he called upon the power of the Grail, urging it to follow the path of humanity and respond to him. The woman screamed in frustration, demanding he be quiet and die, channeling more power into her spear to end things once and for all. Just as she launched her attack, another voice rang out, but it was too late. The spear was already in motion. The boy raised his arm to meet the incoming attack, invoking the Defender of Balance. A brilliant light enveloped the area, and dust was kicked up by the force of the impact. A loud metallic clang echoed as the spear shattered upon colliding with something unexpected. As the dust settled, a gigantic shield emerged, revealing its wielder. It was Mash Kyrielight, ready to face the enemy and urging her master to join her. After the completion of the final singularity, the boy stirred and opened his eyes, only to find another pair looking back at him with a mix of concern and relief. Mash, almost shouting in joy, expressed her gratitude that he was awake, rushing forward to embrace him tightly. He was overwhelmed with emotion, realizing that she was alive. The boy returned her embrace, thrilled to have someone he thought he had lost back in his life. Mash greeted him with a bright smile, celebrating their reunion. Curiosity soon took over as he asked her what had happened. She explained that she wasn't sure, recalling waking up at the ray shift coordinates after hearing a warm voice. She remembered seeing him running toward her and felt compelled to reach out for him. Just then, a voice interrupted their moment, reminding them that their display of affection was drawing attention from the rest of the staff. The boy felt embarrassed as he noticed everyone in the operations room with them. Da Vinci reassured him that it was fine, expressing relief that Mash was alive. She informed him that it took almost an hour for him to wake up, but his vital signs were stable, despite some fatigue and minor injuries. With a more official tone, Da Vinci congratulated him on completing his mission, announcing that their grand order was now complete. The staff celebrated with applause and confetti, while Mash looked around in awe. Da Vinci explained that they had prepared this moment in advance, and although it was a small gathering, they wanted it to feel like a celebration. The boy felt tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed by the joy of being surrounded by those he had fought alongside. Mash stepped forward, thanking everyone for their hard work in keeping Chaldea safe, emphasizing that their victory belonged to the entire staff. As Da Vinci recounted what happened after Goetia's defeat and the need for Chaldea to report to their superiors, a sudden red glow filled the room. Everyone turned to see the boy glowing and slowly fading. He looked at his hand, a tired smile forming on his face as he made a self-deprecating comment about the situation resembling an anime plot. Mash, filled with concern, called out to him, struggling to understand what was happening. Da Vinci, however, seemed to grasp the situation, expressing sadness as she realized he would be leaving. Mash quickly understood, her voice heavy with sorrow as she acknowledged that he was returning to his own world. With a weary smile, the boy addressed everyone in the room, confirming that it seemed to be true. Ritsuka had a feeling since Camelot. He and Drake had discussed it briefly and sensed they were summoned for a reason, though he never imagined it would be like an Isekai anime where, once the job was done, he would be sent back home. He looked around the room before continuing, expressing his gratitude. He felt fortunate to have worked with everyone and was glad to have met them all. Taking a deep breath, he made a powerful promise with determination in his eyes. He vowed to find a way back for everyone, confident that they would have more work to do in the future, a wry smile on his face. Everyone else shared a similar smile, pleased with his words. He then turned to Mash, taking her hands in his. He reminded her that they still had many journeys ahead, just as they had promised, urging her to wait for him. He tightened his grip, conveying his sincerity. Mash looked at her senpai, tears rolling down her cheeks, and affirmed that she would wait for him, insisting he better keep his promise. Da Vinci, concerned, asked if he truly believed he could do it. She worried he might be making a promise he couldn't fulfill. Ritsuka met her gaze, aware of the fragile nature of their current existence. He reassured her, recalling how she had brought him there once before, and expressed confidence in his ability to return. He mentioned coming from 2007, suggesting he would have time to work things out. He chuckled lightly, inviting her to try bringing him back if she could. With a sense of finality, he declared he could not stay any longer, bidding farewell until they met again. And with that he vanished from their world. Mash stood up, staring at the spot where her senpai had once been, quietly promising to wait for him, even if it meant waiting her entire life. Several months later, back in her own world, Rias Gremory gazed out the window of the Occult Research Club, contemplating how to escape her unfortunate arrangement. Her family had arranged a marriage with another demon of equal status to ensure the continuation of a pure demon lineage. The underworld was currently facing a decline due to falling birth rates among demons, particularly pure-blooded ones, prompting her family to arrange marriages to maintain their lineage. The issue was that her fiancé, Riser Phoenix, treated her more like an object than a person. Rias longed to choose her own partner, and this agreement, while beneficial for her family, conflicted with her own desires. She understood her responsibilities as a Gremory, but this arrangement felt excessively cruel. Despite knowing Riser's personality, her family proceeded with the arrangement. With time before the engagement, Rias sought a way to break the marriage. As she pondered, her gaze fell upon a figure resting under a tree. It was Issei Hyoudou, the notorious troublemaker from Kuo Academy. She recalled what she knew about him, an average student with average grades and looks, though she found him somewhat handsome. His defining trait was his relentless perversion, often getting into trouble with his friends for peeping on the kendo club. While most girls viewed him as a nuisance, Rias found his honesty refreshing. Unlike other boys who often stared at her, Issei did not hide his intentions. Her expression darkened as she remembered the incident from the end of their first year. One day, Issei simply vanished without a trace. His parents reported him missing, and an investigation ensued, but there were no leads. Rias and her friend Sona looked into the matter, suspecting something supernatural, but found nothing. Months passed, and the police abandoned the search, believing Issei had become another victim of disappearances. That was until a call came in, revealing he had been found in an alley, injured. He was quickly taken to the hospital, where doctors treated his wounds. When the police arrived to question him, he remained tight-lipped, and the doctors discovered scars on his body, suggesting he had undergone some form of surgery, though the purpose remained a mystery. After a week of recovery, Issei returned to school. His parents arranged for him to wear a shirt during swimming activities to conceal his scars, and he began wearing fingerless gloves at all times, leaving everyone curious about his situation. Upon his return, students and teachers inquired about his absence, but he offered vague responses. Rias and Sona went to greet him and noticed several changes. He had become quieter compared to his previously boisterous self and appeared more fit, though not drastically so. When Rias approached him, he was friendly and responsive, though she noticed his gaze briefly lingered on her before meeting her eyes again. However, the most significant change was the palpable aura of a sacred gear emanating from him, powerful and mysterious. Both Rias and Sona sensed that this might be the reason behind his disappearance. This discovery piqued their interest, and both wanted to recruit him into their respective groups. However, when they initially approached him, whether with their other members or alone, they noticed he somehow managed to avoid them. They were unsure if it was because he knew something or if it was mere coincidence, but it only deepened the mystery. Sona had hypothesized that a demon might be responsible for his disappearance, which could explain why he was avoiding them, so they decided to halt their recruitment efforts for the time being. Nevertheless, Rias sent her familiar to keep an eye on him. Rias was pulled from her thoughts when the person in question stood up, seemingly finished with his relaxation, and looked around, only to meet her gaze. He smiled and waved, which she returned before turning to walk away. As she distanced herself, Rias returned to her desk, continuing to ponder her impending engagement. Issei walked home, contemplating his next move. He was well aware that something had been following him since his return from Chaldea. He had done his best to maintain a low profile while gaining skills and power, but things had become quite complicated for him. However, things had become easier since he explained everything to his parents and how he wanted to progress from there. He recalled their skeptical expressions when he told them he had been summoned to another world and that magic was real. They considered calling the hospital again until he showed them the boosted gear, which was a part of him. Fortunately, Drake helped explain both the truth of his world and what had happened to their son while he was away, convincing them he was telling the truth. From that moment on, they assisted Issei in acquiring everything he needed to prepare for the future, as there was a possibility he could be attacked at any time. The Hyoudous did not want to lose their son a second time, so they took every necessary measure to support him, even though they remained worried and clearly wanted to do more. He thought to himself that he appreciated their willingness to help, but there was only so much they could do. He needed to figure out how to deal with the demons at school. If they were friendly, perhaps they could reach an understanding, but they shared the same last names as the 72 pillars of the demon god. He had to be cautious. It wouldn't be the first time a supposed friend betrayed him. Issei recalled Professor Lev and how he had been a spy in Chaldea all along. He wasn't particularly close to him, but others in Chaldea were, including the former director Olga Animosphere, who lost her life because of it. He may not have been the kindest person, but he didn't deserve what happened to him. Issei remembered seeing her die and the look of utter despair on her face. That memory still haunted him even after more than a year. He was pulled from his thoughts as he returned home. When he entered through the front door, his mother greeted him cheerfully. She asked how his day at school went, to which he replied that it was fine, nothing too exciting, and inquired about her day. She responded that it was the same as always, cleaning the house and watching her shows. She mentioned that dinner would be ready soon and reminded him to eat before heading out that night. Although she didn't like the idea of her son going out at night considering how he had disappeared last time, she agreed to his wishes after discussing how to move forward with what they now knew, even if it made her anxious. He assured her he would, mentioning he had to wait for that little bat to leave before he could do anything. He hadn't hidden the fact that someone was watching him. He had considered not telling his parents to avoid worrying them, but since his return, they had become more perceptive when something was wrong with him. He decided there would be no secrets between them, including his potential night outings, which could take a few days depending on what he was dealing with. He thought to himself that he would see what he could find that night, feeling a mix of anticipation and distraction. The next day, Issei and his friends were in the schoolyard watching the girls' track team run laps, paying special attention to the way their bodies moved as they ran. Motohama suggested they sneak into the girls' locker room to take a look since the kendo club was about to finish practice. Issei declined, stating he had something to do that day, though his eyes remained fixed on the beauties running on the field. Matsuda gave Issei a confused look, questioning why he hadn't joined them in years. He was puzzled by his friend's recent behavior and noted that Issei hadn't come to see any of their special videos either. Issei apologized, explaining that he had other things on his mind and needed to take care of some matters. As Issei's mind wandered, Motohama suddenly stood up, startling the other two. He exclaimed in surprise, suggesting that Issei actually had a girlfriend. Issei quickly interrupted him, feeling irritated. He told Motohama not to let his imagination run wild, explaining that he was already having a tough time without creating strange misunderstandings. He firmly stated that he did not have a girlfriend and would appreciate it if they didn't invent rumors that could cause chaos. Issei was not foolish. He knew he had a bad reputation at school for being a pervert. It was a bit sad that this was the only way people judged him since no one bothered to get to know him. He had only a few friends at school, and they were the only ones who interacted with him kindly. Even though he had toned down his antics since returning, he was still blamed because his friends often got into trouble. It felt like a guilt by association situation, but he had come to accept it, even if it annoyed him. Unfortunately, Despite his denial, nearby students began to whisper about the accusation, speculating that there was no way Issei could have a girlfriend, questioning who would date a pervert like him, and suggesting that if he did have a girlfriend, he probably coerced her. Issei frowned, agitated by what his friend had started. It would be easier for him to befriend Tiamat or Goetia than to stop the gossip circulating in high school. He turned to his bespectacled friend, expressing his frustration. He pointed out that now there would be rumors about him being a malicious blackmailer due to his friend's carelessness. His friend trembled in fear, worried that he might be hit again. Instead, Issei gathered his things and left for the day, dreading the thought of returning to school the next day to hear all the new rumors that would surely arise. The next day, as Issei had expected, the rumors had spread to ridiculous degrees, and everyone at school looked at him as if he were trash on the ground. Matsuda and Motohama eyed Issei nervously, feeling guilty for what had happened. Given Issei's clear aura of annoyance, they hesitated to approach him. However, one girl was undeterred. Aika Kiryu approached Issei and stood near his desk. He regarded her without changing his expression. Aika was one of the few girls in school who would speak kindly to the trio of perverts. Although she was known as the perverted girl, the rest of the school treated her normally. She began by asking if he had a girlfriend, a teasing smile on her face. Issei sighed deeply before responding that he did not have a girlfriend. He explained that his friends couldn't understand why he didn't hang out with them as much and had started inventing reasons. Despite his attempts to stop them, the rumors began to circulate, spreading like wildfire. He expressed his irritation, speaking loudly enough for the rest of the class to hear. The other students pretended not to listen, though they were failing miserably. Issei acknowledged that his reputation had been poor before and paused, not wanting to specify further. The others in the room understood what he meant. He questioned why everyone seemed to think nothing had changed and if it was really so easy to assume the worst about him. His gaze was fixed on Aika. She replied that as long as he associated with those idiots, everyone would act as if their problems were his. She dismissed the complaints of the other two perverts and pointed out that while his personality might have changed, his interests had not. He was still a pervert. Issei quietly remarked that it was like the pot calling the kettle black. He couldn't deny her words. If he truly wanted to restart socially, he would have to distance himself from his friends. However, he wouldn't do something so superficial, even if the idea had become more tempting lately, as his friends had been more harmful than helpful. He was on the verge of a serious incident that could lead him to cut ties completely. Issei regained his composure and faced Kiryu, insisting that he wouldn't abandon his friends just to gain social points. The two perverts looked at him with tears of gratitude in their eyes, relieved that he wasn't planning to leave them. Aika shot them a look that said they were beyond help before returning to the conversation. She noted that he didn't have time for a girlfriend at the moment, considering his extracurricular activities, speaking softly enough for only Issei to hear. He gave her a complicated look before turning away. Aika understood Issei's circumstances, though she didn't know all the details, and she sympathized with his difficult situation. She remarked that living a double life wasn't as good as it seemed. Issei joked that everything seemed much easier in anime and movies, but if he wanted to protect what was important to him, he had to keep moving forward. His expression shifted to one of determination. The other students couldn't hear them, but some wore surprised looks at Issei's demeanor. A few girls blushed slightly at his masculine appearance before shaking off the feeling as they remembered who they were thinking about. Aika nodded in agreement before returning to her desk. The teacher finally entered, and classes resumed as usual. Later, as classes ended, Issei headed to his locker to gather his things and go home. When he opened it, something unexpected fell out. A pink envelope dropped to the floor, immediately catching the attention of everyone nearby. Matsuda exclaimed in disbelief at what he was seeing. Issei bent down to pick up the letter, checking to see if it was addressed to anyone specific. A faint scent of perfume wafted from it. He opened the letter and read it aloud while everyone present looked on in astonishment. The note requested that he meet by the old fountain at sunset the next day, signed, "Your secret admirer." The handwriting was unmistakably feminine, leaving him both surprised and skeptical. His friends, having recovered from their shock, began to pester. Motohama shouted in disbelief, questioning how Issei could receive a love letter after claiming he had no girlfriend. He grabbed Issei by the collar, shaking him vigorously as he ranted. Matsuda joined in, lamenting how they thought they were brothers, only for him to suddenly have a girl wanting to meet him, likely for some risque activities. The other students buzzed with excitement, discussing the unfolding drama. Some expressed disbelief that Issei had actually received a love letter, while others mused about the miraculous nature of the day, joking that he should buy a lottery ticket. They speculated about the possibility of someone being crazy enough to date a pervert like him. Under normal circumstances, Issei would have been thrilled to receive a love letter, but that was the old Issei. He urged his friends to be quiet, explaining that he hadn't planned for this and was just as surprised as they were. He expressed his disbelief, suggesting it might be an elaborate prank by someone else. After he spoke, the other students seemed to settle down a bit, with some acknowledging that it made sense and others agreeing that it was likely a cruel joke, even for someone like him. At least someone felt some sympathy for him. His friends finally seemed to emerge from their hysteria and asked Issei if he was going to meet this person. Issei cast them a sidelong glance before turning to head for the exit. He affirmed that he would go, if only to discover who had sent the message. Just before leaving, he paused and turned his head with a mischievous smile, adding that if it was legitimate, he wouldn't waste the opportunity. It seemed he would be busy the next day. With that, he left while his friends resumed their playful curses. Once Issei arrived home, he recounted the day's events to his parents. His mother expressed her happiness for him, while his father, nearly in tears, asked if this was finally their chance to have a daughter-in-law. Issei felt a bead of sweat form as he faced them. He sarcastically remarked that he was glad they had faith in him, but unfortunately, he didn't share their optimism. Given his reputation, he leaned more towards believing this was a prank from someone who disliked him. His parents wore sad expressions. While they couldn't deny his words, it saddened them to see how their son's outlook had changed. He used to hold on to hope even in dire situations, but since returning home, he had become less positive. It was understandable considering what had happened, but the couple missed the childlike wonder their son had clung to for so long. His father repeated the question his friend had asked earlier, asking what he planned to do. Issei declared his intention to go, if only to find out who had sent the message. However, if this person was serious, he wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. His parents smiled slightly, relieved that their son hadn't completely given up on a normal life. Issei headed to his room, thinking he should prepare his clothes for the next day, just in case it turned into a real date. After all, he didn't want to look like a mess. Meanwhile, Rias was stretching in the club room after finishing her paperwork for the day. Beside her, Akino, her queen, handed her a cup of tea she had prepared. Akino asked if everything was going well with her work. Rias replied that she had just completed the day's requests and inquired about what was happening at school, wondering if anything significant had occurred. Akino smiled, placing a finger on her lower lip as she responded. She mentioned hearing the latest rumor about Hyoudou-kun, stating that he had received a love letter before leaving that day. It had become quite the hot topic, especially among the other members of the perverted trio. Rias smiled, imagining the expressions on their faces. Curious, she asked if Akino had any idea who it might be. Akino admitted she had no clue, as Hyoudou-kun hadn't let anyone see it, not even his friends. However, it seemed he didn't hold out much hope for it. Rias frowned slightly, confused. Wasn't this what he had always wanted? She asked why Akino thought that way. Akino frowned as well, explaining that Hyoudou-kun believed it was some sort of prank. Rias could see how that might be the case, given his reputation. Still, no one deserved to have their heart trampled on. She asked what he planned to do, feeling a bit concerned for him. Akino replied that he was apparently going to meet whoever it was. Rias inquired about when that was supposed to happen. Akino mentioned it would be sometime tomorrow, but he hadn't specified. Rias nodded in understanding, formulating a plan in her mind. While this could be a trick, it might create a perfect opportunity for them. If things went awry, they could send someone to help him, making it easier to recruit him into her faction. Akino was a bit surprised by her plan but soon wore a mischievous smile. She teased Rias, suggesting she might be using this as an excuse to spy on Hyoudou-kun's date. Rias blushed slightly and denied it, insisting she was only interested in his sacred gear, though her tone was unconvincing. Akino decided to tease her further, remarking that poor Issei-kun seemed to be valued only as a pawn for their king. Rias shot Akino a small glare before she leaned in again, suggesting that Rias likely wanted to help him, considering her own romantic troubles. Akino wore a kind expression while looking at Rias, who simply looked down, neither confirming nor denying the statement. Rias suggested they finish their work for the day, trying to change the subject. Akino merely chuckled softly in response. Issei walked through the town, heading to the meeting place of his supposed secret admirer. He had already made 2 plans for the day depending on how things went. If it turned out to be a prank, he would deal with the culprit and continue with his day. If it was real, he planned to take the girl around the city and do his best to ensure she had a great time. What they did would depend on the type of person she was. Meanwhile, a bat had been watching him closely, ensuring no one was following since he left home. If things went wrong, at least there would be a witness, though that could be good or bad. Finally, Issei arrived at the fountain and waited there for several minutes before a girl approached him. She had long black hair and wore a school uniform he didn't recognize. The girl approached him timidly, stopping a few meters away. She nervously expressed her relief that he had responded to her letter, admitting she had worried he wouldn't come. Issei smiled slightly, remarking that it would be rude to ignore a letter from a girl, especially one as pretty as her. He did his best to be kind while hiding his suspicions. The girl blushed and continued, asking if she could be his girlfriend if he didn't already have one. She nervously twirled her hair with her finger. Issei felt excitement inside but suppressed it. He replied that it was possible, but he would like to get to know her first. He knew he had to play his cards right. If this was real, Issei didn't want to make her feel bad because of her paranoia, but if it was an elaborate joke, she might just be waiting for him to let his guard down before breaking his heart, at least figuratively. As Issei contemplated his actions, his thoughts were interrupted by a deep voice in his mind. Drake informed him that he could sense the power emanating from the girl. Instantly, Issei became alert but tried not to show it. He mentally questioned if she was another demon. Drake clarified that the girl's power was different, resembling that of a fallen angel. A fallen angel. It was the first time he encountered one. Focusing on the girl, he realized Drake was right. Her power was distinct from what he felt from Rias and Sona. If he hadn't been looking for it, he would have never noticed. Things were getting more complicated. He prepared to use magic if things turned violent, hoping this was just a coincidence and that maybe she genuinely wanted to go out with him. The girl then asked if he would die for her, and Issei sighed internally, realizing that hope was fading. He quickly adopted a defensive stance and sarcastically suggested that perhaps he wouldn't. Suddenly, the girl began to transform before him. Her figure shifted from that of a high school girl to a more voluptuous adult form, her modest clothing replaced by tight black leather that barely covered her. Black wings sprouted from her back, confirming Drake's warning. She looked at him with condescension, stating that his consent was unnecessary and that he would die there, blaming God for granting him that sacred gear. Issei made an annoyed sound, realizing the situation was more troublesome than he thought. He noted that the fallen angel created a light spear and hurled it at him. He managed to dodge it, but soon another spear was heading his way, and he was unable to evade it completely. He thought that he had no choice but to block or perish. Creating a magical circle with his hand, he deflected the incoming spear. The fallen angel clearly hadn't expected him to use magic, as her relaxed posture shifted to one of caution. She remarked that while he could use magic, he was still just a humble human, and nothing he did could harm her. With that, she infused more power into her next spear throw. Issei blocked it, but the force was strong enough to tear his gloves. He complained about the loss, trying to devise a plan. The fallen angel, growing increasingly irritated, dismissed his concerns. Issei pondered what to do. Using more power would expose him to whoever was watching, but if he didn't defend himself, he would end up dead, which was not an option. He glanced at his now exposed hand, where his command spells remained even after returning from Chaldea. He had people he needed to see again, no matter what. It was time for a life-or-death moment. He felt the power coursing through him, but every time he had tried to summon his servants before, it hadn't worked. This time, however, he was determined to risk everything for a chance. Meanwhile, Ria stood up from her seat so quickly that it surprised the other members of the ORC. She had been watching Issei, but never expected a fallen angel to attack him. Before Akino could ask what was happening, Rias alarmingly declared that Issei was being attacked and that they needed to help him immediately. In Chaldea, Mash was walking through the halls, trying to be useful. Weeks had passed since Ritsuka returned to his world, and Chaldea had been busy explaining what happened during the Great Order. It had been quite hectic for everyone, and Mash, along with the remaining servants, was doing everything possible to help ease the situation. She thought about how her senpai was doing when she received a communication. Mash was startled when Da Vinci urgently called for her to come to the command room. She quickly agreed and rushed down the hallway with Fo on her shoulder. Upon arrival, she found Da Vinci and several other staff members focused on their work. Approaching Da Vinci, who was intensely working on something, Mash asked what was happening. Da Vinci explained that they had received a weak signal, which they believed was from Fujimaru-kun. Mash was surprised. She hadn't expected anything so soon. However, Da Vinci's serious expression hinted that there was more to the situation. When Mash inquired if something was wrong, Da Vinci revealed that the readings were confusing, indicating that Fujimaru-kun seemed to be in danger or under pressure. Mash was taken aback. She had hoped that once he returned home he would have time to relax before anything happened, but now he was in danger, and it seemed no one could help him. She felt frustrated, especially since she hadn't been able to use her servant powers since returning from the Temple of Time. Even if she could reach him, she would be of no use. Biting her lip in irritation, she asked if there was anything they could do to help. Da Vinci expressed their difficulties in establishing communication, stating they couldn't send anyone to assist, especially without a summoning zone and since he didn't have her shield with him. Both were at a loss for what to do, hoping that Ritsuka would be okay. Suddenly, Mash felt something calling to her, placing her hand on her chest as she whispered his name. Da Vinci looked at her, puzzled, but then began receiving a signal from Ritsuka, the same readings she had seen when trying to summon a servant. It was then that Mash realized she was being called upon. Her senpai wanted her help, despite her feeling inadequate at that moment. No, she couldn't think that way. No matter how dire the situation became, her senpai kept pushing forward. Now it was her turn to move ahead and assist him. Her body and Fo began to glow, and a magical circle appeared beneath her. She declared that she was on her way in a flash of light, and then Mash and Fo vanished. The fallen angel was trying to comprehend what had just happened. She was certain that the spear she had thrown would have ended him, but someone had appeared out of nowhere to block it. Such skill was not part of her intel on her target. He should have been just a normal high school student with a sacred gear. However, nothing had gone according to plan. Frustrated, she shouted at the human, demanding to know what he had done. Issei seemed oblivious to her anger, completely focused on his kohai, who had successfully appeared before him. He was overjoyed to see Mash again but did his best to contain his emotions. This was not the time for happy reunions. Mash confirmed that she had heard his call and had come as quickly as possible, ready to fight. Issei explained that the fallen angel was trying to kill him. He knew they were still being watched and needed to be cautious, exchanging a glance with Mash that promised further explanation later. Afterward, Issei took Mash out for a late lunch in the city center and then to a museum. They spent time walking around and even bought some clothes for Mash. When she asked why, Issei simply stated that she would likely be staying for a while since they were still unsure how to travel back to Chaldea. Mash seemed to understand where her senpai was coming from. As far as she knew, she was stuck there, but that didn't bother her at all. As sunset approached, Issei brought Mash home, intending to introduce her to his parents, the girl who had made such a significant impact on his life. He noticed Mash fidgeting nervously and placed a reassuring hand on her back, offering her a warm smile. He reassured her that he had told his parents everything that had happened while he was away and that they had been eager to meet her. When they arrived home and stood in front of the door, Issei asked if she was ready. Mash took a moment, looked at him, and did something unexpected. She kissed him on the lips, catching him completely off guard. After taking a deep breath, she confirmed that she was ready. Issei took a moment to recover from the surprise before opening the door and leading Mash inside. He announced his arrival, calling out to his parents. His mother welcomed him home from the kitchen, while his father asked if everything had gone well. Issei explained that things had been complicated at first, but everything turned out fine. He then introduced Mash, holding her hand, which caused a moment of silence as both parents paused in their activities. They rushed into the hallway, their faces displaying surprise at seeing their son holding hands with a girl who was slightly shorter than him, her face flushed, while he wore a radiant smile. Issei proudly introduced Mashu as his girlfriend, causing her cheeks to redden even more. Mash managed to regain her composure and stepped away from Issei's side, greeting his parents politely. She introduced herself as Mash Kyrielight and mentioned that this was Fo, who was perched on her shoulder. The Hyoudou couple was momentarily stunned, but then Issei's father seemed to realize something. He asked if Mash was the girl he had been with in the other world, prompting his wife to connect the dots as well. Issei explained that the situation had started out complicated, and they all moved to the living room where he recounted how the letter had been a trap set by a fallen angel and how he had summoned Mash for help. His parents listened intently, their expressions turning serious as they processed the information. They were clearly upset that someone had tried to exploit their son's desires to harm him, but Issei's demeanor beside Mash suggested that he was not letting this incident shake his trust in others. The couple bowed deeply to Mash, expressing their gratitude for protecting their son during his disappearance and saving him from what was essentially an assassination attempt. Mash humbly replied that she was the one who should be grateful, explaining that without Senpai, she would have perished long ago. Even when his memory faded, he had done everything possible to help everyone, going beyond what any human could have done. She even apologized on behalf of Chaldea for essentially taking their son away. Both parents looked at Mash and then smiled, thinking she was truly a wonderful girl. Issei's mother playfully suggested that Mash could start calling her Oka-san, which made Mash straighten up and blush again. Seizing the moment, Issei's father chimed in, saying she could call him Ota-san, and they would simply call her Mashu. Mash was at a loss for words and glanced at her senpai for support, finding him slightly flushed but clearly happy. He looked at her and reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. Just as things began to heat up, they were suddenly interrupted by a strange, broken transmission. The Hyoudou couple was confused and alarmed, but Issei and Mash exchanged glances, both realizing what was happening. Issei created a magic circle with his hand and deactivated the barrier around their house that blocked magical communications. With that, the signal cleared. Mash's hologram appeared in the room, displaying Da Vinci on the screen. Issei's parents were even more bewildered, but Issei was the first to respond. He greeted Da Vinci casually, expressing how long it had been since they last met and inquiring about her well-being. Da Vinci returned his greeting with an ironic smile, explaining that things had been hectic since he defeated Goetia, filled with paperwork and interrogations. Mash interjected, asking if Da Vinci meant interviews, to which Da Vinci clarified that she did not enjoy the discussions she had with the Mage Association. She then expressed concern for Issei, noting that her previous readings indicated he was in trouble. Issei explained the situation to her, recounting the events that had unfolded with his parents. Da Vinci acknowledged that, despite the challenges, things had turned out well in the end, suggesting that the battle had served as a catalyst for reconnecting with them. Issei pondered their next steps, and just then his mother interrupted, asking if she could be introduced to his friend. Issei chuckled, realizing he had forgotten his parents were present. He introduced Da Vinci as the other person from Chaldea who had helped him significantly. Da Vinci bowed to Issei's parents, expressing her pleasure in finally meeting them and playfully inviting them to call her Da Vinci-chan. His parents greeted her back, expressing their disbelief that she was the renowned Leonardo da Vinci, especially since she was a woman. Da Vinci responded with a smile, explaining that she chose to take the form of something beautiful instead of returning as an old man, proudly puffing out her chest. Issei's mother continued, expressing their gratitude for the care Da Vinci and her team provided for their son. Da Vinci's expression turned thoughtful as she acknowledged their thanks but noted that there was more to discuss. Issei's father interjected, mentioning that they had forgiven everyone for the past incident, considering it an accident that ultimately made their son stronger. Da Vinci smiled appreciatively and turned to Issei, recognizing where he got his kindness and understanding. Issei felt a bit shy at the compliment, but his father had a question. He asked why Da Vinci referred to Issei as Ritsuka. Issei explained that he had lost his memory during transportation, including his name, and had been given an alias until he remembered. By the time he regained his memory, he had grown accustomed to being called Ritsuka and accepted it as his name. His parents nodded, understanding their son's words. However, they needed to refocus on the pressing issue at hand. Mash asked what they should do next. Issei suggested establishing a summoning zone to send reinforcements and create a way to travel back and forth, not just for him but also for Mash. Issei was puzzled as to why Mash needed to be included. Da Vinci explained that Mash had not arrived through a teleportation but rather seemed to have been summoned like a traditional servant. Issei was surprised by this revelation, questioning the need for a catalyst to summon a servant, especially since Mash was a semi-servant. Da Vinci admitted she did not have enough data to explain it but suspected that Mash had become a servant due to their strong connection. Drake then spoke up, revealing that he knew what the catalyst was. Issei's mother cheerfully greeted the dragon, and Drake confirmed that the catalyst had been acquired during the battle with Goetia. Issei was astonished, realizing he had collected something in the Temple of Time. Drake explained that after they thought Mash had perished, her companion used her shield to fight Goetia, and when she delivered the final blow, the shield dissipated into magical particles. This meant that Mash's shield was now part of the boosted gear. Everyone was stunned by this revelation. Da Vinci nodded in understanding, recognizing that with the absorbed catalyst and the strong bond between Issei and Mash, he was able to successfully summon a servant without Chaldea's assistance. However, she noted that they were straying from the main topic. Mash urged them to refocus, and Issei asked if there was a place to establish a summoning circle. Da Vinci noted that she did not detect any ley lines nearby but sensed a lot of magic around them. Issei explained that he had placed runes throughout the city for safety, especially around his house, which was why they had been having trouble contacting him earlier. Da Vinci realized that Issei could create a pseudo-ley line in his home and just needed a suitable location to set it up. Issei mentioned they had space in the basement. Issei's mother expressed her thoughts on keeping things discreet. His father agreed, suggesting that it would indeed be the best way to maintain secrecy. Issei then mentioned that once everything was set up, he had some requests for the initial tasks that should be sent to assist him. Following this, Issei and Mash worked together to establish the magic circle in the basement. Da Vinci informed them that it would take time to stabilize and should be ready by the end of the next day, but for now, she would continue conducting diagnostics. Issei's parents took Mash to a spare room while Issei carried the items they had bought on their outing to his new room. Everyone was exhausted from the day's excitement, so they retired for the night. As Issei lay in bed, he reflected on the whirlwind of events he had experienced that day. He had been deceived by a fallen angel who attempted to harm him, reunited with his kohai, met and arranged a meeting with demons, went on a date with Mash, brought her home to meet his parents, and re-established contact with Chaldea. It had certainly been a hectic day. Just as he began to drift off to sleep, he heard a knock at his door. He called out for the person to enter. The door opened, revealing Mash in her pajamas, moving nervously around the room. She asked if she could sleep with him. Issei was taken aback. His kohai had found yet another way to surprise him, and it had been less than a day since they had met. Shaking off his surprise, he stammered that if that was what she wanted, it was fine. Mash closed the door behind her and lay down beside him, wrapping her arms around his left arm. Issei struggled to maintain his composure. His former self urged him to act on his desires, while his current self fought to avoid scaring her away. As Issei wrestled with his internal conflict, Mash spoke up, apologizing for her actions that day. She expressed regret for not giving him the chance to voice his feelings before she acted on her own. She mentioned kissing him without asking and how he had bought her clothes out of kindness, and that he and his family had provided her with a room. She felt she should have asked for his consent. Issei, feeling bold, interrupted her with a gentle kiss. She was surprised but melted into the moment. After a minute, he pulled away and reassured her that she was overthinking things. He reminded her that he had introduced her as his girlfriend willingly, and he truly wanted to be with her. He acknowledged that he should have asked if she was comfortable with it. Tears welled in Mash's eyes, but they were tears of happiness. She shared that it felt as if fate had brought them together. The time she spent alone after returning home had been lonely, and they had shared so much that she couldn't simply move on. Issei echoed her sentiments, admitting that even though he had spent less time apart from her, he felt her absence deeply. Chaldea had felt empty without her, and he had longed to see her again. They both poured out the emotions they had kept bottled up. Then Issei decided to take a step further, leaning closer to Mash and asking if he could show her how much she meant to him. He searched her eyes for confirmation, and after a moment of processing, her face turned bright red. If one looked closely, they might have imagined steam rising from her head. Once she overcame her embarrassment, she shyly agreed, saying that if it was with him, she didn't mind. Issei celebrated internally but kept his composure, knowing how important this moment was for both of them. It was safe to say that neither of them slept much that night. The next morning, Issei's alarm rang, pulling him from his dreams. He attempted to move his arm but realized something was holding it down. Blinking in confusion, he turned to see Mash sleeping peacefully beside him, using his arm as a pillow. He woke up fully at the sight of her and briefly wondered why she was not dressed. The events of the previous night flooded back to him. He felt a wave of joy wash over him, tears of happiness streaming down his face. He felt like a new man and began to think about what to do next. Just then, Mash stirred and noticed the alarm still ringing. With her free hand, she turned it off and turned back to look at Issei, who was smiling at her. She looked peaceful and content, and a small smile crept onto his face as he brushed some hair away from her face. He resolved to do whatever it took to protect her. Mash slowly opened her eyes, looking tired but happy as she met Issei's gaze. He greeted her with a cheerful good morning and asked if she had slept well. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, and thanked him for asking. After a moment of silence, she realized they were not only in the same bed but also both without clothes. Her face flushed as she tried to process what was happening. Like Issei, the memories of the previous night returned to her, and she calmed down a bit. She looked at Issei shyly and asked how he was doing, trying to ease the tension. Issei chuckled softly, feeling more than fine. He admitted that he had never felt this good in his life, which made Mash blush even more, but she smiled happily. Their moment was interrupted by a knock at the door. Issei's mother called out to him, asking if he was awake and reminding him to get ready for school. She opened the door and stopped in her tracks upon seeing her son and his girlfriend together in bed, looking refreshed after their night together. Issei's mother rushed out of the room, excitedly shouting to her husband that Issei had finally succeeded in his romantic endeavors. His father, equally thrilled, exclaimed that this meant they might finally have grandchildren, celebrating the moment with joy. Meanwhile, Issei and Mash's faces turned bright red from the antics of his parents. Issei apologized for their enthusiasm, explaining that despite their love for him, they had little faith that he would ever have a girlfriend due to his previous preferences and personality. As they shared a laugh, Mash recalled the moment when Issei regained his memories, and she began to recount the story to him, feeling grateful for their connection. Roman and Da Vinci, who he was and what his life was like before arriving at Chaldea, including his mischievousness and boldness. Normally, such things would displease Mash, which is why she always looked coldly at Blackbeard whenever he began discussing his hobbies. However, she didn't dare act that way with her senpai. They had simply been through too much together. It was understandable that they were concerned about their son's future, Mash thought with determined eyes. They needed to prepare for the day ahead. She would take him to school to show him where to go. As they got ready, they discussed the day's schedule with Da Vinci. The Hyoudou couple playfully joked about their recent night together, while Issei raised an eyebrow in annoyance. After breakfast, they set out. Issei, Mash, and Fo, who was perched on Mash's shoulder, walked closely together toward Kuo Academy. Issei asked curiously what Mash planned to do to pass the time. She replied that she would probably walk around the city to get accustomed to it before meeting up with him again. Issei advised her to be careful, warning that the fallen angel was still out there and might have more allies, urging her to stay vigilant. Mash assured him she would be careful and not to worry. As they approached the school, other students noticed them, their faces filled with surprise. Whispers spread through the crowd, filled with disbelief and speculation about Mash dating Issei. Comments ranged from shock to incredulity, questioning who would be crazy or desperate enough to want to date him. The rumors escalated quickly, becoming more extreme and unsettling. Issei frowned at the comments from other students while Mash looked at him with concern. She tried to think of something to make him feel better, but before they knew it, they were at the school gates, where all the students stared at them as if they were a mythical creature. Issei turned to Mash, stating they had arrived and that he would meet her after class for the meeting, trying his best to appear unfazed. Mash responded that she would see him later, but before she left, she stopped him, saying he had forgotten something. Confused, Issei turned around, only to be met with a kiss from Mash. The onlookers were stunned by her boldness. Issei touched his lips in surprise, watching as Mash smiled radiantly at him, wishing him a good day before she walked away. Issei stood there, momentarily dazed, before realizing he felt like the luckiest person alive. Naturally, the scene at the school entrance sparked a storm of questions and accusations from the other students, with his two friends leading the charge, lamenting the injustice of it all. Matsuda exclaimed in disbelief, demanding to know how Issei had managed it, while Motohama cried out that the love letter must have been real. They urged Issei to share his secret, shaking him excitedly. Issei felt exasperated, not just by the relentless questioning but also by his friends' reactions. Part of him wanted to tease them, but he couldn't think of anything clever to say. So, he decided to be honest, admitting he had simply been lucky with the girl in question. He smiled ironically, knowing that, depending on how one looked at it, he had also been quite unlucky since the letter had been a trap to try to kill him. However, things had turned out well in the end. His perverted friends didn't buy it. They insisted he share his secret, claiming that if whatever he did worked with her, it could work with other girls too. Matsuda encouraged him to share the wealth. The class shot them cold looks, dismissing their conversation. Comments circulated that no one would want to date them and that Issei must have done something to force Mash into it. Matsuda shouted back at the onlookers, defending Issei. Warmly, Issei would have been bothered by the gossip, but he was too happy with Mash to care at that moment. Kiryu approached Issei's desk, commenting on how happy he seemed. Issei couldn't help but agree, feeling better than he ever had. Kiryu casually congratulated him on losing his virginity, causing the class to fall silent in disbelief. Issei struggled to maintain his composure, knowing Kiryu had set a trap for him. He asked what made her think he had lost it. Kiryu pointed out that Issei's demeanor had changed, that he no longer acted like his usual self. Issei knew Kiryu was observant, which was both impressive and unsettling. He tried to deflect, claiming he had been different since returning and didn't understand what she was implying. Kiryu playfully pressed him, asking directly if he was a virgin. Issei found himself at a loss for words, knowing that admitting either answer would lead to chaos. Before anyone could say anything further, the teacher finally entered the classroom, instructing everyone to take their seats. Issei sighed with relief as class began, knowing that the day's challenges were just beginning. Meanwhile, Mash was walking around the city, exploring and getting accustomed to her new home away from home. She had impulsively kissed Issei to lift her spirits, but it might have only caused her more trouble by drawing attention. She frowned, recalling how terrible the other students had been toward him. Rumors escalated to radical degrees simply with her standing next to him. It wasn't fair, he had done so much for everyone without asking for anything in return, yet they treated him like a criminal. Mash felt increasingly anxious about it, but suddenly a communication from Chaldea pulled her from her thoughts. Da Vinci cheerfully asked how things were going. Her expression changed when she noticed Mash looking down. Concerned, she inquired if something had happened. Mash explained that she had just returned from senpai school. Da Vinci asked how her first visit to a normal school had been. Mash admitted she hadn't seen much, only walking through the main entrance with Senpai. Unfortunately, other students had been quite horrible to him, accusing him of coercing her to stay close. Tears of anger welled in Mash's eyes. Da Vinci seemed surprised, not just by Mash's attitude but also by what she had said. She acknowledged that high school could be a dangerous place in a different sense, where social standing could make or break one's enjoyment. Ritsuka had mentioned his low reputation due to being open about his preferences, but Mash's expression indicated it was more serious than that. She wanted to help but felt unsure how. Da Vinci reassured her that there was nothing they could do at the moment, as it was something that would take time to resolve. She then shifted the conversation to Mash's condition. Mash looked up, attentive. Da Vinci explained that while there seemed to be nothing wrong in her scans, they couldn't determine how long she would be able to use her servant abilities. It could be a matter of hours or something more permanent until they could bring her back for a proper examination. Mash felt worried about that. If her power failed at a critical moment, Ritsuka could be in danger. This needed to be resolved as soon as possible. Da Vinci advised her to hang in there until the end of the day, promising that once the transport circle was set up, they could examine and treat her properly. Mash agreed to do her best. After the call ended, Mash continued wandering through the city until the designated time. When classes finished, Issei was waiting at his desk for Rias's subordinate to pick him up. While he waited, his phone rang. He took it out and answered. Da Vinci asked how he was managing with Fujimaru. Issei replied that he was doing fine and wondered why she asked. Da Vinci mentioned that Mash had told her about the morning's events and acknowledged that while he had said he didn't have a good reputation, it sounded harsh. Issei grimaced, explaining that it wasn't necessarily an excuse, but he was used to it. High school was almost as dramatic as depicted in shows, except there was no script to follow, and no one was guaranteed a happy ending. Da Vinci remarked that he sounded like a soldier who had seen too much on the battlefield, to which Issei chuckled in agreement. Da Vinci called to reconfirm the follow-up meeting. Issei mentioned that someone should be there soon to pick him up, hoping they would learn more about the situation in detail after that. Da Vinci assured him that she would have some of his servants on standby in case things went awry. Issei hoped it wouldn't come to that, believing Rias was more reasonable than most. With that, the call ended. A few minutes later, the class buzzed as someone entered the room. Issei Hyoudou, the school's prince, walked in, causing all the girls to squeal and ask to go out with him. Kiba scanned the room until he spotted Issei and approached him. The girls screamed, warning Kiba to stay away from Issei, claiming he would corrupt him. Matsuda and Motohama hissed Kiba's name as he neared. Kiba addressed Issei, stating that Rias had asked him to pick him up for the meeting. Issei stood and grabbed his bag, mentioning they needed to stop by the main entrance to pick up his friend. Kiba nodded, and they left the classroom amidst the commotion. As they approached the main entrance, they noticed a disturbance. Issei focused on the situation and frowned. A couple of boys were flirting with Mash while she waited at the entrance. Issei felt a surge of protective intent before Mash noticed him. She quickly left the group and walked toward Issei and Kiba. Apologizing for the wait, she reassured Issei that there had been no problem, just some people talking to her. She tried her best to calm his anger. The surroundings grew noisy again, prompting Kiba to suggest they leave. He led them to the club room while the other students watched them intently. Once out of sight, Issei instructed Mash to shift into her servant form. She complied, transforming as they continued with Kiba. Finally, they arrived at the club room. Kiba knocked on the door, and Rias invited them in. Kiba opened the door and guided them inside. Issei scanned the room, spotting Rias at her desk, Akino loyally by her side, and Kaneko munching on sweets. He was glad to see them, knowing they had faced the fallen together. However, he was surprised to see Sona Shirtorai, the student council president, and her vice president, Tsubaki Shinra, present. While he knew they were demons, he hadn't expected them to be part of this meeting. Mash appeared more on guard around the unexpected guests, which Rias and Sona noticed. Rias apologized to Issei for not informing him in advance about Sona's invitation. Sona adjusted her glasses and addressed the pair, explaining that since both she and Rias were co-governors of the territory, they thought it would be more productive to speak with him together for clarity. Issei nodded in understanding, and he and Mash took their seats in front of Kaneko. With everyone settled, Sona began the meeting. She introduced herself as Sona Shirtorai but was interrupted by Issei, who guessed her last name was actually Citri. The expressions of the demons were filled with surprise, especially Sona's, as she asked how he had known. Issei replied that it hadn't been difficult. Once Issei realized that Rias and Sona were demons, and that Rias shared a surname with one of the 72 pillars, it was easy for him to deduce that she was using an alias. He casually remarked that he had two things to say about it. First, he found Sona's chosen name quite creative, his tone laced with sarcasm. Second, he pointed out that the name seemed like an invitation for someone to mock it. Sona was not pleased with Issei's criticism, but upon reflection, she acknowledged the truth in his words. Rias interjected, asking if Issei was familiar with the 72 pillars. He confirmed that most of his knowledge came from what he had read in the Ars Goetia, the book of demonology. Sona expressed surprise at his extensive reading. Issei recalled that Gremory was a powerful duke of hell who commanded 26 legions of demons, known for revealing hidden treasures and seeking the love of women, especially maidens. He described her as a beautiful woman adorned with a duchess's crown and riding a camel. Tsubaki, intrigued, asked if he also knew about the Citri. Issei took a moment to remember, stating that Citri was a great prince of hell, ruling over 60 legions of demons, able to inspire love between men and women, and even make people undress if they wished. He was depicted with the face of a leopard and griffin wings. Everyone turned to Sona, whose usually calm demeanor was now visibly anxious. Akino broke the silence with a teasing remark about Sona's family having such abilities. Sona quickly attempted to steer the conversation back on track, questioning why Issei hadn't approached them since they were the rulers of the territory. Issei grimaced slightly, explaining that he had believed this was a human city governed by humans, so he saw no reason to approach anyone who might be an enemy. The demons noted the subtle accusation in his words. He added that his last interaction with someone sharing a name with the pillars of the demon god had nearly cost him his life. The demons exchanged complicated expressions, realizing he had encountered a pillar family before, and it had not been a pleasant experience. Rias and Sona understood his reluctance to trust demons, especially those from pillar families. Sona pressed for more details, noting that no pillar family had mentioned interacting with a human from their territory. Issei hesitated, stating that he wasn't sure he could trust her enough to share that information, which left Sona looking somewhat bitter. Shifting the topic, Sona asked what exactly made this city his territory. Issei narrowed his eyes as Rias explained that it wasn't an official claim in the way he might think. Humanity, in general, was unaware of the supernatural, so they didn't own the place in the sense of ruling over people. However, demons had purchased and developed much of the city, including the school, to keep other factions, like fallen angels, at bay. Issei relaxed a bit, realizing that if they were to have a productive meeting, they first needed to alleviate their concerns about him. Rias turned to Issei's companion, who had been silently observing. She introduced herself as Rias Gremory and introduced her servants, Akino Himejima, Yudo Kiba, and Kaneko Tuju. The others nodded toward Mash, who introduced himself as Mash Kyrielight, the servant of his master. Akino smiled playfully, teasing Mash about the rumors circulating in school. Both Issei and Mash blushed slightly, but Mash's expression quickly turned serious as he inquired about the nature of those rumors. Akino explained that many of them were unfounded claims from jealous boys and overly imaginative girls. Mash frowned at this, and Issei offered her a reassuring pat on the back and a grateful smile, acknowledging that despite his changes, his past reputation lingered. Sona adjusted her glasses, noting that Issei seemed to have gained some awareness after his disappearance. She mentioned the numerous complaints she received from girls about his antics and those of his friends, clarifying that most complaints were about his friends, even though his name was often mentioned. Issei sighed, knowing exactly what she meant, and apologized for both his past mischief and his friend's current behavior. Sona acknowledged that he had learned his lesson, so it was all in the past, but she urged him to keep his friends in check. Issei, with a serious expression, remarked that it was impossible, as his friends were hopelessly reckless, and he had faced more trouble because of them than he could have anticipated. There was an awkward silence before he suggested they move on from trivial matters and focus on the task at hand. Sona straightened up and continued from where they had left off, confirming that Issei hadn't approached them because he was unsure if they could be trusted. With Issei nodding in agreement, she prepared to delve deeper into the discussion. Rest assured that as long as you do not pose a threat to this city or its inhabitants, we will not act against you. Issei wore a confused expression. He hadn't expected to be accused of harming the city, but upon reflection, it made sense from the perspective of an outsider. He shrugged, indicating that he believed there was no problem. If you don't mind, Hyoudou-kun, we would like to know what happened when you disappeared and if we need to be on the lookout for others disappearing as well, Rias inquired. Issei leaned back in his seat. He explained that he couldn't share that information as it was classified. Regarding her second question, he assured them that there was no need to worry about others disappearing. What had happened to him was merely an accident born of chance. The pair of kings observed Issei keenly, displeased that he was unwilling to share more. Unlike before, when he hinted at something more personal, he now made a clear effort to state that what had occurred was classified information. It seemed he was not merely trying to sound impressive, he was working for someone who required his identity to remain a secret. We won't have a productive conversation if you're not willing to share information, Hyoudou-kun, Sona stated firmly. That's fair. Let's do this. We can take turns sharing something we know, and we can build from there, Issei proposed. That sounds reasonable, Rias agreed. Why don't we start with what you know about the supernatural, and then we can fill in the gaps from there? Issei nodded. He shared that he knew they had fought a three-way war with angels and fallen angels, and that the original Mao had perished. He also expressed that they were not as bad as most texts described, despite his initial doubts. Rias nodded and began her explanation. After the war, the demon species had been devastated. Normal population growth was no longer a feasible option. Fortunately, one of the current Mao, Ajuka Beelzebub, had found a solution. She produced a crimson chess piece from her desk and placed it on the table. He had created the evil piece system, which allowed demons to reincarnate other beings into demons as well. This would simultaneously increase the demon population and provide high-ranking demons with powerful subordinates. Issei's expression turned serious. He asked if the individuals being reincarnated were in agreement with this. I understand your concern, Hyoudou-kun, and I won't lie and say that no one abuses this system. However, neither Rias nor I would forcibly reincarnate someone, as it comes with both benefits and risks, Sona continued. She explained that those who were resurrected would gain benefits based on the piece used, along with a longer lifespan. If the reincarnated demon became strong enough, they could even start their own noble titles. However, if a rebellious individual became a demon and turned rogue, it could lead to problems. Rogues tended to become more monstrous in nature and appearance, as their masters could no longer monitor or control their power. Issei seemed to realize something as he struck his palm with his fist. The demons were momentarily taken aback by his revelation, but Rias appeared to understand what he meant. Wait, you were the one who dealt with the rogue dogs that appeared in our territory over the past few months, she exclaimed. Sona looked equally surprised. So that was your doing? We thought the rogue dogs had escaped when they realized we were tracking them. Issei wore a small smile, but before he could respond, Mash interrupted with concern in her voice, asking if he had been fighting alone. Yes, I was. It was necessary for me to grow stronger, so I went out and trained. Encountering the rogue dogs was a coincidence, but it turned out to be a great boost for my skills. Issei chuckled at his own pun, while the others looked puzzled. This revelation made them re-evaluate Issei's abilities, and Rias found herself wanting him even more in her noble ranks. He explained that he had trusted them for so long that he didn't want to simply sit back when they gathered. He needed to ensure he survived long enough to see them all again. As the two shared a moment, Sona cleared her throat to regain focus. In any case, this clarifies some mysteries we've had over the past few months. Hagen, I promised that the only time I would revive someone without their permission is if they were dead or dying, And it was the only way to save them, Rias assured him. Issei looked at Rias for a moment before nodding. He agreed to trust her on this but warned that if he saw anyone acting against someone's will, he would take matters into his own hands. Both Rias and Sona nodded in understanding. Alright, it's our turn. Why don't you tell us something about what happened to you? Rias prompted. Issei gave Rias a bitter look as he pondered what to say. He insisted that it was classified. Surely there's something you can share that won't jeopardize your organization, Sona pressed. I didn't mention any organization, Issei replied. You didn't have to. Your wording compared to before told us everything we needed to know, Sona remarked. Issei wore a worried expression, thinking he had messed up. He struggled to think of something to discuss until he finally came up with an idea, as it would be part of a favor he intended to ask them later. All right, since you've told me about the servants of the devil, it seems fair that I talk about my servants, he said with a smile. Mash looked surprised, not expecting her master to discuss something so vital. Rias smiled back. Yes, that sounds good. I've been wondering about her since you summoned her against the fallen. Also, did you say servants, in the plural? Sona asked. I did. Mash is my main servant, but I have many others I can call upon. Issei took a moment before beginning his explanation. I don't know the details of how summoning works, but essentially the summoning spell I use allows me to call forth beings of great power who have left their mark on the world. By mark, do you mean they are famous? Sona inquired. Yes, but that's not all. While most servants are famous historical figures, there are exceptions, like Mashu by my side. Issei raised his hand to point at Mash. Mashu is a semi-servant. Basically, she is a human who was granted power thanks to a heroic spirit that fused with her soul. The demons in the room were astonished and now looked at Mash with great interest. Rias asked if Issei knew how to summon someone in particular, despite his earlier claim of not knowing the details. Issei crossed his arms and tilted his head, explaining that he only knew 2 methods of summoning. The way he used unfortunately did not give him control over whom he summoned unless it was someone he had summoned before. The other method could summon a specific servant but required a catalyst connected to that servant. He noted that the missing detail was the construction of the magic circle necessary to summon the servant with all the things needed to maintain its existence. The kings nodded in understanding and thanked him for the information. Issei then pushed the conversation forward, asking why he had been attacked by the fallen. Rias adjusted herself and responded that someone had mentioned a sacred gear. Issei fell silent, debating whether to reveal information about his gear. Ultimately, he decided to share. He acknowledged that his gear had awakened while he was away and expressed confusion about its relevance, stating that sacred gears were quite common and that it would be unnecessary to kill someone over one. Sona looked at him, indicating that it depended on the sacred gear he possessed. Issei hesitated, unsure if he was ready to trust them with that information. He preferred to keep his cards close to his chest, suggesting they prove their trustworthiness first. Rias inquired about what they would need to do, but Issei explained that trust was built over time. The red-haired girl appeared somewhat disheartened but suggested they discuss how to deal with the fallen first. This seemed to lift Rias's spirits, and she proposed that he become a member of her noble house. Issei firmly declined. Rias pouted slightly, questioning his refusal. She pointed out that joining would not only grant him strength from any piece she used with him but would also help him with his dreams. Issei was confused by her mention of his dream. Rias reminded him of his desire to become the king of Harem. Issei fell silent, his expression blank. Rias thought she had caught him off guard and smiled, while Mash seemed ready to protest. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Issei, and he expressed his displeasure at being approached with the same method that had led to his recent attack. Rias realized her mistake and quickly apologized, acknowledging her thoughtlessness. Issei continued to look at her for a moment before taking a deep breath and reiterating his refusal. He explained that he was already working for someone, and becoming a demon would complicate his loyalties. He added another reason for his refusal, stating that he had pride as a master. He had recruited many beings under him, and they had been with him through many challenges. He felt indebted to them and believed that if he became a subordinate to another, it would undermine their trust in him. He emphasized that his life was no longer his own to waste, as many others depended on him. Rias and Sona looked at Issei in astonishment, never expecting such depth from him. His eloquence revealed how much his time away had affected him and how much he cared for those who followed him. They both felt a newfound respect for him as fellow leaders. Rias regained her composure and apologized once more, acknowledging her error in trying to use his difficult situation to gain a new peace. Mash chimed in, reminding Rias of her commitment to not acquire servants against their will. Rias appeared embarrassed, while Issei was surprised by Mash's sudden assertiveness. Normally calm, she had become more impulsive and emotional regarding him since they had met. Mash radiated a quiet anger until Fo appeared on her shoulder, rubbing against her face, which seemed to calm her down. Sona inquired about the creature, and Issei introduced Fo, explaining that they did not know exactly what he was. The demons looked at the unknown creature with great interest as Fo flew from Mash's shoulder to Issei's. Sona asked if Fo was his familiar, to which Issei replied that he belonged to no one and simply lived in his organization. He recalled that Fo had once been the familiar of Merlin. The demons were left speechless at this revelation, astonished to learn that he was connected to the legendary wizard who served King Arthur. The next morning, Issei and Mash walked to school together. As they walked, Issei couldn't help but keep glancing at Mash, who was wearing her new school uniform from Kuo Academy. Seeing her in it excited him immensely, and he thought to himself that this was really happening. As they approached the school, other students began to gather and noticed the couple walking together, whispering among themselves. Upon entering the school, they were greeted by a member of the student council, who came to escort Mash for an introduction to the faculty. Issei smiled gently at her, saying they would see each other later. Mash awkwardly responded, and Issei chuckled, reassuring her not to worry. "You'll get used to it." The two left, and soon Matsuda and Motohama rushed over to him. Matsuda shouted, asking who the girl was and why he had been walking with her. Motohama, adjusting his glasses, exclaimed in disbelief at how Issei managed to attract such a pretty girl. Issei simply smiled at the duo, casually remarking that they would see later and questioning why he should spoil it now. He began to walk away as the duo continued to curse him, while other students murmured about what they had witnessed. After some time, the first PRD was about to begin. The teacher entered and started the class with an announcement. She informed the class that they would be welcoming a new transfer student. Excitement filled the room as students speculated about who it might be, hoping for a pretty girl or a handsome boy to balance out the more mischievous boys in the class. Issei and Kiryu exchanged small smiles, knowing the identity of the new student. After a moment, the teacher calmed the class and invited the new student to introduce themselves. The door opened, revealing a girl with lilac hair and a fluffy white creature on her shoulder. Many students recognized her from the past few days, glancing back at Issei, who wore an ironic smile. Once at the front, she introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Mash Kyrielight. Or I suppose it's Kyrielight Mash since in Japan, surnames come first. And this little one is Fo. It's a pleasure to meet you all." She bowed, her nervousness evident. The teacher encouraged the class to ask questions. Almost every hand shot up in the air. One student was called on and asked about her relationship with Issei, prompting many heads to nod in curiosity. Mash blushed and looked at Issei, who wore a complicated expression but ultimately gave her a look of encouragement. With newfound determination, she stated that she was Issei's girlfriend. The class fell silent in shock, unable to believe that someone would date a boy like him. Before anyone could respond, another student questioned why she would choose him, their voice tinged with disdain. Mash frowned, clearly upset by the negative perception of her senpai. She declared that she loved him, causing another wave of silence in the room. Determined to express her thoughts, she continued, explaining how much Issei had done for her more than anyone else had. She shared that he had saved her life without asking for anything in return and criticized the way he was treated by others. She challenged the class, asking if anyone truly knew Issei beyond his interests. The classroom remained quiet, unable to argue against her words. The teacher, sensing the tension, attempted to lighten the mood by telling Mash to take a seat wherever there was space. Mash nodded and chose a desk next to Issei, giving him a warm smile in return. Fo, who had been quietly perched on Mash's shoulder, jumped onto Issei's, making himself comfortable. The class watched their interaction in bewilderment. As the day progressed, classes resumed normally. Mash showcased her knowledge, impressing her peers with her academic skills. Curiosity about Fo grew as students noticed how well-behaved he was. Soon, lunch arrived, and many students wanted to talk to Mash and spend time with her. Unsure of what to do, she looked to Issei for guidance, only to find him besieged by his own set of problems. The duo of Matsuda and Motohama was clamoring for details about the love letter, urging Issei to share his secrets for attracting girls. Other students watched the trio with disapproval, commenting on their antics. The girls were gossiping about the boys as usual. Mash, feeling frustrated, approached the trio, surprising her classmates. The two boys fell silent when she got closer and asked Issei if he wanted to have lunch together, her gentle smile brightening her face. Issei returned her smile, freeing himself from his friend's grasp. He happily agreed, gathering his things as they headed outside for lunch. As they walked, Mash shot a cold glance at the girls who had been speaking poorly of Issei, causing them to look down in embarrassment. "You didn't have to do that, you know?" Issei remarked as they walked down the hallway. "Thank you for caring about me, but like I said before, I'm your girlfriend, and you're all that matters to me," she replied. "I'm glad, but it's a slippery slope. I don't want you to give up your friends just because they say some bad things about me." "I'm used to it," he said. "But you shouldn't have to be," she insisted. Issei smiled gratefully and pulled her closer, ignoring the stares from other students. He softly told her that she was too good for him. Mash blushed deeply but smiled back, and together they continued to enjoy the rest of their school day. A week had passed since the encounter with the demons. Issei was walking through the city, taking some time for himself. He had enjoyed reconnecting with everyone but was starting to feel overwhelmed by spending all his time with them, so he stepped out to clear his mind. Mash wanted to go with him, but Issei's mother wanted to spend time with Mash and ended up dragging her to the kitchen. An ironic smile appeared on Issei's face as he thought about it. At least they seemed to get along with Mash. It was a great relief, even though he knew that introducing her wouldn't go badly. As he walked distractedly, someone bumped into him. A voice exclaimed nearby, and he turned to see a girl dressed as a nun on the ground. Panic set in as he asked if she was okay, realizing he hadn't noticed her before. He extended his hand to help her up. She accepted his hand and brushed herself off. As he observed her, he realized she was a foreigner. She had long blonde hair under her veil and striking green eyes. She looked incredibly cute. He felt embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head and apologized for being lost in thought. She reassured him that it was no problem and then asked if he could speak Italian. Issei was momentarily confused until he remembered that Chaldea had given him a translation magic, which allowed him to understand other heroes during their travels through each singularity. He quickly made up an excuse, saying that his current job required him to be familiar with all languages. She seemed relieved and explained that she had just arrived in the country and was struggling with the language, making it difficult to navigate. Issei offered to help her as compensation for their collision. She was overjoyed and clasped her hands in prayer, thanking the Lord for guiding her to someone who would help a stranger like her. He thought she looked adorable as she prayed and asked how he could assist her. She introduced herself as Asia Argento and requested directions to the local church, mentioning she had just been transferred there. Issei introduced himself as Hyoudou Issei and confirmed that he could help. He informed her that there were 2 churches he knew of, one of which was abandoned, so he assumed she was sent to the other. Asia showed him a map and the instructions she had received, but Issei's expression turned to confusion as he realized the directions led to the abandoned church. Asia nodded, though concern flickered on her face as she insisted she had been told to go there. Issei felt uneasy, worried that someone might be taking advantage of the sweet girl. He assured her that he would take her there, regardless of his doubts. As they walked together, they chatted about Asia's impressions of Japan and what she found entertaining about the city. Suddenly, Issei was interrupted by a voice in his mind. Drake warned him that they were being followed. Issei tensed and tried to sense who it was. Drake mentioned that it had fallen again but wasn't sure if it was the same one or another. Issei discreetly scanned the area and spotted a man in a trench coat and felt hat standing behind a tree, a sight that seemed far from inconspicuous. He was preparing to take action when Asia asked if something was wrong. He almost forgot he was escorting someone and quickly reassured her that everything was fine as they continued toward the church. However, as they approached the abandoned church, Issei noticed something strange. The lights were on, indicating that someone was inside. But that wasn't what truly caught his attention. Drake urged him to leave immediately, sensing danger within. Issei agreed, feeling a sense of urgency. He could feel the presence of multiple fallen angels inside. As he tried to decide what to do next, Asia expressed her relief that they had arrived at the correct place. Issei observed her, unsure if she had led him there intentionally, but she seemed completely unaware of the danger. He tried to mask his uncertainty, suggesting that perhaps they were trying to revive the church. Asia thanked him again and invited him for tea, looking hopeful. Issei politely declined, explaining he had plans for the day but would love to take her up on the offer another time. She appeared a bit disappointed but accepted his response and bowed to him as he walked away. After putting some distance between them, Issei noticed that they were no longer being followed, which puzzled him. He considered the possibility that they were watching Asia instead of him, and concern for her safety grew. He decided to take action, not only for her protection but also to keep an eye on the fallen angels. He clapped his hands twice. Kato Danzo appeared out of nowhere, kneeling and awaiting his orders. Issei instructed her to watch over Asia, explaining that the church was a base for fallen angels and he had a bad feeling about what might happen to her. He grimaced at the thought and ordered her to take Fuma and have 100 Persona split one of her personalities to accompany her. He instructed them to keep an eye on the church while watching over Asia, advising them not to expose themselves unless absolutely necessary. Danzo immediately agreed and vanished as quickly as she had appeared. Issei thought to himself that it was obvious she was a ninja. He pondered what the fallen angels could want from Asia, noting that she didn't seem to be skilled in combat. As he continued home, Drake interrupted his thoughts again, suggesting that Asia likely possessed a sacred gear. Issei stopped in his tracks, surprised by the revelation. He asked if she really had a sacred gear, and Drake confirmed that he had sensed something from her while they walked together, but before he could understand more, he felt the presence of the fallen angels following them. It seemed to be the most likely scenario. Now walking faster toward home, Issei felt a growing concern for Asia, fearing she might be in a situation similar to his own. The only difference was that she might be defenseless against them. He was not going to stand by and let someone else be harmed if he could prevent it. After returning home, he contacted the Fallen and informed them that he had some information and would be heading to the club room with Mash to discuss it. As they made their way to school, the area around them distorted slightly. Both of them tensed when someone approached. A voluptuous woman with long, dark blue hair, dressed in a maroon trench top with a wide collar and a matching miniskirt, walked toward them, her black heels clicking on the ground. She revealed that she was the one Rainier had failed to kill, and it seemed she was eager to take care of him herself. With feathered wings sprouting from her back and a light spear appearing in her hand, she prepared for confrontation. Issei learned that the one who attacked him was named Rainier. As he readied himself, Mash positioned her shield. He asked Mash if she was ready to go, and she affirmed her readiness. They charged toward the Fallen, catching her off guard, which allowed Mash to gain some altitude. The Fallen, surprised that someone wielding such a large weapon could jump so high, panicked and swung her light spear. Mash countered with her shield, deflecting the blow. As the Fallen staggered from the impact, a spear of ice shot toward her. She couldn't dodge in time, and the ice pierced her abdomen. Pain surged through her as she glared at Issei, who stood with his hand extended and magical runes before him. She cursed under her breath, but before she could retaliate, Mash was upon her again. Mash hurled her shield, sending the Fallen crashing to the ground. The Fallen rose from the crater she had created, deciding enough was enough. She expressed her frustration, admitting she hadn't expected to be pushed so hard and that Rainier hadn't mentioned anything about this encounter. With that, she vanished in a flash of light before Issei could respond. The distorted space returned to normal, and Mash resumed her usual attire. They exchanged glances and continued toward their destination. Issei noted that they had more to discuss when they met with the demons. The noble members of Rias had gathered in the ORC club room, along with Sona and Tsubaki, waiting for Issei and Mash. As their absence extended, they began to wonder if something had happened. Just as they were about to investigate, someone knocked at the door. Rias called for them to enter. The door opened to reveal Issei and Mash, slightly fatigued. Rias immediately expressed her concern, asking what had happened. They explained that they had been attacked by another fallen on their way there, and while they had managed to injure her, she had fled. The demons were astonished that not only had they managed to hurt a fallen, but aside from their fatigue, they were relatively unscathed. Sona expressed her relief that they were safe, though it was unfortunate the fallen had escaped. Issei then revealed that he had found their base. He took a seat on the couch in the middle of the room, with Mash sitting beside him. The demons were taken aback by this declaration, and Issei began to recount the events of the day. After he finished, Rias and Sona fell into contemplation. Eventually, Rias turned to Issei, asking how they should proceed in dealing with the fallen. She was more interested in gauging Issei's mindset than in moving forward. Issei leaned back in his seat, explaining that he had several of his servants monitoring the situation, one of whom was keeping an eye on the nun. He suspected that if she possessed a sacred gear, it would be best for the fallen not to be able to use it, or at least not to attempt what they had done to him. He expressed his annoyance at the thought. Sona observed Issei coldly, trying to assess his mood, while Rias continued the conversation. She questioned whether he was certain there would be no issues that could provoke the fallen into action. Issei assured them that he had instructed his servants to simply observe unless Asia's life was in immediate danger. He trusted their expertise and was not overly worried about being discovered. The real question was when they would move in to eliminate the fallen. The expressions on the demons' faces grew complicated, and Issei appeared confused, questioning if that wasn't what they were trying to resolve. Sona clarified that it was not that simple. If they handled things poorly, they could reignite the war, so they needed to be cautious in dealing with the fallen. Issei pointed out that they had attacked someone in their territory, questioning if that wasn't reason enough to act. Rias explained that since he was not part of any faction, there was no real justification for taking action. The same applied to the nun. Technically, she was an enemy, and even if she was no longer associated with the church, she had been recruited by the fallen, leaving them without a say in how the fallen treated her. Issei felt irritation rising but found it hard to refute their logic. It made tactical sense, but he was determined to uncover something. At that moment, someone appeared behind Issei. A tall woman with dark skin, dressed entirely in black, approached. She wore a white skull mask and had long blue hair tied in a ponytail. The demons immediately went on alert at her sudden presence, while Issei turned to look at her. She reported that there was activity in the church. The fallen they had encountered had returned, and after recuperating and discussing with their comrades, they decided to accelerate their plans. While they hadn't revealed specific details yet, it was clear they were hastening their efforts. Issei realized this meant they would now attempt to be more effective in their efforts to eliminate him and whatever they were planning with Asia. The woman asked what they should do next. Issei leaned forward, trying to strategize his next move, when Rias interrupted his thoughts, asking if he wasn't going to introduce his companion. She seemed somewhat unsettled. Issei glanced at her and then turned back to the front, stating that she was another of his servants. He could feel the others' curious gazes demanding more information, but he chose to ignore them. As he pondered, he decided to check for himself. He instructed the woman to connect his vision with the church spy. She nodded and placed her hands on either side of his head. Her eyes began to glow faintly, just enough for others to see if they looked closely. When his vision focused on the church spy, he observed people entering and exiting the building. The spy shifted positions and was now inside the church. While there, he noticed a hidden entrance obscured by an altar leading to a lower area beneath the church. Just as the spy was about to move, several individuals emerged from the secret entrance beneath the altar. The first was a young man with white hair and a wild expression. The second was someone he recognized well: Asia. The man with the wild look spoke sternly, reminding Asia that when they reached the designated location next week, she needed to maintain the barrier. This was to prevent anyone from escaping and to keep the sinners contained. Issei clenched his teeth at the man's harsh tone. Asia responded, looking downcast, acknowledging her understanding. Issei then disconnected his vision from the spy. He shared with the others that he had learned some important information. As they leaned in to hear more, he recounted what he had seen and heard from the man named Fried. Fried, right? Rias said, a hint of disgust in her voice. Do you know him? We don't know him personally, but he has a notorious reputation for killing demons and those associated with them in horrific ways. That is why he was expelled from the church. He is now known as the Mad and Lost Exorcist, Sona explained. It seems the fallen angels have taken him in, Kiba added from the side of the room, his expression one of distaste. Issei inquired about Fried's mention of sinners, asking if anyone understood what he meant. The kings exchanged glances before responding. Rias explained that it was likely they were targeting people in the city who had made contracts with them. Issei appeared confused, prompting her to elaborate. She explained that demons make contracts with humans to increase their power, where a human uses one of these contracts to make a wish. A demon is then summoned, ideally fulfilling the request in exchange for a payment that is usually not the human soul. They typically accept valuable items or even a bit of life force. Rias expressed pride in the fact that they continuously formed contracts with people, noting that they had regular clients who summoned them from time to time. Once she finished her explanation, Issei contemplated what he had learned. He suggested that if they were targeting those who had made deals with them, they should warn their clients. Rias agreed but cautioned that revealing their movements could alert the fallen angels and their allies. Issei argued that they should eliminate the threat, as the fallen were actively targeting their assets, which he believed warranted some form of retaliation. Rias and Sona appeared troubled by his suggestion. While they agreed with him, they recognized that the consequences could be catastrophic if handled poorly. Rias stated that although she understood his concerns, they could not take action without first consulting their superiors. They would warn their contractors to keep them safe, but that was all they could do for now. Issei was not satisfied with the response but accepted it, knowing he lacked the understanding of how the demon society operated. After discussing a bit more, they concluded the meeting without a clear plan for dealing with the fallen angels at that moment. As Issei and Mash walked home, Issei was lost in thought about what to do, while Mash looked at him with concern. She reminded him that if he stressed too much, he might make a mistake. Issei glanced at her for a moment before looking away, sighing as he acknowledged her point. However, he couldn't relax knowing that someone like Asia was surrounded by people who wanted to harm her or use her. Mash observed Issei with a puzzled expression. He was always kind to others, even strangers, but his intense concern for Asia seemed unusual. She questioned whether Asia was truly that important to him. Issei looked at Mash as if unsure of what she meant, but upon reflection, he recognized that his sudden attachment to Asia was peculiar. His earlier suspicions about her had faded, especially compared to when he first encountered the fallen angels. It was strange no matter how he viewed it. Drake chimed in, suggesting that Asia had an affinity with dragons. Mash asked what he meant by that. Drake explained that during the time Issei had been escorting her, he had felt no animosity toward her. Even when they began to suspect her, the desire to get along with her remained. He elaborated that some individuals in the world had affinities with certain supernatural creatures, typically inherited through lineage but also something that could be learned. Drake speculated that it was natural for her, as she seemed unaware of it herself. Issei realized that his concern for her stemmed from his sacred gear, which made him part dragon, thus influencing his feelings toward her affinity. He narrowed his eyes, disliking the idea of his thoughts being swayed, but now that he was aware, he could try to block them. However, it seemed Drake's influence was passive and unnoticed by him. It appeared that Asia was indeed caught up in matters beyond her control. Drake teased him, suggesting it sounded familiar. Issei chose to ignore the comment. Regardless, he concluded that as long as she was not an enemy, it was best to keep her out of the fallen angel's reach. Mash agreed enthusiastically. Days passed since the meeting, and nothing serious had occurred. Issei had instructed his servants patrolling the city to remain vigilant, and the demons had warned their contractors to suspend their dealings for the time being. While Issei and Mash were on their way home from school, they spotted Akino hurrying somewhere. Issei called out to her, asking if something had happened. Akino, noticing them as they approached, reassured them that it was just a minor issue and nothing to worry about. However, they decided to walk alongside her, insisting that if it was no big deal, it wouldn't hurt for them to accompany her. Issei pressed for details about the problem, and Akino hesitated for a moment before accepting their company. One of the individuals they had hired had recently gone out of contact. They had sent a warning, but he seemed to be the only one unconcerned about it. His eyes narrowed as he recalled the earlier attempt to teleport to the location to check on him, only to be blocked. They did not know the reason behind it, so he had been sent to investigate since he was the strongest after Butcho. He understood the situation. Now, he had backup in case anything went wrong. Moreover, this was the time Fried had mentioned they would implement their plan, so it was better to be safe than sorry. Akino felt a slight blush at the sight of his determined expression but refocused on the task at hand. The three of them walked toward the residence and immediately sensed that something was off. Mash donned his combat gear and entered first, followed by Issei and then Akino. The door was ajar, which was suspicious, and they cautiously stepped inside the building. Eventually, they arrived at a living room and were met with a disturbing sight. Blood was splattered across the floor, and a decapitated body was grotesquely pinned to the wall. Akino approached the body for inspection. It was still fresh, indicating that the incident had occurred no more than an hour ago. She pulled out her phone to call Butcho when a metallic sound interrupted her as Mash deflected a thrown knife with his shield. The deranged voice of an intruder echoed through the room, expressing his delight at the chaos he had caused. He seemed to take pleasure in the thought of torturing them. His gaze fell on Akino, and he made a crude comment about her appearance, laughing maniacally. Akino and Mash grimaced at the exorcist's words, while Issei's expression turned serious as he assessed the situation, feeling that Asia should be nearby. Fried, the exorcist, recognized Issei and acknowledged his presence with disdain. Issei sarcastically remarked on Fried's reputation, pointing out that the crazy parts seemed to be accurate. Fried, realizing who Issei was, became even more excited at the prospect of confronting him and his companions, believing that he would be generously rewarded for their capture. As they prepared for battle, a muffled scream caught their attention. They turned to see Asia standing there, horrified at the sight of the mutilated body. She called out to Issei, confused and frightened. Fried, irritated, scolded Asia for dropping the barrier, practically shouting at her, which made Issei clench his teeth in frustration. Asia, visibly shaken, questioned Fried about the scene before her. Fried proudly claimed responsibility for the carnage, insisting that it was what they did to sinners. He ordered Asia to maintain the barrier while he dealt with Issei and his friends. Asia's eyes widened in shock, and she stepped in front of Fried, pleading for Issei's safety. Fried's anger flared, and he forcefully struck Asia, causing her to fall to the ground. He threatened her with further punishment for disobedience, his words dripping with malice. Issei, fed up with the situation, was about to intervene when Akino stopped him, warning that several fallen angels were approaching. Issei's expression darkened with dissatisfaction, but he insisted they take Asia with them. Just as Fried began to taunt him, Kato, responding to Issei's signal, surprised Fried with a kick to the back of his head. Kato then rushed to grab Asia, bringing her to Issei and the others, who were ready to leave. With a smile, Issei declared that they could now escape. Before Fried could recover, Akino created a magic circle, and they teleported away. Meanwhile, Ria sat in the club room, anxiously awaiting news from Akino. Kaneko was on the sofa, enjoying some sweets, while Kiba stood alert in Akino's absence. They had taken necessary precautions against the fallen angels, but Ria still felt uneasy. She debated whether to contact her brother about the situation, knowing he might overreact and come to handle it himself. The same went for Sona, which was why she hadn't reached out to her sister. Both queens wanted to prove they could manage their territories independently, but with so much at stake, their options were limited. Determined, Rias resolved to handle the problem herself. Just as she was about to call Aquino for an update, a magic circle appeared in the room. Aquino, Issei, Mash, and two unfamiliar girls emerged, one of whom looked quite confused. Rias stood up, concerned. Issei attempted to lighten the mood with a joke about their encounter, but Mash seemed uncomfortable with the comment. Aquino then explained what had transpired at the house. After she finished, Rias fell into deep thought while Issei checked on Asia, ensuring she was all right after the ordeal. Asia reassured him that she was fine, though she had been hurt a little. The next time he saw her, he was interrupted by Asia placing a hand on his arm. She looked at him earnestly, almost pleading, as she insisted that she was fine and asked him not to put himself in danger for her sake. Issei stared at Asia for a moment before relenting, agreeing not to search for them. However, deep down, he knew they would come for him sooner or later. As they spoke, Rias seemed to have gathered her thoughts. She inquired about what Issei planned to do with Asia, pointing at the nun. Issei suggested that Asia could stay at his house for the time being, explaining that he had a protective barrier around his home that would keep her safe and undetected. Asia appeared surprised and protested, feeling unworthy of such kindness. Issei, however, reassured her that she had nowhere else to go and that it was only right to help someone in need. Despite her initial hesitation, Asia smiled gratefully at Issei, who responded with a warm smile of his own. Rias, observing the exchange, decided to address the long-term situation. She noted that while they had housing covered for now, they needed to think about the future. Issei casually mentioned they could figure it out after dealing with the immediate threat, but Rias sensed he lacked a solid plan beyond protecting Asia from the fallen angels. She contemplated the possibility of recruiting Asia for her own purposes but quickly dismissed the idea, knowing it would be selfish. Issei's gaze narrowed at Rias, but he chose not to comment. After a moment, he turned to his servant, who had been quietly waiting nearby, thanking her for keeping an eye on Asia. The servant, acknowledging Issei as her master, expressed her willingness to follow his orders. Asia, confused, asked if someone had been watching her. Issei explained that he had sensed the fallen angels at the church and had instructed his servant to protect her in case of trouble. Asia's surprise shifted to gratitude. Rias then pointed out that the fallen angels would likely increase their activity since their targets were still active. She emphasized the need for additional protection for their contractors, as the fallen had managed to reach them so easily. Issei pondered aloud about the number of contractors they had, and Rias was puzzled by his specific inquiry. He turned to a space where no one was present, summoning a woman who appeared at his call. He introduced her as CN Personas, who possessed the unique ability to split into multiple bodies and personalities, making her an ideal candidate to monitor their contractors discreetly. Rias was impressed by this capability and expressed her appreciation for the assistance. CN Personas, while somewhat reluctant, agreed to follow Issei's orders, and he promised to make it up to her for the extra work. She seemed to blush slightly beneath her skull mask, but Issei chose not to comment on it. He instructed her to distribute copies of herself to protect the contractors and assured Rias that she would return to him afterward. Grateful for the help, Rias thanked Issei, who reminded her to return the favor when needed. Rias contemplated what that might entail, suspecting it could involve something more personal, but she set aside her thoughts, acknowledging Issei's respectful demeanor. Issei then suggested they take Asia to his home for now and told Rias to call him if she needed anything. They exchanged good wishes, and the three of them bowed to Rias as Issei's servants resumed their tasks. Upon arriving at Issei's house, they explained the situation to the other household members. Issei's mother welcomed Asia, stating that as long as Issei believed she was a good person, they had no reason to think otherwise. Asia, feeling nervous, was reassured by their kindness. Just then, Marta and Jean entered the room, announcing their return with groceries. They quickly noticed the new guest and expressed their surprise, especially upon realizing Asia was a nun. Jean happily introduced herself and Marta, and Asia was left astonished by the unexpected connections. Issei observed two Catholic saints, one being the Maid of Orleans and the other the patron saint of servants and cooks. He glanced at Issei to confirm what he was seeing and hearing, and Issei returned a wry smile and nodded in affirmation. She looked at them in awe, wondering if they were truly the Catholic saints. Both saints nodded and began conversing with the young woman. Having those two present should help her feel more at ease. While he was familiar with the teachings of the church, he was not an active believer, so this should be fine. That's true. I'm glad I brought Martha and Jean here, Mash thought. What should we do next, senpai? Issei pondered for a moment before responding. We should prepare a team to attack the church, but for now, let's leave them be. Mash nodded in agreement with Issei's suggestion. Shortly after, Asia returned from speaking with the saints and approached Issei. What should I do now, Issei-san? Issei smiled at her. How about we show you the city tomorrow? Both Asia and Mash looked surprised. Senpai, are you sure that's wise? We have school tomorrow as well. It will be fine, we'll have security with us and stay out of sight. We can also have Kasen call us, he said, glancing at his mother. She looked at him with narrowed eyes, but after a moment, she agreed. All right, I'll call you too tomorrow. Don't expect me to do this regularly for you, she warned. Thank you, cousin, he replied with a grateful smile. Anyway, let me show you to your room, Asia-san, Mash said. Asia nodded and followed her out of the room. Shortly after they left, Issei's parents looked at him with wry smiles. Good job, son. You've brought home another beautiful wife, his father said, giving him a thumbs up. It really seems like our luck is changing, doesn't it, dear? Soon we'll have plenty of grandchildren running around. His mother seemed delighted by the number of girls interested in her son. Issei gave his parents an exasperated look. That's not how it is, you two. I'm not going to exploit their difficult situation to get another girl for my harem. He thought about how he was making Rias uncomfortable by doing something similar and didn't want to appear hypocritical. But you wouldn't oppose it if she wanted to, or if it happened while you were, say, saving her from danger, like a knight in shining armor, his mother joked. Issei looked away. He definitely wouldn't say no if Asia asked to be with him, but he had mixed feelings, considering the danger they were in and Asia's ability affecting her judgment. As the conversation heated up, Martha threw Issei a lifeline. Master, would you mind helping us take this to the kitchen? She asked, lifting the groceries. Issei looked at her and smiled. Sure, Martha, no problem. He stood up and walked over, taking some of the groceries. We'll start with dinner, so prepare and let Mash and Asia know, Jean said to his parents, who nodded in response. Later, everyone had dinner and settled in for the night. It was almost midnight when the group arrived at the outskirts of the abandoned church. Issei's servants, who had gone ahead, had gathered and were waiting for their master. As they walked toward the group, the demons observed those assembled. There were some knights in armor, others in sacred robes, and more in some type of traditional foreign attire. When they reached the group, one of the servants addressed Issei. Master, while we waited, the assassins you had watching the church reported some activity, said the dark-skinned boy without a shirt, wearing a bandana and tattoos covering his body. Issei raised an eyebrow. What kind of activity? It seems they gathered all their forces that were in the city here. This happened shortly after the fallen you found returned, he explained. I see. Then this is the best time to eliminate them all at once. Well done, Angry Mango. Why do you keep calling me that? That's not my name, the boy said, exasperated. I know, but it's more fun that way, Issei replied with a smile. As the two bantered back and forth, Rias interjected. Issei-kun. Who is he? Issei turned to her and gestured to the boy. This is another one of my servants, Ingra Mainu, or as I like to call him, Angry Mango. The now identified Ingra Mainu raised a hand to greet them. I'm Ingra Mainu. Nice to meet you, he casually greeted. The ORC was taken aback. Before them stood the manifestation of all evil in dualistic cosmology, and he was serving Issei. Issei was casually teasing such a being as if it were nothing. This made Rias reevaluate the danger of angering the man before her. Who knows who else he has under his command? Anyway, we should formulate a plan on how to handle this since all their forces are here, she suggested. Well, I already had a plan to do this without you, so now we just need to adjust it to account for you four, Issei stated. The demons looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to explain the plan. My servants will deal with the street exorcists while we go and handle the fallen inside. According to my spies, there are 4 fallen inside, 3 of whom I've already encountered in one way or another, so we'll deal with the leaders ourselves. It shouldn't be a problem. And in the unlikely event that they are stronger than we expected, my assassins are already hidden throughout their base, so in the worst-case scenario, they will intervene and assist us in the fight. I also have high expectations for the humans inside, so the other servants will be ready and waiting to help us once we eliminate them. The ORC nodded, but one of them couldn't help but comment on the plan. So basically, the plan is to go in and beat up everything that isn't on our side, Kaneko stated in her usual monotone voice. Issei smiled, raised his hands, and shrugged. Yeah, more or less. While I understand the importance of planning ahead, I'm more of a tactical on-the-fly kind of guy. I work better adapting to things as they happen rather than trying to outsmart the opposition. Fortunately, I have reliable resources and allies to help me with the mission preparations. The servants around him exchanged wry smiles, showing their agreement with their master's self-assessment. After the group organized themselves, they began to advance toward the enemy base. Issei ordered the archers and assassins with them to eliminate the security around the church before they could alert those inside. Once this was done, some of the servants took positions around the church to ensure that no one could escape. The main group, consisting of Issei, Mash, Asia, Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Kiba, Martha, Jean, Engramenyu, Reiku, Sieg, Medusa Lily, and Yenqing, walked up to the main door of the church. They exchanged glances and nodded before Issei kicked the door open. As they entered, they surveyed the room. The pews were scattered haphazardly, and the crosses on the walls were cracked and damaged. As they moved further in, a maniacal laughter filled the air. Well, what do we have here? The devil's lover has come straight to our base, and with friends too, a voice taunted. Issei felt disgusted by the words. He thought to himself that he hadn't expected such foolishness, but it worked to his advantage. He needed to settle the score for the last encounter. Not only that, but he could also enjoy cutting down these demons. He pointed his weapon and raised the hilt of his sword, which glowed with a light blade. Now, why don't we start this party? The members of the ORC prepared themselves, but Issei raised his hand to stop them. He told them to wait a moment, suggesting that they shouldn't waste their energy on this small fry. He turned to Engramenyu and instructed him to handle the situation, knowing it was his specialty. Ingra gave Issei an ironic smile and acknowledged his command, admitting that this was all he was good for. He advanced while wielding his white weapons, Torich and Zarek. Fried looked at him with confusion but mocked him nonetheless, questioning who he was. He appreciated the style but insisted that it wouldn't stop him from cutting Ingra into pieces. Ingra dismissed Fried's words, stating that his identity didn't matter, he was simply the villain, and his goal was to ruin everything they had worked hard for. After a moment, Ingra crouched slightly and charged at Fried. Fried began firing at him, but Ingra dodged every shot. Once he was close enough, he threw Torich at Fried, who deflected it with his light sword. They engaged in close combat, exchanging blows and shots. Fried was grazed by Ingra's weapons but couldn't land a hit. Frustrated, Fried shouted for Ingra to stay still. Ingra, with sarcasm, questioned why he would do that. He then threw Zarek at Fried, causing him to drop his weapon. Ingra closed in and struck, forcing Fried to block with his sword. Ingra sliced through the light blade, breaking it and injuring Fried. Immediately after, he kicked Fried, sending him crashing through the altar and shattering the window at the back of the church. Ingra remarked on how fun that was and suggested they should do it more often. Issei, passing by him, responded that after tonight, Ingra might just get his wish. He approached the fallen altar and moved it aside to reveal a trapdoor beneath. He opened it just as the others gathered behind him. Before he could enter, Mash grabbed him. She insisted on going first, arguing that after all the noise they had made, there was no way the enemy wasn't preparing for them. Her shield needed to be at the front to block any surprise attacks. Issei recognized her reasoning and, despite his reluctance, allowed her to take the lead, understanding this was something she felt she needed to do. As the group advanced down the hallway, they encountered a door leading to the underground area. Mash prepared her shield and opened the door, immediately facing several attacks, from light spears to magical bullets. However, the surprise assault was short-lived, and once the dust settled, the enemy realized their ambush had been ineffective. The group entered a chamber where they saw over 100 exorcists, along with the 4 fallen at the back of the room. Once everyone was inside, Rainier finally spoke, expressing her disbelief that they had been foolish enough to walk directly into their base, especially with a nun among them. She mockingly suggested they were handing her a promotion on a silver platter. Issei stood beside Mash at the front and addressed the fallen. He pointed out that it was quite a speech coming from someone who had failed at everything since arriving. He wondered where she found the confidence to fuel her inflated ego. Rainier's expression darkened as she scowled, declaring that she would ensure he regretted ever existing. She ordered her subordinates to kill everyone except the nun, as they needed her for the ritual. Issei thought to himself that he didn't want to know what kind of ritual they were planning. He then commanded his own servants to execute their plan. The response was enthusiastic, with Mash declaring her readiness. Both sides began to close in on each other. Issei's servants moved to confront the exorcists while Issei, Mash, Asia, Martha, Jean, and the ORC prepared to face the 4 fallen from behind. Rainier commanded the other fallen to engage. Calawarna, Donasik, and Mitlet advanced toward the group while Rainier remained back. Ria stepped forward, confident in her abilities, and assured her team that they would show the fallen what they were capable of. Issei watched closely, eager to see the demons in action for the first time. Mitlet began launching light spears at Kaneko, setting the stage for the ensuing battle. Kaneko charged forward, her small frame making her a difficult target to hit, and she deflected any attack aimed at her with her fists. Mitlet attempted to rise from the ground to create some distance, but Kaneko pressed on, closing the gap. She threw a punch at Mitlet, who tried to block it with a light spear. The spear shattered upon impact, and Kaneko's fist struck Mitlet's abdomen, causing her to cough up blood. The force of the attack slammed the fallen opponent into the ground, creating a crater. Despite her size, barely larger than an elementary school child, Kaneko possessed immense power. Issei noted to himself to avoid angering her in the future. Kaneko took a small step back to regain her balance while observing the fallen. Mitlet managed to stay conscious after the blow, struggling to escape the crater. Coughing and gasping, Mitlet expressed her outrage, blood escaping her lips. She attempted to retaliate against Kaneko, but her movements were too slow. Kaneko launched herself at Mitlet once more, delivering a powerful kick to the side of her head, rendering her unconscious. Satisfied with her work, Kaneko dusted off her hands, remarking on the low quality of her opponent. Issei watched Kaneko's performance, impressed, though he noted some flaws in her style that he was sure his teacher would have pointed out. He shook off those thoughts and focused on Kiba's battle against the remaining fallen opponent. Kiba wielded a sword as he fought against the fallen, who countered with his own light spear. While Kiba was clearly not as strong as Kaneko, he was faster, and his strikes were sharper. Donasik struggled to keep up with Kiba's attacks but eventually grew tired of being pushed back and swung his spear with great force, driving Kiba backward. Donasik, with a wild grin, boasted about his abilities, reveling in the battle. Issei observed the fallen's enthusiasm, recognizing the type all too well. Donasik launched an attack at Kiba, swinging his spear. Kiba attempted to block but found his sword shattered by the fallen's might. Donasik, confident in his victory, was caught off guard when Kiba revealed another sword in his other hand, throwing it at Donasik, who could not react in time and was struck. After being hit, Donasik jumped back, clutching his chest where he had been cut, blood spilling from both his chest and mouth. He shouted in anger, demanding to know where the second sword had come from. Kiba, maintaining his usual refreshing smile, created yet another sword in his free hand, now wielding 2 swords. Kiba charged at the fallen once more. Donasik attempted to block, but in his weakened state he could not hold onto his spear. Kiba swung his first sword, disarming Donasik, then followed up with a swift strike from his other sword, cutting down the fallen. Kiba casually remarked that it had been a good workout and that they should do this more often, flashing his usual smile. Issei thought to himself about Kiba's charm, feeling a mix of admiration and annoyance. While he held no grudge against Kiba, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration whenever he saw how easily Kiba attracted attention. Finally, Issei turned his attention to Akino, who had changed from her school uniform into a Miko outfit while he wasn't looking. She was exchanging magical attacks with Calawarna in the air. Akino was on the offensive, launching bolts of lightning while the fallen dodged and countered with light spears. Akino moved gracefully, evading the attacks like a dancer. With a playful smile, Akino teased Calawarna about her evasion skills, warning her that if she couldn't defend herself, she would tire out eventually. Calawarna, furious, shouted back, dismissing Akino as a mere devil. Akino's smile took on a slightly sadistic edge as she expressed her enjoyment in watching Calawarna struggle. Issei shivered slightly at Akino's expression, sensing the tension. Rias noticed Issei's reaction and elaborated on Akino's personality. Rias explained that Akino had a slightly sadistic streak and a penchant for MCSM, though she didn't show it too openly. Issei, taken aback by this revelation, pondered how the rest of the school would react if they knew. As Issei processed this new information, Akino overwhelmed Calawarna. The fallen made a critical error, and Akino seized the opportunity to strike with a powerful bolt of lightning. Calawarna screamed as the lightning engulfed her, crashing to the ground barely alive alongside her fallen companions. Akino covered her mouth, giggling softly, a satisfied blush on her cheeks. Rainier, witnessing the unfolding events, wore a dissatisfied expression. She was preparing to deal with her target and the unidentified allies before them, frustrated that her comrades could not handle the demons present. She shouted in disbelief at their defeat. Rias approached the three defeated fallen, looking at Rainier with a sense of superiority. She remarked that it hadn't been difficult, as was expected of her noble lineage. Rias warned them that they should have left her territory when they had the chance, as now none of them would leave alive. Rainier growled in defiance, insisting that even if they were defeated, others would come. Rias calmly countered that there would be no one left, as they had ensured to check whether Rainier was acting against orders. She assured Rainier that even if she managed to escape, her own faction would ensure she faced consequences for nearly reigniting the war. Rainier's face reflected horror at Rias's words. As Rainier contemplated her next move, Rias conjured a sphere of destructive energy in her hand and looked at the three fallen foes. She launched it toward them, and in an instant, they vanished without a trace, leaving only a few scattered feathers behind. Issei moved forward, closely followed by Mash and Jean, while Martha and Asia lagged behind. Rias walked alongside Issei, her nobility returning to Asia to protect and heal her wounds. Issei declared that it was time to end this. Rainier grimaced, her frustration evident. She shouted that this was not how it was supposed to be. She was meant to eliminate the threat to the fallen and obtain a sacred gear for Azazel, hoping to earn his praise and affection. Issei thought to himself that he would have to be cautious of Azazel, one of the leaders of the fallen angels. He taunted Rainier, saying that while he could not blame her for fighting for love, she had chosen to battle someone stronger than herself. The only one to blame for her failure was herself. Rainier gritted her teeth and readied her spear, vowing to kill him right then and there. Issei smiled confidently, echoing the words of a certain red-haired individual, indicating that she would try. Rias joined Issei in the fight, expressing her determination to defeat Rainier. Mash also declared her readiness to face the enemy. Issei nodded, and the three charged at Rainier. She launched light spears while gaining altitude to create distance. Mash sprinted toward the fallen to close the gap, while Rias took to the air, hurling destructive spheres at Rainier. Issei followed closely behind Mash but held back to shoot when an opening appeared. Rainier deflected the devil's attacks as best as she could while maneuvering to make herself a harder target for both Issei and the shield-wielding girl. She created another spear in her other hand and threw both at the devil, forcing him to conjure a magical barrier to block them. Once the attack ceased, Rainier turned her attention to the shield-wielding girl who had just charged at her. She declared that the same trick wouldn't work twice and prepared to launch 2 spears again. However, before she could, a fireball intercepted her, destroying one of the spears. The explosion from the collision pushed Rainier back slightly. She looked to see where the attack had come from and spotted Issei, holding a magical rune in his hand, a small flame flickering above it, and a provocative smile on his face. Issei taunted her, asking if she was having fun. Rainier's expression darkened with anger as she shouted a curse and hurled a spear at him with incredible speed and force. Issei was caught off guard by the sheer power behind it. He had no time to dodge or create a magical barrier, so he did the only thing he could. He raised his left arm and summoned his boosted gear to deflect the spear. His arm glowed a brilliant red, and with a loud shattering sound he destroyed the spear. Everyone present stared in disbelief. The demons and Rainier's eyes widened in shock at what they were witnessing. The servants, who had finished defeating the exorcists, smiled proudly at their master, recognizing how much stronger he had become since he had left. Asia watched Issei in surprise, already aware of his power since he had told her about it. Issei wore a grin reminiscent of a child who had successfully pulled off a prank. Rainier was the first to speak, exclaiming that he possessed a Longinus-class sacred gear and questioning how he had access to it all along. Issei raised his gloved arm proudly, confirming her suspicions and stating that she had sought a fight with someone more powerful than herself. Now, she would face the Kyrielight of this generation. Rias looked at Issei in shock, realizing he was the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei flashed her a mischievous smile, explaining that he had been reluctant to reveal his gear because it was clear the Fallen did not know what he possessed, so he felt no urgency to disclose it. But now, there was no reason to hide it any longer. He focused on Rainier and stood beside Mash, declaring it was time to finish this. Issei and Mash charged at the now panicking Rainier, who attempted to create distance. She threw light spears at the duo, but her aim faltered as fear took hold. As they closed in, Issei used his magic to project his own swords, catching Kiba's attention, and sent them flying toward Rainier. The swords spread out and curved like boomerangs, aiming to strike from all angles. Rainier had to stop and spin her spears to block the incoming swords, and while she did, Issei and Mash leaped over her. Issei created a red spear in his hand and threw it, while Mash hurled her shield at Rainier. Both weapons struck Rainier in the stomach, causing her to cough up blood. The 3 then crashed into the ground, creating another crater. Issei and Mash jumped out of the crater and looked at Rainier. Despite the massive hole in her stomach, she was still alive, though barely. She coughed up more blood but managed to utter that this was not how it was supposed to end. Issei narrowed his eyes at her, stating that not everyone gets what they want. He raised his gloved hand, a small red energy sphere forming, ready to finish her off, but was stopped by Rias. She insisted that since Rainier had invaded her territory, she should be the one to end her. Issei thought to himself that after he and Mash had done all the work, Rias wanted to take credit now. But as long as Rainier was defeated, it didn't matter who delivered the final blow. He lowered his hand as Rias approached, while Rainier struggled to rise, fear evident on her face as Rias prepared a sphere of destruction. Issei interjected, saying he wanted to add something of his own. He activated his gear, boosting his power, and placed his hand on Rias's shoulder. The energy he created flowed into her, causing her body to glow a bright red and filling her with a sense of euphoria and increased strength. The sphere of destruction in her hand doubled in size, making Rainier attempt to retreat in fear. "Have mercy!" she cried out. Rias managed to regain her composure and refocus on Rainier. "Now, don't bother us anymore. Fly away." With a frightened squawk, Rainier departed, leaving only black feathers behind. With that, everything was resolved. Issei turned around and gave a thumbs up to the others. He smiled broadly and declared that they could consider the mission a success. His servants cheered while the ORC smiled in satisfaction. He then walked over to Asia, who also wore a small smile. "Now that the fallen angels are gone, you won't have to worry about people attacking you out of nowhere." Asia nodded gratefully at Issei's words but then looked down. She felt a twinge of sadness. I guess this means I won't be living with Issei anymore, she said. Issei looked confused. But, are you going somewhere? Huh. Asia looked at him in surprise. But well, now that you don't have to protect me, there's no reason for me to stay at your house, right? She said nervously. Issei gave her a kind smile. You don't have anywhere else to go, so it's perfectly fine for you to stay with me if you want. He glanced away, a bit embarrassed. My parents have already accepted that you would stay anyway, so it won't be a problem for them if you do. He looked back at Asia. Of course, I won't force you to stay if you want to leave, he added gently. Asia hesitated. She wanted to remain with the people who had been so kind to her when she was in trouble, but she didn't want to be a burden. She stood in silence for a moment, contemplating. After a while, it seemed she had made a decision and looked directly at Issei. I want to stay with Issei. I also want to stay with Mash, Martha, Jean, and Issei's parents. I want to spend more time with everyone who has now become my first friends, she said shyly. Everyone smiled at the honest feelings of the nun, and Issei patted her on the head. He then turned to Rias. Now, about that favor we discussed earlier. She was surprised by the change of topic and raised an eyebrow. A week after the defeat of the fallen angels, Issei, Mash, and Asia walked to school together. It was Asia's first day, and she was nervous. Issei patted her on the head and smiled. Don't worry, Asia. Everyone at school will love you. After all, no one would be upset about having a pretty girl in their class, he joked. Asia blushed at the compliment, and Mash chimed in. It will be strange at first, but the other students have good intentions, even if they are a bit misguided. I'm new to school life too, so we can learn about it together, she said with a smile. Asia smiled brightly at Mash, grateful to know she wasn't alone in this. Thank you, Mash, Issei, she said as the three continued on their way to school. The school day was quite hectic once Asia was introduced to the class. Everyone was excited to have another cute girl in the class and quickly tried to befriend her. It didn't go unnoticed how kind Asia was to Issei, which naturally led to questions. During lunch break, the girls in the class began asking Asia what she liked and where she lived, while Matsuda and Motohama rushed over to Issei to interrogate him. Hey man, how do you know the new transfer student? Matsuda demanded. Yeah dude, how do you get the girls to talk to you? Motohama complained. Issei looked at them with slight annoyance but couldn't blame them. From their perspective, his friend got along well with girls and left them in awe. Before he could respond, they were interrupted by one of the girls in the class, who shouted in surprise. What? You're living with him, one of the girls exclaimed. Asia looked surprised and confused, not understanding what the problem was. The girls crowded around Asia and began to interrogate her. He hasn't tried to do anything to you, right? Asked another. Do things like what? Asia asked, still confused. Has he invited you to his room? Has he tried to spy on you in the bathroom? Has he tried to touch you? The girls were practically bombarding her with questions. Meanwhile, Mash frowned at the girls' behavior while Kyrielight wore a mischievous smile. Before the questions could continue, everyone heard a loud slam, and they turned to see Issei sitting at his desk with an annoyed expression while the other two from the trio were on the floor, writhing. Hearing that Issei was living with a beautiful foreign girl was too much for them, and they had attacked him. Issei dodged their blows with indifference and struck both of them in the face, knocking them down. The pair could be heard cursing Issei from the floor. Dimen you. You JRK, they muttered. That's what happens when you attack me, idiots, Issei said and returned to his lunch. Asia looked around, completely confused by everyone's reactions. After classes ended, Issei, Mash, and Asia were getting ready to leave when they were called by someone who had just entered the classroom. Hello again, Issei, Mash, Asia. Bucho asked me to take you three to the club room because she has something to discuss with all of you, Kiba said. The trio exchanged glances and then looked back at Kiba. Sure, that shouldn't be a problem, Issei replied nonchalantly. They gathered their things and left as the class continued its usual commotion. When the group arrived at the club room, they were greeted by Rias. Hello, Issei, Mash, Asia, she said cheerfully. You can call me Asia, Rias-senpai, Asia said shyly. Rias smiled at the girl and nodded. All right then, Asia. She straightened up to appear more official. The reason I called you all here is to ask if you would be interested in joining our club. Issei, Mash, and Asia had expressions of surprise on their faces. However, Issei seemed cautious. Isn't the occult research club meant for people of your nobility? While that's how things have worked, it's not strictly true. Since we will all be working together in the foreseeable future, having you in the club will make coordination easier. Besides, I thought it would be beneficial for you to learn more about the Devil Society and have the opportunity to interact with our government. She made a good point, but considering all the help she was offering, it was obvious she wanted something in return. What's the catch? Issei asked, narrowing his eyes. Rias remained stoic and simply smiled. There is no catch. As Issei observed Rias for a moment, he then turned to the other two and asked what they thought. Mash expressed that he was fine with whatever Issei chose, while Asia happily stated that she had no problem joining the club, finding it could be very fun. Issei smiled at them and turned back to Rias, casually agreeing to join the club. He mentioned they had plans for that night, so they would start the next day if that was all right with her. Rias expressed her happiness at their agreement, noting that with 3 more members, they would be much better prepared for school activities and the upcoming sports festival. Issei smirked, teasing Rias about her intentions. Rias returned the smile, acknowledging his sarcasm. Issei waved goodbye as he and his friends left the room, while Mash and Asia bowed respectfully. After they exited, Kaneko gave Rias a thumbs up, declaring the mission a success. Aquino commented on Rias's cunning nature, suggesting that having Issei in the club would make it easier to convince him to be reincarnated. Rias simply smiled with satisfaction as she sipped her tea, recalling a conversation she had earlier that week with Sona. Earlier that week, Sona had expressed her shock upon learning that Issei was the Red Dragon Emperor. Rias explained the importance of not becoming an enemy of Issei, given his incredible power even as a human and the formidable being he served. Sona adjusted her glasses, still struggling to believe that someone as powerful as Ingra Mainyu was under Issei's command, but she had no reason to doubt Rias. Rias acknowledged that Issei could be the solution to her predicament, but Sona warned her to be cautious, as rushing could lead to missed opportunities. Rias contemplated her next move, deciding to invite Issei to join her club to help him feel more comfortable around demons, especially since he had previously mentioned a bad experience. She also planned to invite Mash and Asia to ease his transition. Sona affirmed the importance of being careful, noting that there were only a few months left until the deadline. Rias confidently assured her that she would make it work. Back in the present, Rias finished her tea and voiced her thoughts about having Issei on their side being their best chance to defeat Riser. The other club members nodded in agreement. The next day, as Issei, Mash, and Asia walked home after their meeting with Rias, Mash questioned whether joining the club was the right decision. Issei admitted uncertainty, noting that Rias seemed to want them in her noble faction for reasons that were still unclear. Mash suggested that perhaps Rias was seeking to strengthen herself and her noble faction. Issei countered that Rias didn't seem power-hungry, and Asia chimed in with the idea that Rias might be in trouble and needed help. Issei considered this perspective, recalling how Rias had seemed desperate during their meeting. He realized that if she had personal issues, adding him to her noble faction would make sense, as it would involve him in her challenges. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. He thanked Asia for her suggestion, acknowledging that it was a theory worth considering until they learned more about Rias's situation. Asia smiled, slightly blushing from the compliment, while Mash pouted at the attention Asia received. Noticing this, Issei pulled Mash closer, wrapping an arm around her, which surprised her but made her lean on him. Asia looked down, trying to hide her disappointment. As they continued their walk home, Issei reflected on how things were truly beginning to change in his life, feeling a sense of excitement about the adventures ahead. In the Gremry territory of the underworld, several beings were enjoying dinner together, attended by their servants. Amidst their cheerful discussions about current events, a certain topic arose. A red-haired man at the head of the table noted that only a few months remained before the engagement. Another younger red-haired man remarked on how quickly time seemed to pass. A voluptuous blonde woman inquired about Rias, asking if everything was alright after her recent encounter with the fallen angels. The younger man assured her that Rias was doing well, having handled the rogue fallen with her noble faction and some new acquaintances. The older man expressed curiosity about these new acquaintances, prompting the younger man to lean forward, suggesting that they might be the light at the end of the tunnel that Rias was seeking. The older couple exchanged glances before returning their focus to the younger man, realizing that Rias was still resisting the idea of marrying Riser. The woman spoke, disappointment evident in her voice. She noted that the young man's expression remained unchanged, but his tone revealed his discontent with the situation. He acknowledged that the agreement had been made with an exit for her for a reason, and if she could successfully break the engagement, all the problems associated with it would be resolved. The older man laughed arrogantly, but the young man warned him not to be surprised if Rias ended up resenting his father, which seemed to catch the older man's attention. He complained about how he could make Rias stop being angry with him, expressing a sense of urgency. Surzex chuckled at his father's antics and suggested that the only way to please her would be to cancel the engagement himself. However, his mother interjected firmly, stating that there were too many entangled agreements to simply cut ties. Rias's exit was the only consolation they could offer her, but she would face challenges from the demons involved in the agreement, except perhaps for the current head of Phoenix, whom she believed would support her. Surzex noted that whoever these new allies were, they seemed to have ignited a fire within Rias, and he had a feeling she would do whatever it took to recruit them. His father stroked his beard, pondering who these humans were that had captured his daughter's interest. Surzex's mother assured him that they would see when the time came, and the family consensus was that the engagement battle would be filled with surprises. In a different scene, Issei was awakened by the sound of his alarm clock. He groggily turned it off and rubbed his eyes, noticing Mash sleeping peacefully beside him. It had been a month since the incident with the fallen angel, and everyone was adjusting to their new lives. Asia had settled into living with Issei, Mash was feeling more comfortable in her new relationship, and the servants were getting accustomed to the city. School had been going well for everyone, aside from the usual chaos, and relations with the demons had been steadily improving. Overall, things had been relatively peaceful. Issei lingered in bed, not wanting to wake Mash, when Asia called from outside his door, reminding him it was time to get up. He responded that he would be down shortly, and after Asia walked away, he felt Mash stir beside him. She rubbed her eyes and greeted him, still half asleep. Issei smiled at her and asked if she had slept well. Mash returned his smile, expressing that sleeping next to him felt much better than being alone, making her feel safer. Issei blushed and turned away, suggesting they should get ready before Asia came to fetch them again, not wanting their parents to tease them all morning. Mash echoed his words about their parents, and Issei realized his slip. Before he could correct himself, Mash stopped him, sharing her feelings about never having had parents before, except for Dr. Romani, who had been a good caretaker but not a father. Now, she felt she had a family, and it felt like a dream. Issei embraced her, assuring her that no matter what happened, they would always be her family. His parents already considered her their daughter, so she need not doubt whether this was a dream or reality. Mash continued to hold him tightly, tears of happiness streaming down her face as she acknowledged him. After their moment, the couple got ready and headed downstairs for breakfast with the others. Issei's parents playfully teased them when they came down together, asking if they had another eventful night. Asia, not understanding their banter, looked on curiously. After a chaotic breakfast, the three of them set off for school. Since joining the ORC, things had become hectic for Issei at school. Other students had begun to react dramatically the first time he walked to school with the club, expressing disbelief and concern over his involvement. Issei resolutely ignored the whispers and drama, having anticipated such reactions when he joined the club. Mash wore a dark expression as she observed the reactions of the students, while Asia struggled to understand why everyone was treating Issei poorly. The members of the ORC were aware of Issei's reputation, but being in the midst of it was a different experience than watching from the sidelines. Though they didn't show it on their faces, they felt pity for Issei. His days were spent being questioned by others about how he joined the ORC and trying to persuade them to join as well. He often ignored them or stated that Rias decided who could enter. After a few weeks, the other students more or less gave up, but that didn't stop the wild rumors and speculations from spreading constantly. Meanwhile, Issei, Mash, and Asia spent time with the demons, learning more about demon society. The trio accompanied the group on missions involving stray fighting dogs and even undertook some devilish tasks to see how things worked. This experience was very informative for them and gradually built trust within the group. Issei had been paying close attention to Rias, trying to discern her true feelings, and noticed something slightly unexpected. As time passed, he observed that Rias appeared increasingly stressed. He assumed her work kept her busy, but even when she wasn't working, she seemed lost in thought about something. He found it somewhat amusing to see her face change as she pondered various matters, displaying a range of emotions. He also noticed that when he or the others spoke to her, it was as if someone had breathed life back into her. Perhaps Asia was right in saying that Rias had some kind of problem, which was why she wanted to recruit them, Issei thought to himself while sitting in the clubroom with the others. He was trying to figure out how to ask her without seeming intrusive. Suddenly, Rias received a call on her phone, which was usually a sign of a sighting of stray demons. Everyone prepared themselves as Rias stated they had another stray dog to deal with. They all nodded and set out to confront the threat. The ORC headed toward an abandoned factory, which was supposedly the location of the lost stray. As they approached, they saw a small figure standing in front of the factory, gazing at it. She wore a black hood with white trim, her violet hair spilling out from under the hood, and a ponytail trailing behind her. Issei recognized her as Anna and asked what she was doing there. Anna turned to see her master and his companions approaching. She expressed that she felt something sinister coming from the place and had come to investigate, wondering if they were there for the same reason. Issei confirmed that they had been called about a stray demon in the area and suggested they had indeed come to the right place. Anna offered to help him, and after looking at Rias, who nodded in agreement, Issei cheerfully accepted her assistance. The group entered the factory and began their investigation. As they walked through the place, they noticed signs of a struggle and scratches on the ground. Suddenly, they all froze in place as something moved in the shadows. A figure emerged and landed at Issei's feet, revealing a gruesome sight that made him feel uneasy. It was the remains of a victim, partially devoured. Issei thought it was truly disgusting and felt sorry for the unfortunate soul. From the shadows, a female figure emerged, her upper body exposed. While the lack of clothing was unusual, it was the height of her torso that was striking, becoming clearer as the rest of her body revealed itself a massive beastly lower half resembling a lion. The stray demon taunted them, eager for more prey. Rias boldly declared her identity and her intent to eliminate the threat. The demon responded defiantly, transforming its hands into monstrous claws. Rias commanded everyone to engage, and the ORC sprang into action. Rias, Issei, and Asia fell back while the others advanced to confront the demon. Mash and Kaneko moved in to strike at the demon, but it retaliated with claws that were blocked by Mash's shield. Kaneko used Mash as a springboard to leap toward the demon's face, landing a solid blow to its jaw. The demon staggered back, enraged, and charged at them with a raised arm, but was abruptly halted by a long chain. It seemingly appeared out of nowhere, but soon more chains began to surround the large stray dog, binding it in place. As the dog struggled to free itself, it looked around to discover the source of the chains. Standing above it on a single chain was Anna, scythe in hand. Just as Visor was about to unleash a blast of demonic energy at Lily, Kiba swiftly cut off her arm, using his speed and skill to do so while she was distracted. Visor screamed in shock and pain. Akino, with a sadistic glint in her eyes and her hands crackling with electricity, remarked that Visor's arm should be the least of her worries at that moment. She launched a bolt of lightning at Visor, causing her to convulse as the electricity coursed along the chains. Anna had to leap away, separating her scythe from the chain to avoid being electrocuted as well. Akino glanced at Anna with an apologetic expression, admitting she hadn't anticipated the electricity traveling through the chain. Anna maintained a stoic gaze, her eyes slightly narrowed, before refocusing on the battle. Visor struggled to rise after being electrocuted but managed to gather enough strength to attempt an attack on Akino. However, she was halted by a column of swords that erupted from the ground, impaling her stomach. Kiba had conjured the swords to keep her in place, while several others flew toward Issei. The swords pierced and cut Visor, leaving her in a state of disarray. Eventually, she collapsed, unable to remain upright. Rias approached the defeated stray dog, with Issei and Asia closely following her. She declared that it was over for Visor and asked if she had any final words. The stray struggled to lift her head but managed to spit out a few words, calling Rias a spoiled brat. Suddenly, the severed arm of the stray came to life, attempting to attack Rias. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting the amputated limb to still pose a threat. Issei, noticing the movement from the corner of his eye, reacted quickly. He warned Rias and summoned his boosted gear, delivering a devastating punch that crushed the limb. It lay in ruins, seemingly unable to move again, but to be sure, Issei used fire runes to incinerate the arm completely. Rias regained her composure and expressed her gratitude to Issei, acknowledging that she could have been seriously hurt without his protection. Although she wore a bitter expression, she quickly steeled herself and faced the stray, who was now glaring at her even more intensely. Rias promised to make this painful as she conjured a sphere of destructive energy in her hand. Visor shouted defiantly, telling Rias to go to hell. Rias smirked, claiming she already lived there, before erasing Visor from where she lay. Afterward, everyone exited the factory to head home. Rias commended the group for their teamwork, relieved they had resolved the situation before it escalated. She turned to Anna, thanking her for her assistance with a slight bow. Anna averted her gaze and replied that they were companions of the master, and she had merely done what was required as his servant. Rias expressed her gratitude once more, and Anna nodded before disappearing into the night. Rias then turned to Issei, feeling a bit embarrassed. She thanked him again, admitting that she would have been gravely injured if he hadn't protected her and acknowledged she should have been more careful. Issei smiled warmly at Rias, reassuring her that it was natural for comrades to look out for one another. Rias returned the smile but then looked down, and Issei noticed that her increasingly melancholic state was affecting her ability to fight properly. He resolved to speak with her the following day. The next day after classes ended, Issei, Asia, and Mash walked toward the club room. Upon entering, they noticed Rias staring at a document in her hand with a troubled expression. Concerned, Issei approached her and asked if everything was all right. Rias looked up in surprise, as if just realizing he was there, and quickly tried to compose herself, insisting it was nothing, just family matters. Issei, unconvinced, decided it was time to address the issue. He asked Rias if they could talk privately, glancing at the others in the room. Rias, curious about what he wanted to discuss, understood that he sought privacy and signaled for her servants to leave the room, followed by Mash and Asia. After a moment of silence, Rias inquired about the topic of their conversation. Issei explained that he had been observing her since joining the club, trying to understand why she was so eager to have him as her piece. He noted that he had seen her becoming increasingly downcast over time. It was only after Asia suggested that she might have personal issues that needed addressing that he began to connect the dots. He expressed his concern, stating that after witnessing her being caught off guard the previous night and almost giving up, he felt it was time to stop waiting for her to open up and ask directly. Issei's expression turned serious as he told her that if it was too personal to discuss, he would respect that, but he didn't want to be part of something he didn't understand. His gaze softened as he added that someone like her shouldn't be burdened with melancholic thoughts. Rias sat in silence for a few moments before sliding the documents across the table to Issei for him to read. He appeared slightly confused but took the papers and began to read them. "These are documents related to my arranged marriage by my family," Rias said sadly. As she reviewed them, her expression began to darken. "My family has made a deal with the Phoenix family for me to marry one of their sons, Riser, to maintain a pure devil lineage." Issei could sense the distaste in her voice when she mentioned his name. As he examined the documents, it became clear that a pure lineage was not the only thing at stake. There were also names of other demon families involved, some he recognized from his studies, while others were unfamiliar. It seems that a pure lineage isn't the only thing involved in this, he remarked, disappointment creeping into his tone. Yes, well, my mother has a knack for maximizing profits. Once the families agreed to the engagement, she set to work ensuring that our family benefited as much as possible, Rias explained, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Rias, if your goal is to convince me to become a devil, unfortunately, you're not doing a great job right now, Issei said as he continued to sift through the papers. Rias lowered her head at his words, feeling as if she was losing the chance to gain his support. When Issei reached the last document, he noticed it was different from the rest. It was a letter from Riser addressed to Rias. As he read it, his expression grew as dark as Rias's had been earlier. The letter essentially told Rias to abandon her desire to escape the engagement and return to the underworld where she belonged. Issei muttered to himself, realizing the type of person Riser was. Do you see now why I was so desperate for your help? If I had the Red Dragon Emperor on my side, we could definitely defeat Riser, Rias said, doing her best to keep her voice steady. Issei paused for a moment before addressing the devil. I'm not so sure about that, Rias. To be honest, even though I don't know how strong this guy is, I'm not exactly the strongest person out there. I manage as support with the help of my servants, and while I work to change that, the time until you can do something is too short. I doubt they would allow my servants to assist you since they are technically mine and not yours. Rias looked down, beginning to lose hope. Seeing her like this, Issei decided to take action. But if we give them a reason to allow my servants and me to help you, then it would be a different story, wouldn't it? He said with a wry smile. Rias's head shot up, curious about what Issei meant. Did you have some kind of plan? She asked, hope flickering in her voice. It's not a complete plan, but it's nothing we can't figure out now, right? He replied with a cheerful smile. Rias returned the smile, grateful that Issei was willing to help her, and began to review the details of the agreement to find any loopholes. As they talked, Issei decided to ask Rias a question. Hey Rias, is there a specific reason you don't want to marry Riser? He wore a slightly crooked smile. Besides the fact that he's an arrogant JRK. Rias chuckled softly at Issei's comment, but then spoke with a hint of sadness. It's because he sees me as Rias Gremory. Issei looked confused, prompting her to elaborate. He sees me first as Gremory, then as Rias, and he's not the only one. My name carries weight in the underworld. She looked down, sadness evident in her expression. Too much sometimes. That's one of the reasons I enjoy staying in the human world. Here, I'm just Rias with the surname Gremory. Don't get me wrong, I'm proud to be a Gremory. It just gets in the way sometimes. She gave Issei a sincere smile. I want someone who loves me as Rias first, and Gremory second. Do you understand? Issei nodded in agreement but then fell into thought. Being seen as Rias first, huh? She was right, she deserved that chance. But hadn't he been doing the same for different reasons? Issei smirked to himself. She doesn't deserve to be treated that way. Neither by demons nor by me. Rias noticed Issei's sudden silence and began to worry about him, but he suddenly looked at her with a serious expression. Rias, I owe you an apology. Rias was taken aback, unsure of where this was coming from. An apology for what? You're right. You deserve to be seen as Rias before Gremory. I should have known better considering what I've been through with my own reputation as a master. Issei sat on the clubroom sofa, hands clasped in front of him. I mentioned before that I had a negative experience with the pillars. Well, that was only half the truth. Rias now listened intently. You deserve to know why I'm so skeptical about trusting you. This will take a little time to explain, so please be patient, he said with an apologetic smile. When I disappeared, I was sent to a place called Chaldea. I was accidentally summoned during an experiment meant to call forth heroic spirits. The reason for my summoning is not entirely known, but the current director hypothesized that my sacred gear may have been the reason I was drawn in accidentally. Regardless of why I was summoned, the experiment caused me to lose my memories, and I forgot everything about my previous life. Rias's expression shifted to one of surprise. She hadn't expected something so extreme had happened to him, as he seemed like the same person, albeit a bit calmer since his return. After that, Chaldea took me in because I had nowhere else to go, and the experiment was something they technically and legally should not have conducted. During my time there, I met many people I would call friends, including Mashu. Issei's expression darkened slightly. All of that changed one day when Chaldea was sabotaged from within. Someone set the place to explode, killing most of the staff there. I was trying to find people to help, and when I entered the burning operations room, I found Mashu with her lower half trapped under the debris. Rias held her breath, desperately wanting to ask questions but not wanting to interrupt. I approached her to try to help, but it was futile. As I attempted to save Mashu, the entrance collapsed, and in the end, we just waited to die together. But the ray shift from the operations room was still active, sending Mashu and me to another location. In the process, Issei became a master, and Mashu became his servant, saving both of their lives. Rias could no longer contain her curiosity and asked what ray shift was. Issei realized she was confused and explained that it was essentially a method of transportation that could send people through time. Rias appeared surprised, prompting Issei to provide more details. He explained that the purpose of Chaldea was to prevent the certain extinction of humanity by correcting changes in history that would drastically affect the present. These changes were referred to as singularities. Rias was astonished. Chaldea had essentially created time travel and was working on technologies that members of various factions could only dream of. She asked if Chaldea was like the police of time. Issei chuckled at her description, acknowledging that she wasn't wrong but that it was more complicated than that and far beyond his pay grade. Clearing his throat, Issei continued. He explained that they had been sent to Fuyuki in 2004, where a singularity had formed, and they needed to resolve it to return to Chaldea. After several battles, they managed to defeat the source of the singularity, but just when they thought it was over, they encountered a shocking revelation. The person responsible for the singularity and the one who sabotaged Chaldea was a high-ranking member known as Lev Laner, who turned out to be a pillar of the demon god. Now it began to make sense for Rias. Not only had Issei been betrayed, but the betrayer was a member of a pillar family. However, something didn't add up. She questioned whether he was sure he wasn't being deceived, as she didn't recognize the name Lev Laner among any pillar families. Issei sighed, acknowledging that it was complicated and that he should have mentioned he was summoned not only through time but also through space. He paused, looking Rias in the eyes, and explained that he had been sent to a parallel world, one with a different history than theirs. Rias stared at him, surprised by this revelation. Were there other worlds? Was the multiverse theory real? A flurry of questions raced through her mind. She asked if he was joking, unsure of what to think. Issei smiled wearily, assuring her he wasn't joking, though he understood why she might think so. She then questioned why he continued to refer to them as pillars of the demon god instead of just pillars of the demon. Issei noted that it was a complicated topic he would explain when they had time, but for now, he continued. He revealed that Professor Lev was actually the pillar demon god Floros and was working with the other pillars to incinerate humanity. When Chaldea was attacked, they had technically succeeded, but Chaldea managed to remain unaffected despite the sabotage, allowing them to undo the incineration. Leaning forward, Issei ran a hand through his hair, looking exhausted. He explained that they had to travel through 7 singularities and undo the work of a pillar of the demon god in each one, not to mention facing a beast of humanity, Tiamat. Rias felt compelled to interrupt, shocked by the name he had casually mentioned. She exclaimed that Tiamat was one of the 5 great dragon kings and asked how he had survived the encounter. Issei looked confused by her description, clarifying that they only knew her as Beast 2, a primordial goddess from Mesopotamian tradition. Rias was puzzled, as she was unfamiliar with how Issei referred to Tiamat, but based on his description, the one he fought could have been even more formidable than the one she knew. She had never heard Tiamat described as a primordial goddess before. Issei appeared relieved, stating that the Tiamat from his world was much weaker than the one he faced. He expressed his desire never to experience that again, noting that if it weren't for King Gilgamesh, he would have perished. Rias wanted to criticize him for essentially calling Tiamat weak but decided to keep her thoughts to herself and encouraged him to continue. He resumed, explaining that after battling through the 7 singularities, they reached the base of the pillars of the demon god, the Temple of Time of Solomon. Upon arrival, they encountered Professor Lev once more. When they found him, Mashu asked if he had always been a spy or if he had been bribed to betray Chaldea, as he had been a respected member from the beginning. The professor revealed that he had always been a spy, created solely for the purpose of destroying Chaldea, although he had failed. Now, Rias understood why Issei was so cautious around her. Someone who had essentially befriended everyone, gained their trust, and then betrayed them without a second thought. It was a miracle that Issei had even considered giving her a chance. He continued, explaining that they fought against the 72 pillars of the demon god simultaneously with the help of comrades they had made throughout their journey, ultimately confronting the mastermind behind it all, Goetia. Rias was surprised to learn that Ars Goetia was not just a system created by Solomon. Issei clarified that the 72 pillars of the demon god had combined their powers into a single being, manifesting as the demon god Goetia, also known as Beast Eye. He recalled the encounter with a grave expression, stating that Goetia was incredibly powerful. He and Mashu, along with their comrades, had attempted to fight him, but he was too strong. Goetia unleashed a devastating attack that should have claimed Issei's life. Sadness filled Issei's eyes as he recounted how Mashu had put everything on the line to protect him, but her body was completely incinerated in the process. Rias, filled with concern and confusion, questioned how Mashu could still be present if she had died. Issei shook his head, admitting he didn't have an answer. He had witnessed it with his own eyes, and what happened afterward could not have occurred if it had merely been a hallucination. Taking a moment to calm himself, Issei explained that after Mashu's sacrifice, he took her shield and was about to attack Goetia for what he had done. However, he was stopped by the former director of Chaldea, who turned out to be Solomon reincarnated. Solomon gave his life to ensure Goetia was no longer immortal and to give Issei a chance to finish him off. After a final push, Issei and his comrades defeated Goetia and unraveled his plan. As Issei returned to Chaldea, he barely made it back, but then Mashu appeared and successfully brought him home. Issei seemed to calm down as he neared the end of his story. Once he recovered enough to stand, they learned that the incineration of humanity had been undone and that they had succeeded in their grand order. Shortly after, any spell that had brought him to Chaldea vanished, and he was sent back home. He was sure Rias knew the rest from there. Rias sat in contemplation, trying to fully grasp the story she had just heard. She had already asked many questions, but what she learned was hard to believe entirely. It was a lot for her to take in. Issei acknowledged this, explaining that he had given her a very brief version of events to highlight the relevant parts. These experiences were the reason he was so cautious around demons, especially those connected to the pillars. Rias admitted that she couldn't blame him and remarked that it was a miracle he was willing to give them a chance. Issei understood logically that this world and the other were different, but not everything was. He needed to figure out what was the same and what was different. Part of the reason he was willing to take a chance on her was that he had known her before he disappeared. She had never done anything to make him think she was malevolent, but he reminded her that this was not always a guarantee. Rias appeared somber as she wished she could assure him that he had nothing to worry about, but she doubted her words would be enough to convince him. Issei looked at her seriously, stating that they could not continue as they had for the past month, as it would lead nowhere. They needed to take action. Rias looked at him with curiosity as he expressed his intention to trust her and help her escape her arranged marriage as a way to apologize. Rias felt elated at this, but Issei's next words stopped her celebration. He warned her that if she broke his trust, they would have nothing to do with each other again. The thought of Issei abandoning her made Rias's stomach drop. He asked if she understood, and she affirmed that she did, promising to show him that his trust would not be in vain. Issei smiled at her determination and suggested they figure out how to get her out of this predicament. The members of the Occult Research Club walked down the hallway, allowing Issei and Rias to talk. Aquino decided to initiate a small conversation, wondering what Issei wanted to discuss with Bucho. Mash and Asia exchanged glances before Asia spoke up, explaining that Issei was worried about Rias because she seemed more troubled lately, and he believed it was affecting her in battle. The demons exchanged glances, understanding the reason behind Issei's concern. Mash, noticing their expressions, asked if Rias was in trouble. Akino responded with a sad expression, revealing that Rias was in an arranged marriage with someone she did not love. The person in question had a terrible reputation for treating women as objects rather than people. Mash and Asia were taken aback by this revelation. Mash asked if there was any way to stop it, her concern evident. Akino was surprised by Mash's eagerness to help, noting that while Issei was cautious around them, Mash had kept her distance until now. Kiba explained that the only way out of the engagement was to defeat Riser in a raiding game. Asia tilted her head in confusion, asking what a raiding game was. Akino elaborated, explaining that it was essentially a war game where two kings and their peers fought to defeat the opposing king. The rules varied from game to game, but the goal was usually to defeat the enemy king or score the most points. According to Rias's agreement, she would need to defeat Riser, but Mash guessed that he must have some overwhelming advantage, making it unlikely for Rias to win. The demons looked down sadly, confirming Mash's assumption. She expressed her dismay, stating that it was unforgivable. The other demons appeared surprised by her strong reaction, and she continued, emphasizing that everyone had the right to choose whom they loved. No one should decide who someone spends their life with except for the individuals involved. This understanding came from her near loss of Ritsuka. The demons and Asia looked confused, prompting Akino to ask if Mash was not going to date Issei. Realizing her slip, Mash turned away, unsure if she should clarify that Ritsuka was Issei's alias in their organization. She explained that she was used to calling him Ritsuka, and adjusting to calling him Issei had been difficult, so it had slipped out. The others seemed to understand but were now curious about why Issei needed an alias. The more they learned, the more mysteries arose. Mash reassured them that Issei would not let the situation rest and would find a way to help Rias. The demons smiled gratefully at her words, while Asia fell into a contemplative silence as the others continued to talk, waiting for their call. Meanwhile, Rias and Issei were reviewing the details of the agreement, discussing the raiding game and the most likely scenario at that moment. The two were currently trying to think of ways for Rias to succeed. Issei asked what their options were. Rias suggested that he could become her servant, and they could argue that his servants technically counted as her servants. Issei smiled ironically, stating that the answer was still no when it came to becoming Rias's servant. He then asked what else they could do. Rias pouted but then thought of something else. She suggested that he could help her lose her virginity. Issei was taken aback by her suggestion, expressing surprise that she would even bring it up. Rias innocently questioned whether he didn't want to which Issei countered that the point was to save herself for someone she loved, emphasizing that this was why they were trying to get her out of the marriage. Rias admitted that while she would prefer to wait, if there was no other way, she would rather it be Issei than Riser. Issei tried to gather himself, feeling flattered but preferring that Rias would want to be with him for the right reasons, not out of desperation. Rias teased him about his skills in bed, making Issei nervous again as he tried to clarify his words. Rias laughed, saying she understood what he meant and was just joking. Issei sulked, stating that he wouldn't want her to do that, so that plan was off the table. After a moment of reflection, he came up with another idea. He suggested that they could pretend to date. Rias looked at him in surprise, and Issei explained that they wouldn't be dating for real but would create the facade that she had found someone she loved in the human world, which would draw attention, especially since he was Kyrielight. Issei leaned back in his seat, confident that Riser, being a proud person, would see him as an equal and that involving his servants wouldn't be a problem. The real challenge would be finding a way to involve his servants without revealing their plan. Issei grinned, eager to make Riser eat dirt. Rias smiled back at Issei, feeling grateful but curious about how this would work. Issei explained that if they simply claimed they were dating, it would be easier to convince others they were telling the truth. They would need to keep their deception secret from her servants to make it more believable if anyone asked. Rias cautiously asked if Mash would agree to this plan. Issei assured her that she would understand once they explained it. He intended to inform her when they returned home to avoid alarming her noble status. He felt a bit tense but believed this plan was not the craziest he had come up with, so he was confident it would work. Rias wondered what he meant by that, but after hearing his story, she was sure he had been through a lot. She agreed to start. Deceiving the families and provoking Riser, planning to find a way to convince him to allow Issei and his servants to join the raiding game. Issei reassured her not to worry about the game, stating that if he and his servants were involved, they wouldn't lose. He also had a training plan in mind if they had time to prepare. Curious, Rias asked what he had in mind. Issei smiled and looked to the side at the empty air, greeting Da Vinci. A hologram appeared where he was looking, surprising Rias. Da Vinci asked if he needed anything, and Issei explained their situation while glancing at Rias. Da Vinci followed his gaze and smiled knowingly. Issei proceeded to explain his plan, and Da Vinci took a moment to think before addressing the couple. She remarked that Issei always made reckless promises but seemed to find a way to pull through, so she wouldn't doubt him now. She mentioned that they would need to finish adjusting the portal for normal people to enter and exit between worlds, which would take time. Issei noted that they had just over a month before the deadline, so they needed the portal completed by then. Da Vinci agreed to direct more personnel to expedite the process but cautioned that they still needed to keep a low profile. Issei thanked her, expressing his appreciation for her help. Da Vinci playfully responded that while there was nothing in it for her, he should still feel free to praise her. As the two shared their dynamic, Rias decided to speak up, thanking Da Vinci for her assistance and asking if she was another one of Issei's servants. Da Vinci clarified that she was not a servant but rather a free servant serving Chaldea and was currently its director, meaning she was essentially Issei's boss. Rias felt a bit stiff at this revelation, realizing she was speaking to someone of significant importance. She apologized for not knowing and quickly clarified that she didn't mean to be disrespectful. Da Vinci laughed at her display, assuring her that there was no need to be so formal and that she preferred casual conversation over political discussions. Issei glanced at Da Vinci, mentally commenting on her words. Once everything was settled, Da Vinci stated that she should get to work and would contact them with updates. She wished them well before the communication ended, leaving the couple alone again. They relaxed for a moment before Rias suggested they call everyone back to explain the plan. Issei nodded, and they contacted the others. When everyone returned, they were informed of the plan and were surprised by what Issei and Rias had come up with. The demons seemed to agree with the plan, but Mash and Asia wore unreadable expressions. Issei was sweating nervously, fearing they were upset. Asia was the first to speak, her face set with determination. She expressed her desire to become a member of Rias's noble family. Everyone present looked surprised, especially Issei and Mash. Issei was the first to react, exclaiming in panic that he couldn't believe Asia wanted to do that. Asia nodded firmly, explaining how much Rias had helped her, just as Issei had helped him. She spoke of the fallen angels, entering school, and finding a place to call home alongside Issei. She wanted to repay that kindness and asked Rias to let her help. Rias glanced at Issei to gauge his reaction, which showed he was clearly unsure. After a moment, he finally spoke, agreeing to accept Asia's help if she was sure about her decision. Asia sat down, giving Rias a grateful smile. As Rias prepared to perform the ritual, Issei took her arm, entrusting Asia's safety to her with a serious look in his eyes. Rias nodded, understanding the weight of the responsibility she now held. As Asia lay back on the sofa, Rias began the ritual, declaring her intention to resurrect Asia as her servant and make her a demon. A red piece moved into Asia's body, and devil wings emerged from her back, signaling the success of the ritual. Asia looked nervously at Issei, seeking reassurance. He smiled at her, affirming that her decision was fine and that nothing would change between them. Relieved, Asia joined the ORC in their club activities, while Mash remained silent for the rest of the day. When Issei, Mash, and Asia returned home, they shared the news about the demons and Asia's transformation. Initially, Martha and Jean appeared saddened, but upon seeing that Asia had not changed and was doing this to repay the demon's kindness, they decided to keep a closer eye on her to ensure she remained a good demon. Meanwhile, Issei's parents teased him about adding another girl to his harem and the joy of having another daughter. Mash, however, seemed less enthusiastic, and Issei noticed her demeanor right away. He leaned towards her and whispered that he needed to speak with her in his room. Mash silently nodded, her expression serious. Once inside, Issei closed the door and sat at his desk while Mash took a seat on his bed. Just as he was about to speak, Mash interjected, expressing her willingness to step aside if he wanted to pursue other women. She pleaded with him not to leave her. Issei was taken aback, feeling both surprised and saddened by her words. He assured her that he would never abandon her, reminding her of the promise he had made that they would always be together. He regretted waiting so long to discuss this but wanted to ensure they were away from Rias's noble family. After a moment for Mash to calm down, she spoke, slightly embarrassed by her earlier outburst. She realized that Issei and Rias were merely pretending to make things more believable and that they were keeping it from others to protect their plan. Issei chuckled softly, then grew thoughtful. He moved to sit beside her, wrapping an arm around her and pulling her closer. He apologized for worrying her, promising that he would never date anyone without consulting her first. He understood her doubts about his dream and assured her he wouldn't do anything to upset her. Mash looked at him with a hint of panic, insisting it was her fault for jumping to conclusions. She acknowledged that having a harem had been his dream since regaining his memories, and she understood that being in a relationship with him meant accepting that. Issei playfully listed off terms he had heard over the years, like strange and unethical, but Mash countered that it wasn't the idea of a harem that bothered her. She simply couldn't shake the fear of someone else coming along and taking him away. Issei embraced her tightly, sharing that he felt the same way. He recalled the near loss he experienced during their battle against Goetia, a feeling he never wanted to repeat. His time with her had changed him, and while his old desires still existed, his feelings for her were stronger. He reiterated that if she didn't want him to pursue other women, he wouldn't. Mash smiled gratefully at him, expressing her desire for him to pursue his dreams without feeling held back by her. Issei returned her smile and suggested she spend the night. She agreed, leaning into him, and the night passed without incident. The next morning, Issei stood outside with a raised eyebrow, flanked by Mash and Asia, both wearing complicated expressions. In front of their house stood Rias, smiling with a pile of boxes behind her. Issei hesitantly asked what she was doing there. Rias, looking confused, casually stated that since they were going out now, she would be moving in to spend more time together. Issei sighed, wondering if they should have discussed this before she decided to move her things. Rias continued to look perplexed, not understanding the issue. Mash intervened, explaining that typically couples move in together after getting to know each other better. She emphasized that she lived there because she had nowhere else to go, and the same was true for Asia. Issei sighed again, feeling the weight of the situation. Well, now that you're here, let's talk to my parents first before you try to feel at home, Issei said as he led Rias to the living room. He asked Martha to find his parents, and soon everyone was seated discussing the living arrangements. Surprisingly, or perhaps not, depending on how one looks at it, Issei's parents agreed to let Rias live with them. Consequently, Issei, Mash, and Asia helped Rias move her belongings to her new room. After settling Rias into her room, they introduced her to the other residents of the house. Martha and Jean were initially wary of her but were equally kind, while the others were friendly as well. Rias was a bit surprised to find two Catholic saints living in the house, but since they worked for Issei, she felt a bit more at ease. Once Rias got acquainted with her surroundings, she approached Issei and asked what they should do first. Issei thought for a moment and suggested that since it was almost noon, they could go out for lunch. Rias agreed, curious about what he had in mind. Issei proposed checking out the options available downtown, expressing his willingness to try anything. Rias pondered for a moment before deciding they would figure it out once they arrived. After both changed into comfortable clothes, they stood at the front door. Issei turned to Mash and Asia, who were bidding them farewell. He smiled kindly and told them they would be back later, so they shouldn't wait up for them. Mash reminded him not to stay out too late, while Asia wished them both a good time. With that, the couple set off. As they made their way to the downtown area, Rias playfully wrapped her arm around Issei's, leaning against him. Issei felt a rush of warmth at her gesture but tried to maintain a serious demeanor. Upon arriving in the city center, they looked around for a place to eat when they were approached by a familiar voice. If it isn't Issei-kun and Rias, Akino said as she walked up behind them. Issei greeted her politely, and Akino smiled warmly, asking if they were on a date and teasing Issei about moving quickly. Rias then inquired if Akino had any lunch recommendations, as they were struggling to decide. Akino suggested a casual restaurant nearby known for its good menu and reasonable prices, particularly praising their meat dishes. Issei thanked her enthusiastically, and Akino playfully suggested that once he was done with his date with Rias, he could invite her out too. Rias, feeling a bit possessive, pulled Issei closer and thanked Akino for the suggestion, insisting they leave before it got too late. As they walked away, Akino watched them with a mischievous smile, thinking that this could be more entertaining than she had anticipated. Meanwhile, Rias noticed Issei's nervousness and pouted, expressing that he was supposed to spend time with her, not flirt with Akino. Issei clarified that he was just talking to her and hadn't expected any teasing about a date. Rias, realizing Issei's innocence regarding romance, asked how he usually spent time with Mash. Issei explained that they typically socialized with the household staff and that he took her to places she found interesting since she had limited experiences outside of Chaldea. Rias realized that Issei had little experience with normal girls, which meant he might not pick up on subtle hints. When Issei noticed Rias deep in thought, he asked if something was wrong. She quickly reassured him that everything was fine and reminded him to call her Rias instead of being too formal. Issei apologized for his mistake, and Rias smiled, leading him to the restaurant for lunch. After a pleasant meal, they went shopping together. Issei found himself awkwardly waiting outside the women's fitting room, trying to ignore the curious glances from other women. Finally, Rias emerged wearing a red dress that complemented her hair beautifully. She twirled to show Issei the full effect, and he was momentarily taken aback by how stunning she looked. He complimented her, expressing that she looked incredible and that he always thought she would look good in anything, but this outfit was truly remarkable. Rias blushed at the compliment but smiled, pleased with his reaction. After some more shopping, Issei and Rias were walking through the city and eventually ended up at the park. They sat on a bench to relax and enjoy the scenery. After resting for a bit, Rias decided to ask Issei something that had been on her mind. She felt a bit embarrassed as she began to speak. She wondered why Issei was helping her, considering her past attempts to make him her servant, which she now recognized were unacceptable. Issei looked contemplatively ahead before responding. He explained that he was used to people trying to use him for their own purposes, but he felt differently about Rias. He expressed that he didn't want anyone to tarnish his home and believed she deserved a choice, just as he did. Many of his past servants had lived lives where they never achieved what mattered most to them, and he never wanted to feel that way or see anyone else feel that way either. When they had talked earlier and she expressed her desire to be seen as Rias, he realized he was going against his own morals due to his past experiences which were unrelated to her. He reflected on what he had seen in her before he disappeared and how his return had changed that perspective. Curious, Rias leaned in and asked what he had seen in her. Issei blushed slightly as he admitted that he had been very much in love with her, considering her his perfect woman. Rias, already aware of his feelings, hesitated at his use of the past tense. Issei explained that he had gone through many experiences that had changed his perspective. He believed that if he had never suffered amnesia, he would have remained the same person he once was. Rias then asked how he had become so obsessed with certain aspects of women. Issei, looking a bit embarrassed, shared a story from his childhood. He recalled how, after a childhood friend moved away, he often played alone at the park. One day, an elderly man had approached him and, noticing his sadness, began to share stories with him. These stories, which often revolved around women, had captivated him and provided comfort during a difficult time. Although Rias found it hard to believe that such an encounter had influenced him so deeply, she held back her questions for the moment. After that week, the man had to leave, and Issei never saw him again, but the story stayed with him. Eventually, he made friends with Matsuda and Motohama, who shared similar interests, and together they reinforced each other's habits. Rias nodded, understanding Issei's assessment of his past. Returning to the earlier topic, Rias asked if she was still the girl of his dreams. Issei observed her for a moment before answering that he wasn't sure. He felt that his feelings for her had remained consistent. To him, she had always seemed like an unreachable woman, even with someone like Akino nearby, who he technically should have found more attractive. There was something different about Rias that drew him in. After getting to know her better, he realized she had her own struggles, and he wanted to help her. He acknowledged that he needed to give her the benefit of the doubt, just as he had done for many others before. He expressed a desire to know the real Rias. Rias felt her heart flutter at his words, realizing he was sincere. He continued, stating that even now, as they were dating, she still couldn't be herself due to the weight of her commitments. He wanted to help lift that burden from her shoulders, hoping to know her true self once everything was resolved, even if they were no longer together afterward. Rias asked if he didn't want to continue their relationship, sounding a bit sad. Issei explained that he was torn between two sides of himself. His old self wanted to indulge in his previous habits, while the other part of him wanted to be more cautious and focus on those he cared about, like Mashu. He shared that Mashu had expressed concern about being replaced by Rias, which he would never do. He had confided in Mashu about his dreams, and while she supported him, he could tell it bothered her. He felt caught in a complicated situation, trying to keep her happy while pursuing his own aspirations. Rias understood his predicament, realizing that she would feel jealous if someone tried to come between her and Issei. She began to see why Mashu had been distant. Issei humorously acknowledged that this was a problem that would eventually arise if he planned to have a harem. He smiled and said he would love to continue dating Rias, but it was up to her to express that desire. Otherwise, he would consider everything settled once her commitment was broken. Rias playfully pouted, prompting Issei to tease her about how he had just bared his heart to her, and she should show that she felt the same when the time came. Blushing slightly, Rias nodded and suggested they see how their relationship progressed. They both stood up, leaving the serious conversation behind for now, and headed home. Later that night, Rias quietly made her way to Issei's room after dinner with everyone. Later, Mash took Issei aside to discuss something privately, and when everyone went to sleep, the couple was the last to settle down. Rias wondered what they could have been talking about but decided to think about it in the morning. She found it difficult to sleep in her new home and thought that since she was dating Issei, sharing a bed wouldn't be a problem. She figured Issei would probably enjoy it and consider it a pleasant surprise. When she reached his door, she opened it quietly to avoid waking him. Upon entering the room, she was surprised to see Mash sleeping next to Issei. She had never thought of Mash as the type to do something bold like that, but since they were dating it wasn't too shocking. However, what surprised her most was that the couple was in a state of undress, and there was a faint, suggestive scent in the room. She had heard rumors at school that Issei was no longer a virgin, but she thought those were exaggerated gossip after talking to Mash and seeing her reserved personality. Clearly, she had been mistaken. She stood there in uncomfortable silence before regaining her composure. Although Mash was there, it didn't change her intentions, so she undressed and slipped into the bed beside Issei, curling up against him. As she moved closer, she noticed the scars on Issei's chest and torso. She remembered that when he returned, his parents had asked him to wear a shirt during activities that required him to be shirtless, like swimming. Now she understood why. The Japanese culture does not look kindly on people with scars, even if they were acquired for good reasons. Issei's movement stirred her from her thoughts. He unconsciously wrapped his arm around her, which made Ria smile, and she fell asleep in his embrace. Issei began to wake from his dream. He felt more comfortable than usual with something soft in his right hand. He squeezed lightly to figure out what it was. A soft sound escaped from beside him, and his drowsy mind initially thought it was Mash, but as he began to wake up, he realized that wasn't the case. He felt Mash on the other side and knew her proportions didn't match what he was feeling. As he woke up more, he saw that Rias had slipped into his bed, completely undressed and cuddling him. Her body was pressed against his, with her leg intertwined with his. Then he realized that the soft sensation he felt was her chest in his hand. Part of him wanted to enjoy the feeling a little longer, but he decided against it. Slowly, he withdrew his hand from Rias's chest to avoid waking her, but suddenly she grabbed his hand. "Why did you stop?" Rias asked in a calm tone, a hint of mischief in her eyes. "Why are you naked in my bed?" Issei replied quietly. "I had trouble sleeping, so I came to sleep with you." Imagine my surprise when I saw you and Mash together after what I can only assume was an eventful night for both of you. As for why I'm naked, I always sleep this way. It's more comfortable for me. Issei blushed at the realization of their nighttime activities. "Well, you should go before Mash." "Before Mash what, senpai?" A voice chimed in from the other side of Issei. Issei felt a chill run down his spine and slowly turned to Mash, who was smiling, though her eyes told a different story. "Ah, good morning, Mashu," he said with a forced smile. "Good morning, senpai." "Rias." Her expression remained unchanged, but it was clear she was not happy. Rias smiled brightly at Mash. "Good morning, Mash-san. How was your night with Issei?" she teased. Mash's expression finally shifted as she struggled to maintain her annoyed demeanor while feeling embarrassed. "Why are you here, Rias-san?" "I wanted to cuddle with my boyfriend, just like you." "It's not fair that you get to do it and I don't," she replied. Mash showed a conflicted expression. "But you two are just pretending. There's no need to go that far, right?" Rias gave Mash a kind look. "Well, maybe not, but that's how I want to get closer to Issei. I'm also doing this to help you." "Help me?" Mash was confused. "Yes. When Issei and I went on our date, we talked, and naturally your relationship came up. I understand you have mixed feelings about Issei's dreams, but if you want him to fulfill them, you need to get used to other women being around him." Mash looked down, a bit embarrassed. Listen, Mash, I don't want to take Issei away from you. I just want to be close to him, just like you are. I understand you're new to this, but every relationship has its challenges, even ones as unique as this." Rias placed her hand over Issei and gently touched Mash's cheek. "If you truly love Issei, then you must trust that he will stay by your side." Mash was silent for a moment but finally found her words. "I'm sorry, Rias-san, senpai. I was being selfish." Issei pulled Mash closer. "No, it's okay, Mash. This is just a learning process for all of us. I need to learn to handle this better so I don't upset you or anyone else." Rias smiled at the couple but moved closer, not wanting to be left out. "Then we can all learn to navigate this together. Maybe I should ask Asia to join us as well." "There's no reason to add her if she doesn't want to, Rias," Issei said cheerfully. Both Mash and Rias stared at him in disbelief. They exchanged confused glances, thinking, what? It was clear he didn't realize the feelings of other girls, did he? They both understood that unless a girl openly expressed interest in him, he wouldn't notice. It seemed she would also have to teach him the subtleties of women, Rias thought. The following month passed with business running smoothly. Rias and Issei spent their time together between work and school. Rias also grew closer to Mash, gradually opening up to the other members of the Occult Research Club, ORC. Asia was adjusting to her new life as a demon and fulfilling her duties. Issei and Mash offered to accompany Asia in her tasks to ensure everything was going well for her. Meanwhile, Chaldea was nearing completion of the transportation circle for regular use as the deadline approached. Rias and Issei had become quite close during their time together, to the point where even those who knew their relationship was a facade couldn't tell if it was genuine. The students at school also noticed their closeness, and rumors circulated that Issei was cheating on Mash while blackmailing one of the prominent girls at school. However, no one asked directly, and Issei confided in Kiryu about the situation during one of their breaks at school. It was a calm afternoon at the ORC as everyone relaxed before their tasks began. Rias was at her desk reviewing some papers while Akino prepared tea for everyone. Issei and Mash were chatting, sitting across from Asia, who was comfortably settled in her chair, and Kaneko, who was enjoying some sweets. Kiba sat in another chair reading a book. The atmosphere was peaceful until a magical circle appeared in the room, bearing the Gremory crest. From it emerged a striking maid with silver hair. Grafia announced her presence, stating she was there to mediate the arrangement between Rias and Lord Reiser's marriage. Rias firmly rejected the idea, insisting she would not marry Reiser. Grafia suggested they discuss it when Reiser arrived. Rias sighed and leaned slightly in her chair, exchanging a meaningful glance with Issei, who met her gaze. After a moment, she relaxed, preparing for her plan. Eventually, another magical circle appeared in the room, this time with a different crest. Flames erupted from it, and a short-haired blonde man in a burgundy jacket with gold embroidery and matching pants stepped through. He surveyed the room with disdain until his eyes landed on Rias. He expressed his frustration at being summoned, insisting she should stop playing in the human world and return to the underworld where she belonged. Rias stood up, asserting her independence and refusing to be told what to do. Grafia intervened, urging both to calm down. Reiser took Rias's seat behind her desk, claiming it as his own. Rias shot him a glare but then turned to Issei, who was watching Reiser intently. He offered her a reassuring smile and gestured for her to sit beside him. Grateful, Rias approached Issei, but instead of sitting next to him, she playfully settled in his lap, wrapping an arm around him. Issei was taken aback but tried to maintain his composure. Grafia observed them closely, trying to discern the nature of their connection, while Reiser seethed with anger. He demanded to know who Issei was and why he was touching his fiancée. Issei introduced himself casually as Rias's boyfriend, causing a momentary freeze in the room as Reiser and Grafia processed the information. Reiser then burst into laughter, mocking Issei's claim. Issei thought to himself that Reiser was even more ridiculous in person than he had anticipated. Rias chuckled at Issei's comment, but Reiser was not amused. He questioned Issei's presence, implying that someone like him had no place among demons. Issei calmly explained that he was part of the club and had been getting to know Rias better, describing the experience as STMLTNG. Reiser and Grafia's expressions shifted as Grafia scrutinized Issei while Reiser grew increasingly agitated. Reiser shouted at Rias, demanding to know if she had truly been with Issei. Rias responded defiantly, stating she would be with whomever she chose. Reiser looked incredulous, while Grafia continued to observe the two. Issei interjected, pointing out the absurdity of Reiser thinking he had control over Rias simply because of an agreement. He noted that even if Rias were to marry him, it didn't mean she wouldn't be unfaithful. Reiser's anger flared, and flames began to flicker around him as he confronted Issei. Issei, undeterred, sarcastically asked if Reiser was afraid to deal with him now that he knew he was speaking to one of the heavenly dragons. Reiser maintained a smug expression, dismissing Issei's threat, but the tension in the room was palpable as the confrontation escalated. It is a fact that phoenixes are superior to dragons in every way. Drake expressed his disbelief in Issei's mind, questioning the absurdity of the statement. Issei reassured Drake, promising that they would make Reiser eat his words. He wondered how anyone could think a large chicken was better than a dragon and speculated about Reiser's upbringing. Reiser did not appreciate the comment, and flames began to swirl around him once more. He declared that he would teach Issei not to underestimate the great Reiser. Grafia intervened, commanding Reiser to stop. He looked at her defiantly, but her gaze made him relent. Grafia then addressed Rias, informing her that if she did not wish to marry Reiser, she would need to oppose him in a rating game. Reiser seemed pleased with Grafia's words, confident that Rias stood no chance against him. He boasted about his noble status and summoned a group of women, showcasing his overwhelming numbers and the strength of his servants. The ORC frowned at his display, prompting Issei to step in. He challenged Reiser, suggesting that if he was so confident in his abilities, he should allow Issei and his servants to take Rias's place. Reiser regarded Issei with skepticism but was intrigued. He asked what he would gain from such a wager. Issei explained that if Reiser won, he would not only gain Rias's hand in marriage but also Issei's loyalty, which would extend to his followers. He added that having him and his allies would enhance Reiser's prestige in the underworld. Rias and the others were taken aback by Issei's bold proposal, while Riser's expression turned greedy as he accepted the terms. He granted Issei 10 days to prepare for the match, stating that he would not assist him. Grafia then announced that she would inform the families and organize the game, promising to provide information to both sides the following morning. With a smug smile, Riser departed with his entourage, and Grafia prepared to leave as well. She paused to question Issei about his involvement in the matter. Issei, doing his best to avoid being distracted, responded seriously. He believed Rias deserved the right to choose her partner and found it ironic that a family proud of their strong bonds would treat a member as a mere bargaining chip. Grafia smiled slightly before returning to her stoic demeanor and leaving. The ORC looked at Issei with concern. Rias was the first to speak, questioning his sanity for risking his freedom. Issei smiled brightly at her, affirming that she was worth it. Rias blushed at his words, and Issei reminded her that he had promised she wouldn't lose if he involved his servants. Although still skeptical, Rias trusted Issei. He turned to a nearby space and called out to Da Vinci, asking about the transportation circle. A hologram of Da Vinci appeared, confirming that it would be ready by the next day and that preparations were underway. Issei expressed confidence that once they received the information for the match, they would head to Chaldea to begin training. Rias assured him that she would arrange their absence from school, and everyone nodded in agreement before leaving the club early to prepare for the upcoming 10 days of training. In the Gremory territory, Rias's father laughed heartily upon hearing about the meeting and the agreement made. Rias's mother wore a complicated expression, unsure whether to feel happy or concerned about the potential for the arrangement to fail. Surzex stood beside Grafia, smiling as he expressed confidence that things would turn out well for Rias, regardless of the outcome. He inquired if Issei had said anything else. Grafia hesitated before returning to her stoic expression and replied that she had asked Issei why he was getting involved when he had no personal interest. The three of them leaned in, curious about his response. Grafia relayed that Issei believed Rias had the right to choose whom she wanted to be with. The trio smiled at this, but Grafia continued, noting that Issei found it ironic that a family proud of their strong bonds would treat their daughter like a mere object. He suggested that Rias was not someone who would passively comply with Riser's demands. The Gremory parents froze, taken aback by Issei's boldness. They had not expected to be criticized in such a manner, nor did they foresee Rias retaliating in a way that could lead to further complications. Surzex chuckled softly, noting that Issei seemed to have a poor opinion of them at the moment. He advised caution when they eventually met him, recognizing that Issei's willingness to wager his freedom demonstrated how seriously he took the situation. The Gremory couple fell into a contemplative silence as Surzex appeared pleased with how events were unfolding. The next chapter would focus on the training arc and would be the longest in this volume. The upcoming match was set to take place in 10 days and would be observed by both families. Additionally, one of the Mao, Ajuka Beelzebub, would provide temporary pieces for the game to allow Issei and his servants to participate. After the explanation, the ORC gathered at Issei's house to head to Chaldea. Issei asked if everyone was ready to leave, and everyone nodded in confirmation. Kiba then inquired about how they would reach the organization. Issei, with a mischievous smile, walked toward the basement door and said it was through there. He opened the door and descended, followed by Mash and then Asia. The others exchanged skeptical glances but decided to follow the trio. Upon reaching the bottom, the demons noticed a magic circle in the center of the room. Akino joked about not sensing any magic and humorously suggested that Issei might be leading them to a private dungeon, though she didn't mind. Issei, feeling a bit flustered, attempted to change the subject, asking Da Vinci if everything was prepared. A hologram appeared next to the magic circle, confirming that everything was ready and they were just waiting for their arrival. Issei nodded and stepped into the circle, followed by Mash, Asia, and Rias. Soon after, the rest joined them and the magic circle began to glow. In an instant, the group was transported to Chaldea. Once the light from the teleportation faded, they found themselves in a large hall designed for travel between the two worlds. Da Vinci was waiting for them and expressed her relief that everyone had arrived safely. Issei greeted her warmly, complimenting her radiant appearance. Da Vinci appreciated the compliment, noting how nice it was to have someone who recognized beauty. Rias approached Da Vinci, extending her hand for a handshake and expressing gratitude for her willingness to help with personal matters. Da Vinci assured her it was no trouble and reminded her to remember this favor for the future. Rias nodded and then turned to Issei, who suggested they begin planning for their training. Da Vinci asked if they could first visit the command room. Issei looked puzzled but agreed. As they walked down the hallway, the ORC observed the impressive facilities, feeling as if they were on a field trip to a scientific institution. When they arrived at the command room, Da Vinci requested a moment before entering. The group waited outside, wondering what was happening. Issei glanced at Mash, but she also seemed uncertain. After a while, the door opened, and Issei took it as a signal to enter, followed by the others into the dimly lit room. Before they could ask anything, the lights turned on, and party poppers were launched. The staff and several attending servants welcomed Issei back with applause. He was taken by surprise, as were the others with him. Da Vinci approached with a bright smile, explaining that the staff wanted to celebrate his return, expressing their gratitude for saving humanity. Issei felt emotional, and Mash smiled at him. He thanked everyone, acknowledging that he had promised to find a way back but hadn't expected such a warm welcome. The staff returned his smile, pleased that their surprise was well received. Da Vinci then informed the group that they would be left alone to attend to their matters, but there would be a banquet to commemorate Issei's return during dinner. The ORC was slightly surprised by how close the staff was to Issei. Typically, organizations maintained a strictly professional demeanor, but here, the atmosphere felt friendly and comfortable. Rias wondered if the Devil government could become similarly close-knit in the future with the initiatives the current 4 Mao were trying to implement. With that settled, the group moved to an auditorium where they could gather with many servants without feeling cramped. The ORC was amazed by the variety of individuals present, from warriors to witches, beasts, and gods. They realized once again the extent of Issei's power. Once everyone was settled, Issei and Rias walked to the front of the room to explain the situation. Issei addressed everyone, ensuring they understood what was happening and how they would proceed. One servant expressed concern about the stakes of the match, asking if they would have to serve someone if they lost. Issei reassured them that while that was technically true, he was confident they would not lose. He explained that all it would take to win would be a shot from Artoria's noble phantasm, but he intended to ensure they would not find themselves in a similar situation again. The servants looked surprised, noting that Issei seemed different from the last time they had seen him. As they processed this, another servant asked what the purpose of their participation was. Gilgamesh expressed his annoyance, questioning why he should participate in the fight or be used as a pawn. Rias looked down, feeling a bit embarrassed. She believed she had nothing to offer these great heroes and doubted they wanted anything from her. Issei defended her, stating that there was no tangible benefit to this particular situation. The servants looked at Issei, surprised by his bold response. Even Gilgamesh was taken aback. Issei explained that this was more about laying the groundwork for future benefits between Chaldea and the factions of his world. He also mentioned that he was doing this as an apology to Rias for his earlier treatment of her. He understood if they didn't want to help, but he was willing to move forward and assist without them. He emphasized that whatever happened wouldn't affect the human order or save the world, and all he could do was ask for their help. Rias was astonished and grateful for Issei's words. She joined him in bowing to the servants, who exchanged smiles. Despite their external changes, it was clear that she remained the same caring person. Gilgamesh allowed a small smile to escape, acknowledging Issei's efforts. Issei then pointed out that they were limited to a group of 16 for the combat, including Rias and her noble pieces. With Mash and himself already counted, only 9 spots were left for the others. He indicated that they needed to discuss their opponents to form the best team to counter Riser. A servant in the back raised a hand to interject, asking Issei about his earlier comment regarding preventing a similar situation in the future. Issei was pleased by the question and explained that while most of them could handle this easily on their own, it wouldn't prove anything to their opponents. He warned that if they broke the agreement, there was no guarantee it wouldn't happen again, and next time, the enemy would be clever enough to keep Rias from participating. They needed a victory that demonstrated Rias and her noble pieces could fight for themselves and utilize their advantages effectively. He emphasized that the main task for everyone participating was to support Rias and ensure none of her pieces withdrew. He brought them there to train together, as their loss would mean Rias's defeat, making it crucial for her to not only survive but to overcome the opposing king. The servants nodded in agreement with Issei's plan, while Rias and the ORC were surprised by his foresight. They expressed their gratitude to Issei for going above and beyond. Once everyone settled down, Issei handed the floor to Rias, who began detailing their opponents. She explained that Riser Phoenix was a high-class demon with power akin to that of the mythical phoenix, granting him great control over fire and wind, as well as the ability to regenerate. His regeneration was particularly concerning, making him undefeated in official rating games in the underworld, with a record of 8 victories and 2 losses, those losses being matches he threw for the sake of other families. Rias noted that the only way to defeat him would be to break his will to fight or strike him with a god-level attack that could eliminate him before he could regenerate. The thought of how difficult it would be to defeat Riser darkened her expression. One of the servants raised a hand, pulling Rias from her thoughts. A small servant, resembling a little girl, suggested that if it was merely about breaking his will, there were many ways to do so. Issei inquired if she had an idea. The servant proposed that if they could contain Riser, they could subject him to intense and constant pain, making him experience a hell from which he could never escape, ultimately leading to his surrender. Although Issei acknowledged that this could functionally work, he pointed out that it wouldn't be good for future family relations. Rias, feeling nervous about the overly violent suggestion, reminded them that Issei's plan was to show she could handle it herself. She noticed Aquino seemed a bit disappointed that they weren't pursuing that plan. Another servant raised a hand, asking why they couldn't simply slow down or completely stop Riser's regeneration. Mephistopheles mentioned having a skill that could temporarily weaken healing abilities. Bunyan nervously added that she also had an anti-healing ability. Issei and Rias exchanged smiles, agreeing that this sounded like a good plan. They discussed how it would be useful to make Riser vulnerable for Rias to defeat him, but they needed to execute it wisely. Rias believed that if the regeneration was slowed enough, a competitor could be eliminated before he healed, which would be acceptable. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Rias continued explaining the rest of Riser's noble pieces, detailing the different properties of the evil pieces and the specialties of each member. Finally, she introduced Riser's queen, Ubeluna, known in the underworld as the Bomb Queen, whose magical specialty was explosion magic capable of causing devastation on the battlefield. She was the most dangerous member after Riser himself, so they needed to be cautious around her. In addition to her offensive power, Artoria inquired if there was anything else to worry about. Rias explained that she also possessed sealing magic, capable of immobilizing one's movements and abilities until she was defeated. As everyone pondered how to counter this threat, another member of the group raised their hand, suggesting that all they needed to do was distract her to prevent her from sealing anyone or to seal someone who could serve as a distraction while others took care of her. Issei considered the situation for a moment before continuing. He noted that they needed to disrupt the enemy formations and wear down both the king and queen. He emphasized the importance of dividing the nobility and attacking in groups to prevent them from regrouping with Riser to form a stronger unit. Amiya, who was nearby, decided to contribute to the discussion by stating that any servant chosen should possess strong support skills as well as offensive capabilities. Servants who could infiltrate and disrupt enemy groups would also be beneficial. Issei scanned the room to determine who fit that description. After a brief consideration, he made his decision. He announced the team composition, which included Mephistopheles, Bunyan, Amiya, Artoria, Enkidu, Berserker of El Dorado, Medea Lily, Altera, and Ishtar Ashtart, also known as Space Ishtar. He asked if there were any objections, but no one disagreed, so the team was set. With the team established, Issei expressed the need to begin planning and training for the upcoming match in 10 days. He requested that the servants skilled in tactics participate in devising their strategy against Riser, in addition to reviewing the information Rias had brought. He also welcomed anyone else who wished to join the training. After the announcement, the servants dispersed, leaving only the ORC and those who would participate in the battle. Rias approached the servants and expressed her gratitude for their willingness to assist her with her family drama, promising to do everything she could to repay them. Artoria reassured her that there was no need for repayment, as her loyalty lay with her master's wishes. The other servants nodded in agreement with Artoria's sentiment, except for Mephistopheles, who remarked that he was only participating because it seemed interesting. Rias smiled appreciatively at him, thanking him regardless of his reasoning. The group then prepared for training. As Issei led everyone to the training room, they discussed their training approach. He explained that the facilities had multiple training scenarios designed to enhance the servants' abilities, suggesting that this would benefit everyone by providing practice against various enemy skills while also gathering resources for enhancement. Kaneko, who had been listening intently, interjected when Issei mentioned resource gathering, accusing him of using them solely for his own gain. Issei feigned offense, placing a hand over his heart and insisting that his intention was for them to face real opponents capable of counterattacking, emphasizing that resource collection was merely a bonus since grinding was tedious. The others regarded his reasoning with mild skepticism but acknowledged that his plan made sense. Issei then decided to let Mash handle the training logistics, mentioning that he had some matters to attend to since it was his first return in a long time. He also requested some time from Amiya, who nodded in agreement as they departed from the group. As they left, Rias turned to Mash, curious about Issei's plans. The rest of the ORC shared her curiosity. Mash speculated that Issei would likely meet with Scathach, who, along with Amiya, had helped train him in his current fighting style. The ORC was astonished to learn that Issei had received training from Scathach, a figure known for only training those she deemed worthy and who had trained legendary heroes from Irish mythology like Siu Chulainn and Fergus MacRoich. Suddenly, Issei's weapon and runic magic skills made much more sense to them. They continued to ponder this as Mash guided them forward. Meanwhile, Issei and Amiya walked down the hallway toward where Scathach usually trained. Amiya decided to ask Issei what he was planning. Issei explained that he wanted to have a match with both Amiya and Scathach to demonstrate how much he had improved during his time away. He acknowledged that while it hadn't been long for them, months had passed for him, during which he had undergone extensive training. Amiya seemed to understand and smiled confidently, expressing his anticipation for the demonstration of Issei's growth. They walked together until they reached the cafeteria, where Scathach was sitting at one of the tables, appearing relaxed. As they approached, she turned to them and smiled, acknowledging Issei's presence after some time. Issei replied that he had come to greet her, but he also had something else to discuss. He looked at her seriously and expressed his desire to show her and Amiya how far he had come during his absence. Scathach responded with an amused smile, intrigued by his request, and agreed to see how strong he had become. The three of them then left the cafeteria together. Meanwhile, Mash was waiting in the training room with the other servants as the ORC donned the combat gear provided by Chaldea. After some time, everyone gathered to begin their training. Mash reiterated the plan, explaining that there were various training simulations that would provide different experiences. The resources obtained from these enemies fell into three categories. The first was Ember Gathering, which empowered the servants, akin to gaining experience points. The second involved training grounds that yielded materials to help the servants ascend to more powerful forms. Finally, there was the Treasure Vault, which collected QP or quartz points used as catalysts for other resources. Additionally, the specific type of resource correlated with the class of the servants. Asia raised her hand, inquiring about the classes. Mash explained that the servants were divided into different classes that determined their abilities. Heroic spirits typically had a long history of adventures and achievements that allowed them to manifest in various classes. This also means that the servants generally do not have all their powers since they are restricted to the abilities associated with their class. For example, King Arthur could manifest in the Saber class, the Lancer class, or the Rider class, as she wielded Excalibur and Rhongomyniad respectively and was skilled in horseback riding. There are many classes, but there are 7 main classes: Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, and Berserker. There are also additional classes, but they are less common, so only certain individuals can appear in those classes. The different simulations vary according to the 7 main classes, and the 3 categories have specific enemies in each. The training fields have the greatest variety with enemies of a particular class, including enemy servants, while Ember Gathering and Treasure Vault feature the same types of enemies with different powers. The ORC watched in awe as MASH explained the various training facilities. It was no wonder that Issei and MASH could quickly take down fallen angels and rogue exorcists. With facilities like these, anyone could become powerful. Rias now had all the pieces to understand why Issei had such confidence in his victory. She mused that they really didn't know anything, did they? The ORC looked at her, confused, but then they understood what she meant. MASH regarded Rias with a kind expression. She noted that sometimes ignorance is a blessing. Despite all they had here, the inner workings were tangled in dark dealings and depravity. Some would call it a necessary evil to protect the greater good, but she supposed that would be determined by the outcomes. MASH's gaze turned melancholic, and the ORC noticed her shift in mood, but she brushed it off and returned to her usual demeanor. They should start training now, she suggested, confident that Senpai would join them once he finished with Emiya and Scathach. Everyone nodded and training commenced. Later that day, Issei was currently exchanging blows with Scathach and Emiya. The two were not holding back, pushing Issei to his limits. He managed to keep up with Emiya's unlimited blade works, using a weaker version he had learned from him. At the same time, Issei utilized the spear fighting style and runic magic he had learned from Scathach to trade blows with her. It was clear he was having a tough time. Scathach remarked on his improvements since their last encounter. She noted that while his form was somewhat careless, it seemed he had taken her fighting style and blended it with his own. Emiya agreed, praising Issei's enhanced projection skills and creative weapon usage, which was bolstered by his sacred gear. Issei was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted from the exercise, but he maintained his stance. He expressed gratitude, stating that he hadn't stopped training even after returning home. He needed to be stronger if he wanted to stand alongside everyone. Scathach smiled wryly, reminding him that they kept telling him he didn't have to push himself so hard, but it was comforting to see how much he cared. She then asked how long he planned to hold back his true power. Emiya looked confused while Issei wore a defeated smile. He explained that he was fighting in his basic form because improving would also enhance his total power. He wanted to see how far he had come since their last encounter, but now seemed like a good time to show his true strength. Issei straightened up and raised his boosted gear in front of him. Power began to surge around him in a red and green light. He declared he was ready to show Scathach and Emiya what he could do. Some time later, after everyone had gone through various training simulations, they were shown around Chaldea and the rooms where they would stay during their time there. As they walked, Kiba decided to ask what everyone was thinking. He wondered where Issei was, noting that he had never shown up for training. The rest of the ORC nodded in agreement, and MASH also seemed curious. She explained that if Issei was training with Scathach, they were probably in a different simulated space. Some servants were powerful enough to create their own spaces or open doors to other locations. Scathach could create a path to the Land of Shadows, which was her domain. They walked, they encountered some people in the hallway. It was Issei, Emiya, and Scathach, but Issei looked worn out and was being supported by Emiya. The others stared at Issei in shock as he weakly raised a hand to greet them, apologizing for taking so long. Asia rushed to him, expressing her concern and immediately began to heal him. Everyone was worried about Issei when MASH approached Scathach, demanding to know what had happened to Senpai. Scathach simply smiled and explained that Issei wanted to show them how far he had come, so they had increased the intensity of his training a bit, that was all. Everyone was astonished that he had endured such a beating during training. Issei tried to calm their worries, assuring them that he had just pushed himself a little too hard and that he had known Asia would be there to heal him, so he had held back less. The group looked at Issei, a bit exasperated by his recklessness. MASH approached him and hugged him tightly, admonishing him not to be so reckless. She worried about what would happen if something happened to him before the match and how he would help anyone then. Now fully healed thanks to Asia, Issei gently patted Mash's head and apologized, promising to be more careful. As they enjoyed the moment, Scathack decided to interrupt, teasing them about finally getting together and noting it had taken them quite a while. Issei and Mash blushed at her comment, while the others shared knowing smiles. Trying to change the awkward atmosphere, Issei suggested they head to the cafeteria for the welcome dinner. Everyone nodded and made their way to dinner. Upon arriving at the cafe, they found the staff and many servants preparing for the event. Some were cooking in the kitchen while others set up the space for everyone to enjoy and have a good time. When they entered, Issei offered to help, but Charlotte Corday stopped him, cheerfully insisting that this was a party for him and he should simply sit back and relax with his friends. So, Issei and the others sat together at one of the tables, watching everyone work and chat among themselves. Soon, more people and servants entered the cafe, and everything was prepared. Once everyone was present, Da Vinci called for attention, ready to address the gathering. The gathering was filled with joy as everyone took a moment from their busy schedules to celebrate the return of the master of Chaldea, Fujimaru Ritsuka. Issei stood up in response to the welcoming gesture, and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. This meeting was not just to welcome him back home but also to commemorate the success of their mission to save humanity. With the completion of their grand order and the defeat of Beast Eye, the threat of the demon gods had come to an end. It was time to rest, relax, and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Cheers erupted from everyone in the cafeteria as they clapped in celebration. The staff, servants, and the ORC shared a joyful meal together. At one point, Issei was pulled away by some of his servants, with Mash following him, leaving the ORC to mingle with the people of Chaldea. Kiba engaged in conversation with some impressive sword-wielding servants. Kaneko showed interest in those with more animalistic appearances. Asia chatted with a group of individuals who seemed like knights, and Akino conversed with a shirtless man sporting a scar on his chest, who was clearly trying to charm her. Rias looked around, unsure of what to do. She didn't know whom to approach first, and Issei, Mash, and their noble companions were busy. As she pondered her next move, a woman approached her. She had short salmon-colored hair, pointed ears, and wore a feathered cloak over a white dress, complemented by a feathered hair accessory. In one hand she held a staff with an unfamiliar design, and in the other, a plate of food. She politely asked if the seat was taken. Rias shook her head and gestured for her to sit down. The woman thanked her, casually remarking that it was a pleasure to meet the woman of the moment. Rias felt a bit confused by the statement and responded that the party was for Issei. The woman settled into her seat, her staff disappearing somewhere as she placed her food down. She acknowledged that while the celebration was for the master, she was actually referring to Rias and her situation. Rias looked down, feeling a mix of embarrassment and shyness. The woman continued, suggesting that since the master was helping her, Rias must want to be with him. Rias explained that it was a bit more complicated than that. The woman listened with interest as Rias detailed the plan Issei had devised. The woman nodded, then asked what Rias planned to do once she was free. Did she intend to confess her feelings to the master? Rias admitted uncertainty, explaining how Issei had been incredibly supportive despite everything that had happened. He already had Mash, and while he seemed to want a harem, he might not think she was genuinely interested in him. He had told her that if she wanted to continue their relationship, she would have to express her feelings, but she wasn't sure if that was what she truly wanted. The woman gazed at Rias thoughtfully before sighing. She shared her own experience, recounting a time when she had cared for a man who arrived on her island, lost and in need of supplies for his ship. Despite her efforts to convince him to stay, he was already married and only wanted to return home. She had tried everything to persuade him, but he rejected all her attempts. Eventually, his ship was repaired, and he left, taking her unconfessed feelings with her until her death. After being summoned by the master, she had the chance to reunite with him, but despite fighting alongside him, he could not accept her feelings because he still loved his wife. Rias listened intently, surprised by the woman's story. The woman advised her that she was at a crossroads. Once free from her obligations, she should follow her heart. If she remained caught up in all the drama, she might miss her chance at happiness. If she wanted to be with the master, She needed to pursue it wholeheartedly. The intensity in the woman's voice left Rias a bit taken aback, but she decided to take her words seriously. Issei had mentioned that many heroes regretted their choices, and hearing this story from someone who had lived it gave her much to contemplate. Grateful, Rias thanked the woman for her advice, realizing she didn't even know her name. The woman smiled and introduced herself as the Witch of Okeanos, noting that even the master might not know her true name. Rias found the name amusing and expressed her gratitude for the conversation, acknowledging that it had given her a lot to think about. The Witch of Okeanos offered to help Rias with magic lessons if she needed them, jokingly referring to herself as a maiden of love. They continued to chat pleasantly about various topics. The dinner extended into the night, and soon Issei, Mash, and the ORC made their way to their rooms. Kiba and Kaneko separated from the group to head to their own rooms, and Issei reached his door. He bid them good night as he entered, but after stepping inside, he sensed some presences behind him. Confused, he asked what everyone was doing in his room. Behind him stood Mash, Rias, Asia, and Akino, who had followed him into his room. Rias spoke first, expressing her nervousness about sleeping alone in the unfamiliar place, clarifying that it wasn't fear of danger but rather the strangeness of the situation. Nervously, she entered the room. Mash explained that she had come in because Rias had followed her. Akino added with a playful laugh that she had come because something interesting seemed to be happening. Asia timidly mentioned that she had entered because the others had followed as well. Issei sighed and jokingly asked what would happen next, suggesting they all share a room for the night. Akino responded without hesitation that she was fine with that, leaving Issei, Rias, and Asia surprised. Rias, slightly annoyed, questioned Akino about her intentions, wondering why she would want to share a room with Issei. Akino casually stated that she thought he was cute and manly. Issei was taken aback, unsure if she was joking or serious. Akino leaned closer to him, placing a hand on his chest, and expressed her excitement at how he had stood up to Riser for Rias. She admired his bravery, stating that since he wanted a harem, adding her after Mash, Rias, and Asia shouldn't be a problem. Asia blushed intensely at the mention of being included in Issei's harem, while Issei appeared perplexed. He questioned why everyone kept adding Asia to the conversation, clarifying that while he cared for her and wanted her to be happy, they were just good friends. The girls looked at him, Mash and Rias exasperated by his lack of understanding, while Asia seemed a bit downcast, and Akino was surprised. Akino glanced at everyone, noticing their expressions, and wondered if she had gone too far. On the day of the match, the ORC and their servants waited in the club room for Grafia to arrive. Everyone was in their usual attire, except for Issei, who wore his Mystic Code combat uniform from Chaldea, catching the attention of the ORC. Typically, Issei fought in his school uniform or whatever he happened to be wearing. The only time he had worn something different was during the raid on the Fallen Angels base, where he donned his regular Chaldea uniform. While at Chaldea, everyone received temporary combat uniforms for training, knowing they were reinforced with magecraft for durability. Issei had also demonstrated their other functions to empower the servants during battles. They wanted to borrow them for the match, but Da Vinci informed them that only Chaldea staff could use them, and even borrowing them for training would violate the rules. As the group passed the time, a magic circle appeared in the club room, and Grafia emerged holding a case with a shield. She greeted everyone and explained that she was there to take them to the battlefield and deliver them to Kyrielight and his servants. Opening the case, she revealed metal rings with carved symbols representing chess pieces. She explained that these were the latest invention from Lord Beelzebub, temporary pieces. When worn, they registered the user in the system as if they had an evil piece, but the boost they provided was half that of a normal piece. Issei approached Grafia, took a pawn ring, and put it on, asking if it was working. Grafia confirmed the functionality of the device provided by Ajuka Beelzebub. Issei nodded and distributed rings to the others. He gave Mash the rook, Medea Lily received the bishop, Artoria got the knight, and the rest received pawns along with Issei. Everyone seemed to adapt well and turned to Grafia, who explained the rules of the match to ensure everyone understood the conditions. She added that the match would be observed by members of both families involved, including the Mao. Rias adopted a serious expression, realizing that her brother would be watching. She resolved to avoid doing anything embarrassing. Issei, wide-eyed, was shocked to learn that Rias's older brother was the Mao. Kiba confirmed that Rias's brother was Lucifer. Issei, feeling bewildered by this new information, thought he would need to reconsider what he said to Rias's family. Grafia continued once their conversation ended, stating that she would now teleport them to the battlefield. She reminded them that once there, they would not be able to use a magic circle until the game concluded. Everyone nodded, and soon they were transported to the battlefield. As the light from the magic circle faded, Issei looked around, confused to find himself back in the club room. Rias wore an annoyed expression, exclaiming that their opponent didn't even care about giving them the advantage of playing at home. Issei was puzzled by her words until he looked out the window and realized the sky was green, covered by a barrier, yet it resembled the school grounds he was familiar with. As everyone oriented themselves, Grafia's voice echoed across the battlefield, announcing that, per Riser's request, the battlefield had been modeled after Crow Academy. Each team's base was at opposite ends, with Rias's base located at the Occult Research Club building and Riser's at the Student Council room. Both teams would have 30 minutes to strategize before the match began, and the winner would be declared when one of the kings retreated. After explaining, the ORC gathered to discuss their battle plans. Rias initiated the strategy session, stating they should review the plan now that they understood the terrain. Issei agreed, noting that since Riser had generously allowed them to play at home, planning their route to him would be easier. They decided to split into 5 teams. Kiba, Artoria, and Enkidu would head to the sports field to create distractions, while Kaneko, Altera, Medea Lily, and Issei would go to the gym. Berserker would charge directly into the enemy base to cause chaos, and Rias would follow with the others after a while to confront Riser. Amiya found a spot with a good view of the battlefield and assisted everyone with long-range attacks. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then Rias spoke up, suggesting they should destroy the gym after acquiring it since their goal was to converge with Riser. There was no need to maintain an advanced base, and they shouldn't leave it for Riser's nobility to take. If they got rid of the gym, that area would become an open space with no cover, making it easy targets for Amiya. Issei nodded and turned to Berserker, advising that when she arrived, she could promote herself since she was a pawn. He suggested she become a rook, knight, or queen upon arrival. He reminded her that she only needed to weaken the opponents a bit. She could eliminate some, but Riser and his queen should be left for Rias and the others to handle. Berserker acknowledged this, expressing hope that the opponents would be strong enough to provide her with a challenge. Issei then warned her about Riser, describing him as a pompous and arrogant person who belittles women. He mentioned the possibility that Riser might make a comment about her being a pretty woman. The servants looked at Issei as if he were crazy, while the ORC members were confused about why that was a problem. However, they quickly understood when the tension in the room suddenly increased. If one looked closely at Berserker's face, they could see a fierce scowl and her eyes had turned red, with her golden pupils remaining. Issei expressed concern about this reaction, knowing it was a big request, but he needed her to stay composed so Rias could deal with Riser. Berserker looked at Issei for a moment before shifting her gaze to Rias, who was tense but held her ground. After a moment, Berserker crossed her arms and closed her eyes, calming herself and releasing the pressure she was emitting. When she opened her eyes, they had returned to normal. She assured Issei that she would do her best to remain in control. She acknowledged Rias's desire for revenge against a man who had disrespected her and promised not to take the opportunity to get back at him away from her. Rias smiled gratefully and encouraged Berserker to give Riser a bit of a beating, noting that he could regenerate from almost any injury and, despite her disdain for him, she recognized his strength. However, she believed that meant he wouldn't fall as easily as his pawns when fighting against him. Rias wore a slightly mischievous smile. Berserker returned the smile with determination, hoping to fulfill that expectation. Everyone present felt the tension from the conversation between the two women. Issei was glad they were united, despite the topic of their alliance. He then asked who would destroy the gym. Rias suggested Akino could handle that. Once the gym was claimed, she would send Akino ahead to take care of it. Issei agreed, stating that once the gym was secured, he would leave Medea Lily with Akino, and Ashtart should join her when she moved to destroy the gym. Kaneko could team up with Rias and Altera while he moved toward Riser or assisted Kiba's group if they were still fighting. Everyone agreed and prepared for the match to begin. After 30 minutes, the match finally commenced. Berserker immediately leaped through the window and sprinted toward the student council clubroom. Kiba and his team headed for the sports field while Kaneko and Issei's team made their way to the gym. As they approached, they heard a loud noise in the distance, putting them on high alert. Upon reaching the gym, they found the doors smashed open, and if they looked across, they could see the wall at the far end of the building had been destroyed. Issei assessed the situation, noting that this was the work of Berserker, who had barreled through the gym, knocking down doors and walls in her path. The others nodded in agreement with Issei's evaluation. As they prepared to enter the gym, an announcement echoed through the air. One of Riser's pawns had been eliminated. Issei smiled at the announcement, knowing that Berserker must have taken them down without much noise. He remarked that it was good to know they would be informed when someone was eliminated, as it would help them adjust their strategy when necessary. Kaneko and the others nodded in agreement, realizing they needed to be ready. Berserker's goal was to confront Riser, and since she had taken out some of his pieces, it meant some were likely on their way to confront them. It wouldn't be surprising if some returned to support their king. As if on cue, a group appeared from the opposite side of the gym. 3 girls stepped forward, ready to fight. The oldest girl introduced herself as Mira, stating they were Riser's pawns and that they would defeat the challengers for their master. Kaneko prepared to face Mira while Issei and Altera positioned themselves against the twins. Altera acknowledged their determination but reminded them that they had greater reasons not to lose. The twins revved their chainsaws, and Mira readied her staff. Moments later, both groups charged at each other. Kaneko exchanged blows with Mira while Issei and Altera used their swords to deflect the reckless swings of the twins. The two were handling the situation well until the twins ignited their chainsaws, escalating the intensity of the fight. Issei thought to himself that the twins had taken things up a notch by adding flames to their chainsaws. Seeing the twins ramping up the heat and realizing she was making no progress against Kaneko, Mira decided to follow suit. The end of her staff burst into flames as she hurled it toward Kaneko. When it struck, Mira felt a surge of confidence, thinking she had made progress, only to be stunned when Kaneko's injury vanished. Mira questioned how Kaneko had healed so quickly, her disbelief evident. Kaneko simply smiled slightly and approached the distracted girl, delivering a powerful punch to Mira's abdomen that knocked her out of the fight entirely. The announcement confirmed that one of Riser's pawns had been eliminated. Issei and Altera seized the opportunity to finish things with the twins. Issei ordered Altera to wrap things up so they could move on to the next phase. Altera acknowledged the command, and the pair advanced toward the twins. Issei used his projection ability to launch swords at the twins, ready to conclude the encounter. The twins paused to deal with their opponents, but while they were distracted, Altera was channeling her energy into her sword. She had gathered enough power, she swiftly moved the sword forward, unleashing a burst of light that sent the pawns retreating. Issei gave a nod to Kaneko and Altera, who both returned the gesture. They decided to signal Rias so she could send Akino. After exiting the gym, they made their signal to Rias. Not long after, Akino appeared in her Miko outfit, accompanied by Ashtart. Medea Lily floated toward Akino while Issei, Kaneko, and Altera tidied up the gym. Akino gathered energy in her hand and unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning, obliterating the gym. A satisfied smile crossed her face, but it quickly turned serious when someone appeared. It was Riser's queen, Yubaluna, who mocked Akino, unimpressed by her display. Akino maintained her smile, though it was evident she was angry as sparks of electricity crackled around her. She retorted with a sharp comment about Yubaluna's taunts. Ignoring Akino's words, Yubaluna challenged her, and the two queens began their battle while Ashtart and Medea Lily watched, ready to intervene if necessary. Issei, Altera, and Kaneko took this as their cue to leave. Kaneko and Altera returned to Rias while Issei headed toward Kiba's location. As he walked away, he could hear the sounds of explosions from Akino's battle behind him. As Issei approached Kiba's location, he could hear the clashes of steel. Upon entering the clearing, he witnessed a fierce battle unfolding ahead. Kiba and Artoria were engaged with two of Riser's sword-wielding servants, while Enkidu held back three others with his chains. Issei joked about the situation, prompting smiles from Kiba, Artoria, and Enkidu. Kiba welcomed Issei to join them, stating they had plenty of guests who needed partners. Issei nodded and moved toward Enkidu, who was keeping the other girls at bay. One of the girls, a blonde with twin tails, spoke up, revealing herself as Riser's sister. She expressed her surprise that Issei dared to challenge her brother. Issei teased her about her relationship with Riser, causing her to blush and deny any special connection. She introduced herself as Ravel Phoenix, Riser's bishop, declaring that they would defeat Issei for the honor of the Phoenix house. Issei smiled and took his stance, declaring he would defeat her for Rias's freedom. He signaled Enkidu, who stepped aside to allow Issei to face the enemies. Only two of the three girls advanced. Ravel stayed back while the other two servants moved in. One girl, resembling Princess Leia, charged at Enkidu, while the girl with a half-mask approached Issei. She introduced herself as Isabella, a knight of Riser, adopting a boxing stance. Issei introduced himself as Rias's pawn for this game and expressed his eagerness to see her strength. They charged at each other, and Issei manifested his boosted gear, exchanging blows with Isabella. Despite his efforts to dodge and deflect her attacks, the hits that landed caused significant damage. He realized that without reinforcing his body with magecraft, he would have been severely injured. Isabella, having taken some hits herself, acknowledged Issei's skill, admitting he wasn't bad for a human. Issei responded with gratitude for the compliment but stated that her level of strength was insufficient for him. Isabella smiled, revealing a competitive spirit, and suggested they see who desired strength more. As they prepared for their next exchange, Enkidu and Artoria were busy fending off attacks from Riser's knight and pawn. The two servants were clearly frustrated, realizing their opponents were not taking them seriously. Meanwhile, Kiba was gaining the upper hand against his opponent, who wielded a fiery sword. Kiba created a new sword and struck at the knight, absorbing the flames upon impact. The knight, shocked by Kiba's ability, questioned him, but Kiba calmly explained that his sword erased flames. With a decisive strike, Kiba defeated the knight, who retreated from the battle. The remaining knight, now worried about his fallen comrade, attempted to overwhelm Artoria but made no progress. Seeing Kiba finish his fight and knowing her master was occupied, Artoria decided to conclude her battle as well. She pushed the knight back, causing her to lose her balance, and with a swift strike, defeated her. Enkidu, witnessing Artoria's victory, decided to finish his fight similarly. He used his chains to ensnare the pawn he was battling, slamming her to the ground repeatedly until she lost consciousness. Once she was out, she too vanished from the battlefield. Kiba looked at Enkidu with a forced smile, commenting on the effectiveness of his method but noting it was a bit brutal. Enkidu, with an expressionless face, simply replied that his other idea had been to pierce them with the chains until they were incapacitated. While they spoke among themselves, Ravel watched the three with nervousness. She never expected Riser's pieces to be eliminated so easily. The only one left was the tower fighting against Kyrielight, and they were completely absorbed in their battle. She prepared herself to fight despite her nerves, but the other three made no move to engage her. She felt confused about why, though she was somewhat grateful. She turned her attention back to the fighters to gauge Kyrieli's strength. At this point, Issei and Isabella had stopped trying to dodge each other's attacks after a while, as neither was making much progress. Now, they were simply exchanging blows. After some time, both paused to catch their breath, breathing heavily while smiling at each other. Isabella acknowledged Issei's skill, complimenting him on being quite good. Issei returned the sentiment but mentioned he needed to conserve energy for her master, suggesting they end things there. With a surge of power from his sacred gear, Issei charged at Isabella, catching her off guard with his sudden increase in strength. He delivered a powerful punch to her stomach, and she was immediately knocked out. Issei dusted off his hands and turned his gaze toward the bishop, who now clearly showed fear. He taunted her, asking if she would fight or fly back to her brother. Ravel blushed at the nickname he had given her and insisted that her name was Ravel. After a moment, she asked something that had been bothering her, wondering if he would also dismiss her. Issei looked at her disinterestedly, explaining that if she wasn't going to fight, there was no reason to engage her. He added that he tried not to make a habit of hitting pretty girls, which made Ravel blush even more. She then looked at him seriously, questioning why he was getting involved in this situation. Issei appeared exasperated, expressing his frustration at being asked the same question again. He emphasized that it was incredible he wanted to help someone important to him. He noted that the demonic society seemed to think people couldn't make their own decisions, which was starting to annoy him. He turned to face Ravel fully, asserting that Rias deserved to choose her own future. He believed that forcing someone into a system they didn't want to be part of would only worsen the situation. Ravel was nearly speechless, realizing he was completely serious. A hint of jealousy crept in as she thought about Rias having someone who genuinely cared for her. She asked why he didn't become Rias's servant if he cared so much. Issei looked at her as if she had asked a silly question, reiterating that people had the right to choose their own paths, including him. He cared for Rias but also valued making his own decisions. Ravel pouted and gestured toward Kiba's group, asking about them. Artoria stepped forward to explain that they had made contracts with their master for mutual benefit. They could break these contracts if they wished, but there was no real advantage in doing so. She smiled slightly, adding that their master mostly allowed them to do as they pleased and didn't force them into anything they didn't want. Ravel was taken aback by this and looked at Issei, who was awkwardly scratching his cheek with a smile. She began to understand their situation. His servants were more like employees than traditional servants, making their relationship different from that of a demon and their noble. She pointed out that even if they broke the agreement, another would be made. Issei gave her a sidelong glance, acknowledging he had considered that. He explained that this battle was to prove Rias could handle herself. Once he won, it would set her on the path to independence. He teased Ravel, asking what she thought would happen if Rias ended up marrying Riser. Ravel hadn't expected that question and realized she hadn't thought about it since Rias didn't truly belong to her. She hesitated, unsure of her answer, suggesting she would just have a new sister. Issei looked at her with pity, which annoyed her. He pointed out that a forced marriage between a pompous idiot and a woman who hated him would hardly be peaceful. Ravel took a moment to process his words, and it finally clicked in her mind. It was a terrible idea. She exclaimed in realization, wondering why she hadn't recognized this sooner. Issei had to stifle a laugh at her reaction, noting that it seemed common in the supernatural world to simply accept what someone said, which was rather sad. He indicated to the others to move, stating that it had been a fun chat but he had a scheduled meeting to confront her brother. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed in the distance, coming from Riser's base. Rias and Riser must have begun their fight. Issei urged everyone to hurry, or they would miss all the action. Just before he could leave, Ravel called out to him, asking him to wait. He paused and looked back at her. "Do you really think you can defeat my brother?" Ravel had lost her condescending attitude and was now simply curious. Issei responded with a confident smile, expressing that he wasn't sure but would certainly try. He dashed off to join the others, leaving Ravel astonished by his response. She had expected a more responsible answer, questioning if he was truly foolish. Earlier, as Issei rushed to help Kiba, Akino was preparing for her battle with Yubaluna. Rias and her group were moving toward Riser but were careful not to interfere with Akino's fight. Akino was generating a significant amount of electricity, fueled by her anger toward Riser's queen. Floating behind her were Issei's servants, Ashtart and Medea Lily, ready to support her if the situation turned dire. Akino felt grateful to Issei for providing her with such powerful allies. After a moment of silence, Yubaluna spoke again, taunting Akino about her hesitation to fight. Akino teased back, mocking Yubaluna's arrogance. A visible vein throbbed on Yubaluna's forehead as she declared that she would show Akino why she could never measure up. Power began to accumulate around Yubaluna as she prepared to unleash a devastating attack. In response, Akino decided to counter with her own power, gathering energy in her hand while creating distance. Ashtart and Medea Lily stepped aside to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Akino finished charging her attack faster than Yubaluna and launched a bolt of lightning. Yubaluna, caught off guard, had to release her attack prematurely to avoid being struck. The two attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion. Medea Lily used her magic to contain the blast, ensuring it wouldn't disrupt Issei's group or Rias's team. Yubaluna shielded herself with magic as Akino prepared her next move, confidently stating that she wondered if Yubaluna could handle what was coming next. Yubaluna gritted her teeth and attempted to seal Akino with a spell, but before she could finish, a brown orb flew toward her, interrupting her incantation. The orb changed direction mid-air, returning to its source Ashtart, who had raised her hand. Yubaluna was taken aback, unable to finish her thought. Akino unleashed a storm of lightning bolts toward Yubaluna, who struggled to evade them. One bolt struck her, leaving her momentarily stunned and vulnerable to further hits. Akino's laughter echoed dangerously as she continued her assault. Medea Lily observed Akino with a hint of concern, thinking that perhaps she should warn her master to be cautious. Once the barrage ended, they saw Yubaluna lying on the ground, barely moving. As they watched, an announcement echoed, indicating that Riser's knight had retreated. Akino and her companions exchanged smiles, noting that Kiba and Issei seemed to be enjoying themselves. They decided to finish their fight quickly and join Rias before the boys caught up. However, as Akino turned to face Yubaluna again, she was met with a powerful attack heading her way. She quickly attempted to conjure a magical barrier for protection, but it wasn't enough to fully shield her from the explosion. Akino took considerable damage, and her Miko outfit was torn. As she regained her bearings, Yubaluna appeared, looking revitalized. Akino begrudgingly acknowledged Yubaluna's resilience, but declared that it would end here. Ashtart regarded Yubaluna with a serious expression, questioning how she had recovered so quickly. Yubaluna, with a smug look, revealed a small bottle, claiming it contained Phoenix Tears, a specialty of the Phoenix House that could heal all wounds and restore magical power. Ashtart protested, arguing that such items should be prohibited in matches, but Yubaluna dismissed her concerns, noting that in official rating games, each team received a bottle, but this was not an official match. Ashtart appeared slightly disgusted but then smiled, leaving Yubaluna confused by the sudden shift. A bolt of lightning shot from Ashtart's direction toward Yubaluna, who narrowly dodged it. Akino, now fully healed, confidently remarked that she could perform stealth attacks too. Yubaluna was shocked and panicked, questioning how Akino had also healed. Akino simply smiled, electricity crackling around her as Medea Lily and Ashtart moved aside for another round. Another announcement confirmed that Riser's knight had retreated, causing Yubaluna's expression to darken as she grew frustrated with her team's performance. She vented her anger, demanding to know what her teammates were doing, feeling they were embarrassing Riser. The announcement continued, stating that Riser's pawn had also retreated, which left Yubaluna seething with rage while Akino laughed at her expense. Akino remarked that everything was going according to Rias and Issei's plan and noted how predictable Yubaluna and her team had been. Yubaluna, overwhelmed with anger, declared that she would finish Akino off. She launched explosive magic at Akino, who retaliated with a lightning strike, resulting in another explosion. The smoke obscured their view, but Akino was undeterred, charging her magic to mimic a powerful attack she had seen before. Distracted by another announcement, Yubaluna lost focus. As the smoke cleared, she was too late to react to Akino's next move. Akino declared that it had been fun but that it was time to end things, bidding farewell to Yubaluna. With her usual smile, Akino unleashed multiple lightning bolts, the central one being the largest and most powerful. Yubaluna attempted to create a barrier, but she was too slow. The central bolt shattered the incomplete barrier and struck Yubaluna, while the other bolts followed suit. Yubaluna was overwhelmed, and as she fell to the ground, she could only utter a few words, her voice fading as she collapsed. Akino looked at her, ready to finish things, when a loud explosion echoed in the distance. Akino and the others wore serious expressions on their faces. It seemed the final battle had begun, and they decided it was time to join Bucho. The others nodded in agreement as Ashtart sent her orb toward the fallen Yubaluna, resulting in a powerful impact that caused her to vanish. The Queen of Riser was defeated. Rias, Asia, Kaneko, Mash, Mephi, Bunyan, and Altera were making their way to Riser's base, where Berserker was wreaking havoc after Akino had gone to confront Riser's queen. As they approached the student council building, Rias couldn't shake off her anxiety. It was almost time to end this. Could she really rise above Riser? She couldn't think that way. Issei and the others had worked hard to give her this opportunity. She couldn't betray their trust by doubting herself now. Rias set her expression into a determined glare. They would win, and then she would confess her feelings to Issei. Nothing would stand in their way. As they drew closer, the sounds of battle reached their ears. Explosions and clashes echoed ahead. Upon reaching the edge of the clearing, they witnessed the fight. Berserker was facing off against Riser and 3 of his allies simultaneously. Riser was launching large fireballs while his servants alternated between support magic and close-quarters combat to distract her. He boasted that he would commend her for lasting so long against him and his servants, but warned that there was nothing she could do to harm him. Eventually, he would wear her down, so she should surrender. Berserker merely scoffed at Riser's words, claiming that all he had done was give her a workout. This barely qualified as a warm-up for her. Riser smirked, acknowledging the strength of Kyrieli's subordinates and suggesting that she abandon him to serve him instead, promising to treat her better as one of his women. Rias and her group froze in fear at Riser's words, recalling how furious Berserker had become when Issei merely hinted at that topic. They were uncertain how things would unfold now that Riser had actually said it. Berserker paused for a moment, making Riser think she was considering his offer. Suddenly, a menacing aura erupted from her, sending shockwaves through the immediate area. Everyone had to shield themselves from Berserker's fury. Her eyes glowed red with rage, reminiscent of the time Issei had spoken to her, and the ground cracked beneath her. The nobles of Riser were gripped by fear at the raw magical power they sensed. Moments later, Berserker's power calmed, and she wore a fierce smile. She remarked that it was fortunate her master had warned her about Riser beforehand. Otherwise, she might not have been able to restrain herself from tearing him apart. She then turned to look back at Rias and her group, stating that it was not her place to defeat Riser, that honor belonged to Rias. At that moment, Rias and her group emerged from the forest. Riser saw her and regained his arrogant smile, greeting her as she finally arrived. It was good that Riser had come to face his defeat instead of making her come to him. He should surrender, as there was no way he could win. There was no sense in prolonging this. He spoke with confidence. Rias felt her irritation growing as Riser continued to talk, but she maintained her composure. If she let him get under her skin, she might make a mistake and squander this opportunity. She adjusted herself and exuded an air of confidence as she spoke. Surrender? He still had yet to defeat anyone on her team, and even though he could regenerate, all they needed to do was make him unable to fight. There were many ways to achieve that, she thought with a smile. Riser, however, was unfazed. He had tried to make this easy, but it seemed he needed to teach her a lesson about her place. They would do this the painful way. His servants charged at Rias's group, but they were intercepted by her allies. While they distracted Riser's servants, Rias, Mash, and Asia prepared to face Riser. Rias stepped forward, addressing Mash and Asia with determination. Mash, Asia, I will confront Riser. Riser laughed at Rias's actions. She was coming for him alone? She was even more foolish than he had thought. He conjured a large fireball and hurled it at her. Rias dodged to avoid it and countered with an explosion of destructive energy. Riser moved to evade, but he was slow and took a hit to his side. Moments later, he healed as if nothing had happened. Rias had expected that, but it was still satisfying to see him avoid her attacks so lazily. Clearly, he wasn't even trying to take this seriously. She felt annoyed as the two kings continued to exchange attacks, neither making significant progress. Riser avoided any serious damage, and the little he did take was quickly regenerated. Rias, on the other hand, was doing an excellent job of dodging Riser's attacks, thanks to her training against real opponents and her increased stamina during their journey. Riser was beginning to get frustrated. She could keep dodging all she wanted, but eventually she would tire. He urged her to surrender, insisting there was nothing she could do to. The announcement of the elimination of one of his pieces interrupted him. Riser's expression soured while Rias smirked. Things just didn't seem to be going his way. No matter how many he lost, he would. The announcement of another elimination cut him off again. Rias struggled to contain her laughter at Riser's misfortune. If Issei planned this, he was a genius, though she doubted it. She teased him, asking what he had been saying. Riser's annoyance turned to anger. How dare she try to make a fool of him? The announcement of the elimination of another piece from his team came, and Rias couldn't hold back any longer. She burst into laughter at Riser's predicament, feeling the stress she had built up dissipate. She really needed this. Riser had reached his limit. Flames erupted from his body as he prepared a massive fireball to launch at Rias. He declared that he had had enough of this nonsense and would defeat her here and now. A giant flaming sphere formed above him as he raised his hand. Rias was trying to act in unison when another announcement interrupted Riser, giving her time to prepare. However, she wasn't quick enough, and Riser launched his attack. Just before it could hit, something bright intercepted it, causing a powerful explosion. A massive shockwave erupted from the collision, sending both Rias and Riser flying back. Riser's servants and nobles who were fighting on the side were also pushed back and had to regain their footing. As Rias reoriented herself, several fireballs came hurtling toward her through the smoke. She managed to dodge them and prepared to counter. Once the smoke cleared, Riser had a clear view of Rias and began launching fireballs at her. Rias gathered her power while evading Riser's attacks. Once she was ready, she closed the distance and unleashed a burst of energy. She moved toward him at great speed, giving him little time to evade. The attack struck him directly, sending him crashing to the ground. After a moment, Riser rose from the ground, beginning to regenerate from his injuries. Rias clicked her tongue in annoyance as Riser glared at her. The announcement of the elimination of Riser's queen shocked him. It was impossible. No one on her team should have been strong enough to defeat Yubaluna. Rias smiled with satisfaction. It seemed Akino had managed to deal with the bomb queen. That showed how effective their training had been. She warned Riser again not to underestimate her or her nobility. More flames began to erupt from Riser as his temper reached a boiling point. He admonished her not to be an arrogant brat. Despite her enhanced power, it was still not enough to defeat him. He launched a large fireball combined with wind magic to increase its speed toward Rias, catching her off guard. But before it could hit her, Mash jumped in front and blocked the attack. Rias was surprised by Mash's sudden action. What was he doing? What about Asia? She wondered, concerned. Don't worry, she's safe, Mash assured her. Rias glanced at Asia, who was surrounded by others, some being tended to by her. She then looked back at Riser's remaining servants, who were now on the ground, disappearing. The announcement of the elimination of 2 pawns and a bishop from Riser's team brought a smile to Rias's face as she turned her gaze to Riser. Now he was alone. She felt it was only fair to offer him the same deal he had given her. Surrender, Riser. Riser had reached his breaking point. Surrender? He would never allow his first defeat to come at the hands of someone like her. He charged at Rias and Mash, gathering flames in his hand and summoning fierce winds. Mash met Riser head-on, blocking his attacks with his shield while Rias began to unleash magic from behind him. Riser struggled to break through Mash's shield, growing more agitated with each impact from Rias's attacks. After a back-and-forth exchange, Riser had enough and directed his attention to the observing group. Since you have so much confidence in your team, I will take care of them first, he shouted, launching a massive burst of flames toward Asia and her group. They were all caught off guard, and Berserker stepped forward to shield Asia. Fortunately, she did not have to. Suddenly, someone shouted for a change of order, and Mash and Berserker swapped places. Mash was disoriented for a moment but quickly took a defensive stance and activated her ability, creating an honorable wall of snowflakes to absorb the damage for herself and those nearby. The group was engulfed in flames, and Riser wore a smug smile, thinking he had defeated them. That expression quickly shifted to shock when everyone emerged unscathed from the fire. It was impossible. How did you get there so fast? Not only that, but everyone came out unharmed from that attack. As he stood there, shouting in disbelief, he suddenly found himself face to face with a giant spiked ball attached to a chain. Berserker had aimed her weapon at him, furious over his dishonorable conduct. You scum! You are even worse than that man. You call yourself noble, but you lack even a shred of honor. Berserker shouted, ready to attack Riser when she was interrupted. That's enough, Berserker. I'll handle this, Issei declared as he emerged from the forest, followed by Kiba, Artoria, and Enkidu. Shortly after, Akino and her group arrived from the air and landed beside them. Issei! Asia exclaimed joyfully. She and the others approached the group, and Asia along with Medea Lily healed. Afterward, Issei walked toward Rias and turned to Riser. It seems you're having a tough time, fried chicken. Didn't you say this would be an easy victory and that your nobility would wipe the floor with Rias's? It looks like everyone was talking, just as I expected. This is all your fault. If you hadn't interfered, this would have been resolved already. Riser shouted at Issei, power radiating from him as his face began to heal from Berserker's attack. Issei merely gave him a smug look. Hey, you were the one who accepted the terms. Maybe if you had half a brain, you would have thought this through. But it's too late to go back now. After all, I'm sure the Mao would have something to say about your cowardice and inability to move forward when you're at a disadvantage. Also, I don't think he would be pleased with how you've been speaking to Rias during this fight, whether you win or lose. Riser realized the truth in Issei's last statement. It was well known in the underworld that Lucifer was essentially a doting brother, so he would not tolerate Riser's behavior, whether he agreed or not. Rias, on the other hand, noticed something in Issei's words. Wait, if you knew Riser said that, then that means you've been here for a while. Issei looked a bit embarrassed. Well, I arrived a while ago, but you were doing quite well on your own, and I didn't want to steal your spotlight, so I stayed hidden and watched until he attacked the others. Rias blushed slightly at the compliment. Issei then turned to Berserker. Berserker, go with the others. Rias and I will take care of this. Berserker nodded and left with the group. Riser finished regenerating and now looked at Issei and Rias. I'm tired of you two causing me trouble. It's time to end this facade. He unleashed another burst of flames at Issei and Rias. Issei stood in front of Rias and created a magical barrier to block the attack. The flames struck the barrier and exploded, engulfing the couple. Riser began to laugh. An easy victory. Rias's nobility appeared worried while the servants watched coldly. As the flames burned, they suddenly began to swirl and rise into the air. Riser was confused about what was happening. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the midst of the burning tower. Welsh Dragon. Break balance. A surge of power swept through the burning tower, revealing Rias unharmed and Issei now clad in red draconic armor adorned with green gems. Everyone present looked on in shock, even the servants. Issei stepped forward and took a stance. I hope you're ready, fried chicken, because the real fight begins now. Issei charged at Riser at high speed, catching him off guard. Riser could only conjure flames in his hands as they exchanged blows. Issei's strike sent Riser flying back with great force, but Issei also suffered some damage, spitting blood from his helm. Riser wore a smug expression upon seeing he had hurt Issei and prepared to attack again when he was struck by Rias's destructive energy. Issei distracted him, and he failed to dodge Rias's attack, which significantly injured him. As Riser recovered, Issei charged at him again, now wielding a red spear and increasing his power. Riser attempted to create distance between himself and Issei but was caught off guard by Issei's surprise attack, who conjured magical runes and launched ice spears. The spears pierced Riser, causing further damage, but they quickly melted from his flames, and his wounds continued to regenerate. As Riser focused on healing, he began to slow down, making him an easy target. Issei closed the gap and used the spear to injure him further, slamming him into the ground. Riser began to rise when he was bombarded again with destructive energy and ice spears from Rias and Issei. Finally, he had enough, and flames erupted from his body in a massive explosion. Issei moved to shield Rias from the attack, and both were struck by the blast. The couple struggled to rise from the ground after the attack. Issei bore the brunt of the blast, causing his armor to crack and eventually fade away completely. Rias was worn out and exhausted. Riser had finally healed completely and began to walk toward them. He no longer wore his usual smug expression. He was extremely angry. "It's time to end this. You two have wasted enough time, and all your efforts have been in vain. Get out of my sight." He prepared to finish them off when suddenly chains appeared from nowhere. Enkidu had created chains to bind Riser. Riser struggled to move, but the chains held him in place. "Do you think chains can stop me?" Riser focused his flames and released them from his body, but the chains remained unaffected. Everyone appeared in an open room with scattered furniture. Ravel, who had returned with them, stepped away from the group. She expressed her pleasure in meeting everyone and mentioned she needed to see her brother before taking her leave. With a polite bow, she departed. As she left, a group of others approached, consisting of two red-haired men, a voluptuous blonde woman, a small boy with red hair, and an older gentleman with blonde hair and blue eyes who resembled an older version of Riser. The older red-haired man approached Rias and embraced her, exclaiming that their father had been very worried. Rias, clearly embarrassed, attempted to free herself from his grip, explaining that she was still sore from the battle. The man released her and adjusted himself while surveying the group. He praised everyone for their splendid battle skills, particularly commending Rias and the growth of her nobility, as well as the Kyrielight. He had expected her to possess a balance breaker as a human, but it was a pleasant surprise. Issei observed the man closely, recognizing him as Rias's father but unsure how to engage with him. He wanted to voice his criticism regarding the situation but noticed the family's concern for Rias, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. When the man addressed him, Issei offered a small smile in response to the compliment, sarcastically thanking him for the ambiguous praise and questioning whether it was common to assume someone was weak simply because they were human. Rias's father laughed and apologized, clarifying that he did not intend to offend. He explained that it was simply unusual, which naturally surprised them. Issei narrowed his eyes slightly. Rias stood to the side, nervously glancing between Issei and her family. As their conversation continued, the blonde gentleman approached and introduced himself as Lord Phoenix, the current head of the Phoenix family. Issei acknowledged Lord Phoenix and introduced himself as Issei Hyoudou, the Kyrielight and Rias's boyfriend, emphasizing the latter part. Lord Phoenix regarded Issei with a calculating gaze, amused by the obvious provocation. He assured Issei that while their actions might seem cruel from his perspective, they had their reasons. Issei, displaying a hint of disgust, mentioned he was aware of the documents related to the engagement. He pointed out that while they might believe they were acting for the right reasons, their plan would ultimately be counterproductive. Curious, Lady Gremory inquired about his statement. Issei looked around the group and decided to elaborate, asking if the term inbreeding meant anything to them. The group, including Rias and her noble companions, appeared confused and somewhat disheartened by the question, unsure of its relevance to their plan. Issei explained that although demons had a long lifespan, if they continued to reproduce solely with pure-blooded demons and limited it to those of noble blood, eventually, they would run out of unrelated partners, leading to potential deformities in offspring. He speculated that there could also be specific issues arising from devil biology, recalling lessons from Nightingale and Asclepius, along with his studies in biology. Everyone present was taken aback by Issei's knowledge and began to reconsider the information he provided. They realized they were not as informed on the subject as a doctor or scientist, leaving them unable to dispute his claims. Issei shrugged, noting that this was merely a logistical issue with their plan and that he did not need to repeat himself since they were all watching. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group, except for the youngest red-haired boy, who seemed oblivious to the discussion. Lady Gremory finally spoke, acknowledging that she understood Issei's dissatisfaction with how things had reached this point but insisted there were more factors involved than what was presented on paper. Issei regarded her with indifference, questioning whether the members of her family mattered so little that she was unwilling to defend them. He challenged her to consider whether fulfilling her duty was more important than her daughter's happiness. His words visibly unsettled Rias's mother, who disliked the implication that someone could question her love for her family. However, witnessing her daughter's determination to break the engagement made her reconsider. After a moment of silence, the young red-haired boy approached Issei, acknowledging that he understood Issei's negative opinion of them. He stated that while it was clear Issei had a poor view of their family, what was done, and they had made the agreement for a reason. Issei observed the boy, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from him, albeit suppressed. He admitted that while he disliked Riser, he recognized his strength and doubted he would have won in a one-on-one fight without providing Rias and the others with special training. The group was surprised by Issei's admission of weakness, not expecting such honesty. Surzex wore a playful expression, commenting on Issei's brutal honesty and suggesting he would have expected a kinder remark about his comrades. Issei smiled ironically, clarifying that while comforting lies have their place, he preferred to confront issues directly rather than avoid them. He believed it was better to rip off the bandage and strive for improvement. As a leader, Surzex had to be mindful of his words, but things would be much simpler if people just spoke their minds. He wore a tired expression, and Grafia beside him shot him a glance, silently urging him to stop complaining about work. Issei observed this interaction and offered Surzex an understanding smile, acknowledging that he too was having a tough time. Surzex returned the smile and handed Issei a brochure. He introduced himself, stating that he was Surzex Lucifer, one of the four Mao and the older brother of Rias. He mentioned that Issei had already met their father, Zeoticus, and their mother, Venelana. He then introduced his son, Milikas, who bowed deeply while the Gremory parents nodded slightly. Issei shook Surzek's hand, expressing his pleasure in meeting him. Surzex requested that Issei call him by his first name, preferring a more casual approach outside of official meetings. Issei agreed, inviting Surzex to call him by his first name as well. Surzex then acknowledged the long battle they had all endured and suggested they wrap things up for now, hinting at future conversations. He leaned in to speak quietly to Issei, thanking him personally for helping Rias escape her engagement, even if it meant pretending to be in a relationship. Issei was taken aback, realizing that Surzex was not pleased with the arrangement either, and breaking it had done him a favor. With a farewell to Issei and the others, the adults departed to discuss the details of the broken agreement. Once they were gone, Issei let out a sigh of exhaustion. Rias approached him, looking a bit worried. She asked what her brother had said to him. Issei smiled and explained that Surzex had thanked him for helping her and seemed to know they were pretending. Rias was surprised to learn that her brother had figured out their ruse, but she had started to treat her time with Issei as if they were genuinely dating. She suggested they head home, feeling tired and knowing their parents would want to hear about what had happened. Everyone nodded in agreement and made their way back to Kuo. Time passed, and the engagement was officially dissolved. Issei, Mash, Rias, and their companions celebrated with a dinner upon their return, and a week later, they all gathered at Chaldea to commemorate their success in the mission. They were currently in the Chaldea cafeteria, enjoying their meals and chatting with the servants and staff. Issei was engaged in conversation with Da Vinci. Da Vinci informed Issei that they had gathered useful data from the various battles during the game and had confirmed something quite interesting. When Issei used his mystic codes during battle, they were significantly more powerful than usual. Da Vinci had suspected this before, but it was now confirmed that the mana in Issei's world was not only still present as it had been in the Age of Gods, but was also immensely more potent. The reason for this remained unknown, and they would not be able to uncover it until they established a base in his world. Issei reflected on his meeting with Surzex, which had gone better than expected, and resolved to continue working on that front. He glanced around the cafeteria and noticed Rias talking to Circe, wondering what they were discussing. According to the agreement, they had stopped dating once everything was settled. Issei had anticipated this but still felt a twinge of sadness that it was over. He understood that Rias was not truly in love with him and had merely been acting under pressure, but he felt satisfied knowing he had fulfilled his promise. Lost in thought, Rias approached him and Da Vinci, asking if they could talk for a moment. Issei agreed, and they stepped out into the hallway where it was quieter. Rias, after a moment of hesitation, revealed that she wanted to invite him out. Issei was taken aback, struggling to comprehend her words, but eventually realized she was serious. Rias insisted that she truly wanted to be with him now that there was no engagement hanging over her head and no one pressuring her. She expressed her gratitude for his support during her difficult times and confessed her feelings for him, asking if he would go out with her. Issei found it hard to deny her now. She had done everything she said she would, and he had only offered half-hearted reassurances to help her cope. It dawned on him that he had been the one neglecting her feelings. With a wry smile, he accepted her invitation, feeling honored to be her choice. Rias beamed at him, her joy radiating as she hugged him tightly, thanking him. After a moment, she leaned in and kissed him softly on the lips. They shared that moment before Rias pulled away, blushing and declaring it was her first kiss. Issei, surprised but smiling, felt honored to have been her first. Unbeknownst to them, Mash, Asia, Aquino, and Circe were around the corner, watching and feeling pleased with the development. They hoped that this would help Issei open up more to everyone. In the underworld, in the Gremmery territory, Circe remarked that things had turned out well. His mother expressed skepticism, questioning if this was truly the best outcome. Circe believed it was, noting that Lord Phoenix had long wanted Riser to lose to gain some humility, and he hoped Rias would succeed. Even if the engagement had fallen apart, they had done her a favor. It was true, but many other agreements had been lost since the engagement failed. No offense, mother, but that was your fault since the other agreements were made by you and were not part of the original deal. In that sense, he agreed with Issei that she shouldn't have pressured Rias. Mrs. Gremmery pouted slightly but couldn't complain. She knew she had dug her own hole in this case. Generally, she never made a bad deal, so her failure this time brought her a bit back to reality. She wondered if Rias was angry with her. Circe and their father looked at her with kind smiles. Rias was an intelligent girl. Even if she didn't like the arrangement, he was sure she understood where her mother was coming from. It was true that Rias had shown no displeasure after the battle, all that had come from Issei. But that was to be expected when someone tried to take away your partner, Circe joked. The Gremmery parents smiled, but Venelana frowned slightly. The Devil Council would not appreciate that Kyrielight, a human, was getting close to a noble demon. Circe maintained his smile as he responded. There was no need to worry. After all, they, along with Lord Phoenix, had only told everyone that Rias was assisted by Kyrielight, not that they were in a relationship. As long as they kept a low profile, they would be fine. It would also be a great benefit to have Kyrielight as a member of the family. Surely she could see the advantage in that. Venelana fell into silent contemplation, considering what Circe had said. He then turned to their father. Aside from that, the other Mao and he were working to change the rules of the underworld for a more prosperous future, so having Issei's help would contribute to making things better. Everyone nodded in agreement and began preparations for what the future might bring.